Live and direct, live and direct. We in the building. I think my guy is here as well. Sanka, you dead? Hold on. I don't know if he can hear me, bro. He says that he's here. Sinzara. I don't know if he's having connection issues. I don't know what go on. I'm not doing another solo 4-hour pod, I tell you like that. If Will don't jump on this shit, bro, I'm giving y'all 20 minutes and I'm imagine. Will. Alright, we'll give Will a few more minutes. We'll give Phil a few more minutes. That does mean, you know what I mean, for all those that tuned into last week's episode 80, you know what I mean, when our guy couldn't be here, that does mean that our guy is supposed to be here, supposed to be back in the building, you know what I mean, or back in the stereo building, I guess. But it's like, his coat's here, we can't find him. That's what it's like, innit? It's like, say you have a meeting or something, you go into the meeting room, and it's like, man's coat is here. So he must be here, because I can see his coat, but we can't find him. He's just muted himself. So hopefully we'll be able to figure that out. You know how we do. We do the intro a couple times. I usually do the intro before he connects. While he connects, we'll talk through the intro, then we'll go again in it. So this will be the first one. Episode 81 of the OnlyMans podcast, yeah? Still going strong, you get me? Been a very interesting week myself. Had a very interesting week. You know what I mean? Might discuss it a bit, might not, we'll see. We're going to see if we can get my guy Will on the line. I am going to give Will until 5 minutes past, and then I'm going to drop him off the call and try and bell him back and see if we can get something running. He might have muted himself for good reason. He might be somewhere with man are like, bro, how could you be doing the podcast with Drizz? Listen, man, there's enough negativity in the world, man. Believe me, there's enough negativity in the world. We're trying to push good vibes on this side, you know what I mean? Well, big up to all the people that tune in each and every week, you know what I mean? I know I appreciate you, we appreciate you. If you're listening on the stereo app, you can see the link right above there. Make sure you hit that, subscribe to the YouTube page, you know what I mean? Like up the videos, share the videos and thing, you know what I mean? Also, check out the premieres, like when we upload on YouTube and that. You usually have like a 2-minute premiere, so you know what I mean, make sure you hit the notifications and all that. Do you get what I mean? So you can lock into them things and tune into them things. And also, man, like, yo, leave feedback. Do you know what I mean? Leave feedback, man. If there's ever any things with like how we put the videos out, how we record the pod, the audio quality, anything like that, like, you know what I mean? Talk, innit? Talk, say something, so we can try and make it a better experience. You know what I mean? 'Cause I do see, you know what I mean, the people that watch, like, people go on and watch and they'll look at the shit and, you know what I mean? And even the subscribers, I see them slowly climbing as well. So there's something going in, but, you know what I mean, we do still appreciate the love and support, you know what I mean, even from the fans that like to just sit back and listen and shit. Listen to the chaos ensue, or ensue. Ensue, innit? Yeah, ensue. Oh, okay. That's 5 past. Will, I'm going to drop you off the call and try and add yourself back into the call. And if you can't do that, then I'm going to try and add you back myself. Alright. So, yeah, man. Episode 81, the OnlyMans podcast. Again, there's quite a few things to get into. You know what I mean? We had the World Cup going and shit. Again, I'm going to give my guy Will another 5 minutes. Oh, that might be him. Alright. That might be my guy Will. Yo, fam.
Hey, yo.
Oh, he's in the building, okay.
Hi, you here. I don't know what was happening there. And they're telling me I'm waiting for you to join. And then all of a sudden it's like a join. I'm like, what's happening? Hey, now we here.
In the building. It's good to have you back, man. It's good to have you back. Oh, you got buttons and everything. Yeah. Them kind
All
of
that
ways
fam.
there. Yeah, we
Yeah.
like that. We like that. How have you been, man? How have you been?
You know, survival mode, fam.
Mm,
These times,
mm,
survival mode, fam.
mm.
It's a lot of things that, you know what I'm saying, gotta get handled. Yeah.
Nah, I hear that, man.
Handling business, fam.
Yeah,
Making
yeah, I hear
plans.
that, man.
Yeah, but what about you, my bro? How you been?
Um, I've had a very interesting week. I think I had a miniature mental breakdown.
Oh, shit.
Um, I'm cool. Like I'm all right. But yeah, it's very okay. Do you want? Should we start there? Do you want to get into like some more casual shit? Like I don't mind it. We can go wherever.
Nah. We're already here. We're already here.
Alright, shit. Okay, so how did this start? How did this start?
Mm,
I was
that's a good question.
listening to a podcast. In fact, let me give a bit of context. Again, just over the last couple of days, one thing I know about myself, and kind of I've always known, but it's never something I've paid massive attention to. Like,
Mm,
particularly, like when I was a bit younger, say, 2000,
you're
13,
around time.
14, like them kind of, I mean, young 20s, whatever.
Yeah.
I would every so often kind of go through maybe again like a week or 2 weeks or whatever, just this period of just being really low, and not in like the
Mm,
cool way, but like my esteem was low, my
yeah.
image of self was very low. I would kind of go into this space where I just feel like I failed in life, and it like just this very bleak. I don't like saying dark place because I don't think dark should have negative connotations, but just a very like bleak,
Yeah.
not good place in it. And it was something that I feel I normalized kind of a lot in my life in terms of just like, again, I remember this one incident. Again, this is years back before I was even with my girl and shit, and I was like dealing with
Mm,
like bitches and shit. And I remember there's like a girl who she was just one of the girls on my life, whatever. And
mm.
you know what I mean, you put in the work to set shit up and and you all that sort of shit.
Yeah,
And it
all
comes around the time we're supposed to link me, and I kind of just went through this period in it. And I remember just like bell off the phone, whatever, and I just didn't want to answer the phone. I didn't want to speak to anybody. I don't want to I was just like fucked up in it. And I was like, you know what, all right, because this person's gonna think like something's fucking happened to me. Then let me just like message back. And I remember trying to explain to this person like, yo, it's not like a personal thing against you. It's not a you thing. I just kind of go through this every so often, and I've never. And to be honest with you, I've seen it manifest in different ways in my life, like as life has gone on and shit. Like it doesn't manifest in the same way that it did when I was a kid. But I found, or when I was younger, I should say. But I just found that this week. So back to what I was saying, I've listened to a podcast, and they were on there and they were talking about like real estate and stuff in it. And the guy was just talking about, the different moves he's looking to make, and these are the things we need to do to like empower ourselves. And in our culture, we look at like rappers and entertainers like they're the leaders of our communities, but we don't big up like the bankers, we don't big up people who are in property, we don't, you know what I mean? And like they're just talking these sort of things,
people,
and I don't know, it was just something that like came over me that was just like, fucking hell, bro, like you ain't doing shit, fam. Like you're not doing anything, bro. Like you're not doing anything with, like, bro, you have failed, fam. If I was gonna grade your life right now, bro, like you haven't done anything of significance with your life. Now, logically, because I try to be logical in it, logically, I understand that that's not true. Like I can look at things that I've done and I know that they're like, logically I understand that that's not true, but there's this old saying, they say like knowledge is no defense. Like just because I know that doesn't change the way that like I'd have been feeling and shit. And I just gone through like this like whirl storm of just feeling like super defeated. Like just we've just all just in all aspects of shit, you know what I mean? Like the job that man doing, the day job sort of shit, and just feeling super defeated in that. Even certain elements of like shit that's happened with like the pod and stuff, and like fucking like music shit, artistic shit, creative shit. And there was just I was just swallowed. Like the way I describe it, like I tried to describe it to my girl, who, by the way, was a saint, who held me down amazingly. You know what I mean? Big up to my short and shit.
I forgot which one the opposing. That's the one.
But like the way I described it to her is just when that feeling overcame, man, I felt it's like you feel like you're drowning. Do you get what I mean? Like you feel like you're drowning, bro, and you're drowning under like a frozen lake, and you're trying to hit the ice to break through, but you just can't break through, bro. And there's nowhere you can go. There's that, like, it's just this overwhelming feeling of like there's nothing you can do. You're just drowning and falling in it. And what I've tried to kind of do with it, in a sense, is because I think what I would usually do, again, especially as a younger person, understanding less about myself and just that kind of internal work, like I would kind of feel it but not really think about it, almost treat it like, you know, when you've got a cold or something and you just fucking, let's just ride this out until we feel better and then go. It, like, I kind of approach it in like that kind of sense. But I think just these last couple of days, like, because I'll be honest with you, bro, and I think I spoke to you like on Tuesday, Monday, innit? And like, I think this shit happened like, Tuesday. Do you get what I mean? So when I spoke to you, I'm blessing it. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, even now, I wouldn't even say I feel 100% better. I still kind of have a bit of that feeling, but what I've been trying to do a lot is like lean into laughter, lean into like good feeling, lean into love. Like, not a lot of people get addicted to their pain and shit in it. You know what I mean? A lot of people, when they feel the way they feel, they just kind of like get addicted to wallowing in it. And for me, it's like, it's important to recognize that those things are in you, and it's important to acknowledge them. But at the same time, I don't want to wallow in those shit. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, yeah, like it's just been a very peculiar week, bro. Like, it's just been one of them ones, you know what I mean?
Like I said, fam, that's survival mode, fam. That's what that is, fam. It's like, you feel like you can't do nothing. Do you know what I mean? You feel helpless and shit.
Yeah,
you're doing everything. You're doing everything, fam. To the point,
and that's it. It's like, it's like you have.
I mean, it's like
you got this thing where you're like, bro, like I'm trying, fam. Like I'm doing all I can do, but then that other thing says, bro, you ain't doing all you can do, fam. You're not doing anything, bro. Like it's like this weird internal conflict, but like, it's just, I felt fucked up the last couple of days, man. Do you get what I mean? But like I said, I've been trying to not ignore it, but not wallow in it. Do you get what I mean? Like not just be in that, because I know if I allow myself to just be in that state, it's not going to help anything. Do you get what I mean? It's just going to make not only my shit, but, you know, people around me shit a lot worse. Do you get what I mean? So it's just, that's how my week has been, bro.
Fam, I don't know what it is about this turn of the season, fam. I'm telling you, man. Yeah. Shit. I got messages all till now on my phone, people being like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you, my guy? Why you ain't answering the phone and shit?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm holler at you in a sec, fam.
And the sec never
comes in a minute. Yeah. because you out here from.
Well, like,
Yeah,
how's your week been? I mean, how's your week
yeah.
been?
Work was fam. Was fucking dead, fam. Imagine being at work here and then waiting for your, like, I don't know, your duty manager to, like, be like, you doing this today? And then he'll come over and be like,
Right.
hold on, let me go find you something to do real quick. He's just gone for hours, fam. Then he'll come
Just
back and be
don't.
like,
Yeah.
you man ain't doing nothing. What's happening here, fam?
Right.
So it was like
right.
that, like the whole week, fam. Something mad happened as well. Was like lifting these beam things and like these fucking massive beam like shelf things. We lifted the shelf. The shelf fell. Goddamn fucked up Johnny's hand.
Right.
And there was a whole commotion about that shit. But you know me, fam. Ever don't want to keep his cool, fam. Everyone's like, it's bullshit. I'm just trying to like, make sure it accounts for everything and shit. Like, everything's cool and shit. But it's like, yeah, man. I don't know. I realize I'm always the one that's like diffusing the shit, fam. It takes a lot.
Well, the question you got to kind of ask yourself is, why are you constantly being put in a position to defuse shit? You know what I mean? Like, why is there constant shit that needs to be defused? You get me? Got a voice note. One sec. Hold it. Yeah, hold that answer. Let me play his voice note.
The key to tapping into that aspect in which you're communicating on is the diet. If you want to bring harmony to that aspect, you have to practice on the foundation of what things that we push to the side and we disregard is when we know we're putting things in our body that doesn't belong. And if you want to get a hold of putting energy into handling that, is by taking one thing that you know that you are participating in the destruction of your health and eliminate it today. Just one thing, whether that's a salt or sugar or bleach white flour or fried foods or eating late or candy or milk, chocolate milk or, ice cream, whatever it is that you know that you constantly are practicing in that area, you have to suppress that aspect that's giving foundation to it. Just stop it, and that will help you to be able to build.
Nah, I 100% hear you. Like, I 100% hear you. Shout out to you, Emperor TQ. Yeah. Yeah, like, I hear that, man. And I think that's one thing I've been conscious of as well. Like, I've been conscious that my diet hasn't been the best that it could be. And obviously the best that it could be is like some, like, not living in this dunya thing, like eating off the land shit. But I mean, obviously living within this thing that we live in, there are things you can do to try and put better shit in your body. And I've definitely noticed that I've slipped in that element, which is why maybe a participating reason as to why this shit like hit me like a ton of bricks. You know what I mean? It wasn't really something that I kind of consciously felt like, oh, I feel this way. It was just, I was listening to this shit and it's got this sudden just wave of like, bro, like, you ain't done nothing with your life, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
I get that shit. Like, I don't know. The last time I came home and proper like felt that shit. It's like my cousin, one of my cousins' like birthdays was saying like that. But obviously all the cousins come around in it. So I'm sitting there with these men and that. He telling me like, I work for this tech firm. Yeah, I'm saying, it's so cool. We're doing all this and we're all doing all that. One guy over there is like, I work for Johnson & Johnson now. Yeah, I'm saying in their research department. Yeah, I'm like, God damn. I'm a pharmacist. I'm a psychiatrist now. Like, God damn. Y'all think it's goddamn. And all the while, I'm like, oh, you man are going in, fam. I'm proud of you, my store. And I am proud of them. And then I get home and I'm like, she.
Yeah, it's like,
she. Now, one of my other cousins here is AJ. You will have never met him, probably. He lives in Canada here.
right.
But this geezer here, he showed me one of his accounts here, and he was like, oh yeah, look. This is like, I think it was like 55 bags in there, fam. And he was like, oh
But,
yeah, like I just got that like today or like yesterday, and I transferred it into here. You know what I mean? So I could move it into my other shit. I was like, what the fuck?
yeah. Yeah,
Whoa.
yeah,
I was like, ah, damn, I need to do better, fam.
that's what you got to ask for the
Yeah,
bring though, fam. If your cousin on that, bro, you be like, yo, cuz, like, show me the way in it. Like,
yeah.
bring me.
They do like I don't know. It's this what how he explained it sounded mad. It's like basically they get like these like wood cabins, yeah, but they pick them up, literally like lift the whole shit up and move it to another place and like re-renovate and shit, and then
Right.
sell it. But they getting them for like mad cheap when they pick them up, and then they go place it at another
Doing them
place,
up and then
re-renovate and all that
selling them
shit,
on profit.
and
Yeah.
flip it, fam. So I'd have to like be there with them and
Right,
do
right.
yeah. But fucking hell, I was like, no way, fam.
Nah, it's a pattern still, man. And I think like
Yeah,
there
man.
is definitely another element I've been considering about the idea of getting out your own way. I think like a lot of times we kind of have, and again, I have it too. I'm not trying to exempt myself in it, but I think we have this concept of, oh, I could do this, but because of this or because of that. And, a lot of times, really, we kind of stand in our own way because of fear,
True.
because, we don't want to put ourselves out. And what if the shit go left? Like, what if this happened? What if it's
Oh
fear,
yeah,
really?
that.
And as I say, knowing that isn't like a defense. You get what I mean? Like, it's still
No.
something that you're afflicted by, you know what I mean? And it's just, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm
You know, I try to remind myself all the time, yeah,
mm,
that and I always say it to you, like Mags all the time. Like, yo, my friend, comparison is the thief of joy, fam. You see all these other people around you, feel like they doing big shit, but in their head they like, God damn, I'm behind. I could be doing like my man over here, or like that girl there, or like that
nah,
guy
for
there,
real.
or whatever. Like,
For
do
real.
you know what I mean? It's like you can't compare your step 1 to that person's step 10, or like your step 5 to that person's like step 8. Do you know what I mean? It's different. Even still,
Nah, legit.
even that person's step 5 to their step 6. You know what I'm saying? It's different from. So
Yeah,
yeah,
nah, legit.
I try and just keep that in mind and remind myself that like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's not all about what status or what things I collect in my life. It's about what kind of impact that I can have. Do you know what I mean?
Mm,
And then that kind of like spurs me. Next day, I
yeah,
kind of wake up on like a bad vibe. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I do have a purpose. I'm not on it right now because obviously I'll be at work and shit.
yeah.
But yeah, when I get the chance, yeah, I'm gonna be on my shit, fam, and it's gonna be correct, fam.
Nah, legit. And I think again the way, because you're absolutely right. Like the comparison thing is like a dead thing in it. And I think again I'm aware of that, and I don't even think it's like just an out and out like, oh shit, people are doing this and I'm not doing anything. It's more like I'm not applying myself the way that I should be applying myself to. Do you know what I mean? It's more that
Yeah,
element, because like you say, like someone having cars or this or that, like that doesn't really move me in that sense. But it's like when you see shit where people are really like, yo fam, I seen you like doing this, I seen you really going at the shit,
yeah,
and then you're bearing the rewards. again, it's not like a hate thing. It's not like you're not happy for them because you're happy
Nah,
for your people. You know what I mean? But it's like,
always.
fuck, man, like I'm not applying myself. Do you get what I mean? Like I need to actually stop being a bitch about it and apply myself, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like,
For real.
and like I think that's the thing that can fuck with me more so. You know what I mean? Because again, I'm one of those people. I don't have any choice but to be honest with myself. I can't lie to myself. I can lie to you. I can lie to someone else. I can't lie to myself. You know what I mean? And in myself, I can't tell myself I'm doing the best I can do if I know I'm not really doing the best I can do. Do you get what I mean? So it's just, I think that's the bit that I kind of wrestle with at times. You know what I mean?
That's the part, Sam. Everybody has that wrestling match, I think. At least sometimes in their life.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, and again, even in as bleak as man felt, like I still had the sensibility or the sense of self to obviously not fucking do nothing wild and all shit like that. Do you get what I mean? I kind of still had the understanding of like, all right, this is just a way that you're feeling right now, and try to understand it. You know what I mean? Try to understand where it's coming from, the source of those things, like, and what you can do to maybe apply yourself in a better way. I don't know.
Yeah.
An attribute that's associated with not being able to apply would be thyroid issues. Issues with the thyroid. The thyroid regulates energy, where the liver is where we get the energy reservoir storage from. So we're having problems applicating our energy in the right aspect. That's because we need to cleanse the thyroid. And you could go to your health food store and get they have a combination of herbs all together, or you could just use parsley. That helps with it as well. But get a herbal supplement that regulates the thyroid, that cleanses the thyroid.
Oh no, you giving them knowledge and wisdom today. You dropping, and you know what? I'm glad that Emperor's even saying that shit, yeah, because I think in life, as like human sentient beings, it's so easy for us to become so consumed with what we think matters. You know what I mean? It's so easy to become like consumed with the things that we consciously think about or worry about. Like, because as I'm talking and shit, and Emperor's like, bro, yeah, fam, like your body clearly is not regulating shit the right way, bro. If you're feeling this way, there's internal shit. And like for a lot of people, they won't even consider that. Do you get what I mean? It's just like, oh, again, my life is fucked up and I'm depressed and this and that. Do you know what I mean? When really it's like, nah, bro, like your body needs cleansing, your body needs to get certain shit out, or it needs more of certain shit. Yeah. And like,
do you know
these are
what,
kind of like, oh, go on.
What man is saying makes a lot of sense, fam.
Nah, for real?
Because
for real?
I can even see the pattern now of myself, yeah. Like just looking back, fam. Because I never used to like drink that much in it. I used to be like, a little bit. If I did like drink more than I usually would, I'd be fucked and I'd be out. Yeah.
Right.
And then there was a time, obviously, when I was working at the restaurant, and it's like, drinks every night. And it's just like, every night. It's like fucking, yeah.
And it's like you don't even realize the toll that it's taking in it. Like.
And I can see now, looking back, like the actual trajectory of like all the shit. Like, because it was like before that, it's like shows. Like a man was just waking up, going to speak to venue owners every other fucking day, like waking up to go and see like these people that do printing or whatever, trying to see if I can get prices or working for them. And then after that, it was like, you're working all this long ass hours there, you might as well have a drink at the end of the day. And then slowly, fam. Yeah. We got less and less work, fam.
And it's like just getting that different perspective is like, oh shit, like I can see the correlation of that. I can see that's an aspect I didn't even like consider. Do you get what I mean? So now, big up to you, Emperor. Big up still. Keep dropping gems and shit. You know what I mean? Keep dropping gems and shit on them. You know what I mean?
Like collect those, make your own bracelet.
But forget not to start the pod all bleak and you know what I mean, gloomy and shit. But nah, it's just, again, you asked me how my week was, and I can't, I'm not a liar in it. Like, I don't cap about shit, so I just thought I'd get into it. You know what I mean? And thing, man.
Yeah, man. It's something about the turn of the seasons into the winter season, fam. Them first few beginning weeks is just like fucking.
Yeah.
Don't know, fam. It just turns to survival mode for some reason. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's the winter time, innit? Like, I think our natural body like clocks are aligned to nature, even through all the unnatural shit that we do in it. And I think because there's that whole thing called like seasonal depression or whatever it's called, like seasonal something. I don't know what it is, but when people just feel shit in the winter and they need to get like them special lights or whatever the fuck it is, like, do you get what I mean? And it's like, to just what Emperor's saying, you never see the commercials about people saying like, yo, like, you need to regulate your liver and shit like that. Like, it's always, oh, if you feel depressed, then you can just the Charlie Brown teacher voice. Do you get what I mean? Because we live in a time now where you're allowed to just wallow in your victimization. Do you know what I mean? You're allowed to just wallow in your feelings and this and that. Where once upon a time, like back in the days, man, they won't even like mental health, bro. Like, nah, bro, I ain't got no mental health, and I'm that's not right.
What's
either. That's not right either. But it's like we tend to go from like one extreme to the other. Do you get what I mean? And like, and I think it's like it's like too indulged in now. You know what I mean? Way too indulged in. There's no balance. There's no balance. Like, and I was having a conversation with my girl like yesterday, and I can't remember how it started, but we were basically just talking about like, you know, people that identify as different things and and I was just sort of saying the point, like, it's, and I don't even mean this as a disrespect in it, but like literally it's like to the point now where if somebody wanted to identify as like a dinosaur and genuinely wanted to do that, like you couldn't tell them that they can't. Like, remember that story we talked about with the teacher that got fired because she wouldn't call the kid a cat in the class because the kid identified as a cat. It's like, I'm not even saying it to like demonize people that identifies with things. It's just when you open that floodgate, when you say, all right, we accepting everybody for what they are, then you open that floodgate. Like, you can't really close it, because if you don't allow this, then there's an argument to not allow that.
Everything else has to be allowed.
You get what I mean? And if you allow this, then there's an argument to allow that. And the theory that I came up with, which is really sad, like I hope this doesn't happen, but bro, I think in the next 40, 50, 60, 70 years, bro, they're gonna normalize all this kiddie fiddler shit, you know, bro. They already trying to,
bro. They're doing
they already
it right
trying
now.
to, bro.
Listen, they've already opened the thing, like you said. Can't close it back again. So if I come out now and use the, I don't know, whatever the Latin term for fucking goddamn one of them, man, fam. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And they're going to be like, it's a sickness or whatever, it's a disease or whatever. And they're going to be like, there's people in our society that live with that shit, you know what I'm saying? And then, then there'll be places where it's available for those guys to do whatever they got to do.
Bro, there's already a group in America. It's like, I don't want to say the name of the shit, but it's something to the effect of like the men that love young boys, a society or associate. Some wild shit, bro. Do you get what I mean? And their whole thing, and this is a point that Dave made. I'm not making this point. Dave said this. They're like, yo, if a man can say that he was born that way, where he just wants to be with other men, then a man can also say that he was born that way and he wants to be with youths. That's an argument that Dave made.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
Just say bringing it in.
again, I'm not trying to make it one of those things. But if we're trying to deal with everything in a logical, moral sense, it's like, well, okay, that's still wrong, but where do you draw the line?
Yeah, well, it's a good thing they took morals out of the equation time ago, fam.
Say again.
I said it's a good thing they took morals out of the equation time ago, fam.
Oh yeah, fam. Morals, please.
Morals.
The only morals is the moral clause in your contract where if you do some shit, we can fire you, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Morals.
What's that? Moral? Is that a flower? I think I've heard of those. They're extinct now, right?
You know when you spell something wrong on the phone, it's like, did you mean coral? Did you mean oral? Did you mean floral? Like, what did you mean? You know what I mean? Oh, what's that?
Like morale, like, you know, when people feel good. And what's that?
Google didn't find any searches for moral. Google's showing you searches for morale instead.
When it comes to identification aspect, we have to understand that there's 4 laws of truth. There's the visual truth, which is that which can be seen. There's the feeling of truth, which is that can be felt, experienced. Like, you can see the phone in your hand, but you can't see the feeling of the phone in your hand. And you can feel the phone in your hand, but you can't see the feeling. Vice versa. And the auditorial aspect of life, which is a sound. Everything has a sound. Even silence has a sound. When you get cut, it has a sound. When people talk, which means value, importance. And then you have step by step, everything is timed, cyclical. There's a beginning, there's a first, second, third, fourth, fifth time cycle. So they're saying that people are identifying as anything. No, that's not true. People are putting sound, they're valued. What you see, you cannot change. If you see a man, that's a man, but they don't want you to say that that's a man. That's the sound. That's not the vision.
Yeah, which I get in like the metaphysical sense. I fully hear, man, in it. I think like on a much, not to simplify it, because I don't want to say like he was overcomplicating it. I don't think he was, but like in a much more simple context, it's the concept of what you said. Like if you see something that you identify as, let's say, a man, but that person says, I don't identify as that. We're in a place now where, because we have to allow everybody to quote unquote live their truth, I can't now make an argument against that person saying like, nah, bro, you a man, because that makes me bigoted. Do you get what I mean?
No.
But they're allowed to impose their identification upon me. Do you get what I mean? And I'm not saying that you should or you shouldn't be able to do that, but I'm just saying it creates this paradox where a teacher gets fired because she refuses to say that this cat is a kid, because her experience, her understanding, she's lived, this teacher's how old she is and shit, she's lived the life in a context that she's lived it. And that the kid's a cat, sorry. And it's like this kid saying, no, I'm a cat. She might just identify that as this kid just like acting out in class or just trying to be funny.
Yeah, or trying to make commotion or something.
Do you get what I mean? Trying to disrupt the class potentially, because in her years of teaching, that's probably what's happened. Like kids do some dumb shit to make their friends laugh, and you know what I mean? Yeah, and now she lost her whole job because it was like, nah, bro, you can't tell that kid that he's not a cat. Like, you can't do that. Do you get what I mean? And I think... I know I say this every week in it, but the Bible is an allegory. Do you get me? There's a verse in there that says, like, in the last days and shit, like, good will be called bad and bad will be called good. Do you get what I mean? And people get praised for doing terrible shit and chastised for doing the good thing and shit. And it's like everything will be opposite day, as they call it. And I don't want to... Because I understand that there are people in the world that feel some sense of liberation in all of this. And, like, I have no problem with that. I think if your liberation has to come on the back of somebody else's subjugation, then you're not really being liberated.
That's not true liberation.
Yeah, do you get what I mean? Like, you're just subjugating someone else to the suffering that you've done because you're in a position to do it now. i.e., when these different communities come out and, you know what I mean, bully people and take checks away from people and all this sort of shit because, or you said something we didn't like, or you tweeted something that we didn't like, and everybody has the
you
right
talked
to not
about
like
some
shit.
people that we like.
You know what I mean? Everybody has the right to not fuck with some shit. Do you get what I mean? You can't take that away from people. But when people are calling for people to have their kids taken away from them and they money taken away from them and their way of living and shit, it's like, brother, like, what is this? You know what I mean? And I've been in fact, you know what? I'm sure Stereo has a couple buzzwords on there. Like, I'm sure there's a couple buzzwords on Stereo. If you say that, bro, they just hit the flat line on your signal, innit? So I won't get into that. But them man that Ye and Kyrie was beefing with you, like,
oh yeah, no, don't even listen.
yeah.
Well,
That's what's in the Alphabet Mafia. To be fair, bro, with the Alphabet Mafia, you can at least say some shit, and then they gonna do some outrage shit. them other dons, bro, they just cut the lights and the water off. You know what I mean? Like
one time, fam, ain't no outrage, fam.
And they cut off your neighbor's water too, bro, just in case you try and ask him for water. I'm like, no. And the thing that I find so fucked up with all this shit is like when niggas say like, yo, these people do these things, and then as a reaction, those people do those things. Why is it like, not that you can't say it, because I get that they have some people have an agenda in it, but it's like, I find it strange when people find that hard to digest. It's like me saying, oh, yo, if I fucking stand in front of Will, he's going to punch me in the face. And then I stand in front of Will, and he punches me in the face. And the people go to me, but how could you stand in front of him, though? How could you do that? You're so... Like, you made the choice to stand in front of him. You chose to... And it's like, wait.
Even iller still, they'll be like, what? Will punch you? Nah, that wasn't a punch, friend. That was a push with his knuckles on the back of his hand. This guy punched.
Yeah, Will would never do that. Like, the fact that you even think that's insane.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? That's
how dare you cancel him.
And that's when they start calling you anti stuff and neo stuff, and you know what I mean? That's when they start calling you all these different things, bro. Again, we've had this conversation so many times, but the fact that a company that was built by Nazis can tell anybody that they're anti-Semitic is insane, brother. Do you get what I mean? It's like, bro, even if I am, fam, you niggas can't tell me that. Do you get what I mean? That's like a man that beat his husband trying to tell you like how to manage a relationship. It's like, nigga, even if you right, bro, you can't tell me that. Like, you know what I mean? You can't say that to me, bro. Like, dance a yard before you dance abroad. You know what I mean?
That's a dance a yard. That's right, fam. Can't just be out here, fam.
And again, like I said, bro, my thing is, if someone come out and say some fucked up shit about black people, yeah, and then black people get outraged and like I get it. I'm not mad at anybody not fucking with some shit that people do. But when there's a calculated collective effort to be like, nah, bro, we gonna fuck you, fam. Like Ice Cube said, with no Vaseline, bro. Like, we gonna fuck you, bro. Like, and that nigga, yeah, bro, he was screenshotting text. It's like, bro, look at what this nigga is sending me, fam. This guy's supposed to be a trainer, fam. Look at the shit this nigga sending me, bro. This man telling me he's gonna get me reinstitutionalized and put in a medical home, and I'm never gonna be able to come. Like, bro, look what these men are saying to me, bro, and they telling me they don't run shit. Yeah. What we talking about? And this was just a side little note, and I don't want to get into the year shit. Like, I don't want to get into that, but. I thought, I don't know if you know, like, that whole story about when you're saying the trainer threatened to get him, like committed and all that sort of shit. But he kept using this term, Hollywood trainer, which I thought was really interesting. He didn't say, like, a fitness coach or, like, you know, coach. What do they call it, like a personal trainer. The term he kept using was Hollywood trainer.
Yeah,
and I just thought that was interesting.
You know what I mean? Yeah. That's kind of mad. But
it was just very
those would be
interesting
like
to.
their handlers, isn't it? Those would be like their
Who knows,
heroes.
bro? Who knows, bro?
Well,
You
I
know what's
mean,
sick as well? Do you
two
know
and
what's
two
sick?
makes four every time they said, I
Every
think, right?
time.
I'm pretty sure. So yeah, that's their handlers, right?
See? And you know what's sick, yeah? Like, and this isn't no conspiracy shit. This isn't no like Hotep shit. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to do none of that. This is, you can research this, innit? But Hollywood was actually started by Jewish people. Like, I'm not
Oh,
trying to be
yeah.
fucked when I say that. Like, that's true. They wouldn't cast Jewish actors and actresses in certain things, so they basically formed a collective and started creating their own film, and like they literally created it.
Yeah,
So is it crazy to say
as
that
the
somebody
story goes.
owns something that they created? Is that the wildest thing to say? Maybe it's the connotation. Maybe it's the connotation of
Yeah,
there being
nah,
this
it's
evil group of people that, you know. But my nigga, if there's an evil group of people, then why? You know what I mean?
why we can't warn everybody from.
Bruh. I want
Because
everyone
it's
to go and Google. Everyone should go and Google the plight of Sudanese and Ethiopian people in Israel. Just Google Sudanese people or Ethiopian people, Israel, and just look at some of the stuff that comes up. And then ask yourself if somebody were to say, well, hold on a second, you said I said something that was offensive and da-da-da-da-da, but look at how you treat people that look like we in your place, but you want us to like have this sort of thing where we don't talk bad about you, or we don't like listen.
yeah,
I've been
they weren't reverence.
yeah, like I've been listening to this. You've heard of Charleston White, I'm sure, innit?
Yeah.
I love
That guy.
really intelligent, ignorant niggas. Like, I think they're the funniest people on earth. Like, they should all be stand-up comedians because they're intelligent enough to say some real shit, but they're ignorant enough to just be fucking hilarious. Do you get what I mean? And this is this Charleston White guy, and he was talking about shit because he's the sort of guy, he goes around saying like, fuck this rapper and fuck that rapper, and even if the rapper died, I don't care.
Yeah,
Fuck them.
all that.
And
All that.
so they kind of, you know, I was just like this clubhouse thing, and they were talking to him about it and saying like, yo, how can you say all this and say all that? And it was like, yo, these are the rappers, because he said something about Young Thug and them as well. It's like, don't free them. I hope they put them under the jailhouse. Don't free none of them. Fuck all them niggas. I hope they die and rot in jail. Like,
All that.
and they're like, how could you say that? Da-da-da-da-da. And he was like, yo, these niggas have done nothing but terrorize black communities. They've committed murder, they've stolen, they've committed crimes, they've sold drugs to. They have destroyed the fabric of the black community in the area that they're in. They've done nothing but wreak havoc and then go on songs and brag about it. Fuck all of them niggas.
Lock them away forever and ever. Amen.
Do you get what I mean? And again, the thing about internet stuff that's funny.
At the same time, he was doing an interview with some DJ, saying DJU or something.
Right.
Or what they got into a heated argument about. Pulled a gun on my friend.
He pulled a Glock on that nigga,
like
innit?
Yeah. Like the fuck. So how you out here talking all this shit about, niggas need to stop killing each other, but you gonna pull a gun on them, my friend, because you're having a heated argument.
But this is why I like
shit.
this is why I like the guy though, and I don't agree with a lot of the things he says. Like, I think that's a misconception as well. Like, you can, I appreciate people who are willing to talk truth to power, even if they're wrong. I appreciate people who are willing to give honest perspectives that may not be the most friendly, because in this day and age, we don't have a lot of people that are willing to tell the truth in it, that are willing to just say something honest. A lot of people want to please the crowd and fit in and say whatever the cool people are saying. And like, whether you agree, disagree, this is the thing I always say about Trump or about Ye or about anyone. It's like, whether you agree or disagree, I appreciate anyone who's willing to put their neck out to really say something. And if you feel they're wrong, debate them, bro. You know what I mean? Like, if me and you have a debate about something, and I genuinely feel like you're wrong, like genuinely, I'm going to do my best to try and give you information that you don't have. Now, if you choose to embrace that or not, that's not up to me. But I'm not going to be shook to say to you, nah, I think you're wrong, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like, how else do you grow? How else do you get more information? Iron sharpens iron. Do you get what I mean? But iron doesn't sharpen iron by patting the iron on the back. It has to fucking grind and fucking the sparks fly and all that sort of shit. It's a violent act when iron sharpens iron. But that's how you get sharper. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, I appreciate anyone who's willing to give an honest opinion, even if it's not favorable. And again, when my man, because he had a whole thing with Whack 100, who's another ignorantly entertaining guy, like, and the whole thing, like, and I have to say this, like, just listening to a conversation, he did wash Whack. Like, he really got Whack the fuck out of it because his point was just
he more of a talking guy, fam. Do you know what I mean?
But Whack is good at like manipulating conversations and shit though. Like he's like, again, I listen to all these ignorant niggas on Clubhouse and shit. It's just entertaining to me, and it like all the niggas
that's the thing about Charleston White, do you know what I mean? Against Whack, he was always going to win, fam. Because Whack can manipulate the thing, but like that guy can talk, bro.
But Charleston White can talk, bro, and his point is going to be his point. You're not going to be able to swerve him off it because again, and I've noticed with other stuff that Whack does, like if he's quote unquote losing a debate, he'll throw something out there like a Hail Mary to like distract you so you get caught up in some other shit. So say you debating with him, the sky is blue, and he says, nah, it's green, and you bodying him. Whack could be like, yeah, but yo, didn't you catch like a rape charge a couple years ago though? Yeah, you didn't talk about that though, did you? You ain't gonna talk about that though. It's like he'll throw something out there to try and just fuck somebody up in their steps in it, like just so they're like, instead of arguing the actual point, now they trying to say, I'm not, fuck you, Whack, I'm gonna pull up and, you know what I mean? And that's how he usually gets, man. And what I noticed in the conversation with Charleston White is like Whack tries to throw about a good 4 things at him, and Charleston White, almost like his eyes rolled in the back of his head, just bombarded his way through all of it, bro. It's like, nah, nigga, fuck all that shit you talking about. And you like, and trigger warning, because it's not funny, but the context of the conversation, these two niggas were just hilarious in the conversation. Charleston White made a point about the game, and he was basically saying, Whack's talking all the shit, but his artist is a rapist. Like, his artist raped a girl, and then fucking that whole shit that happens, right? And Whack is basically trying to say, like, nah, he's capping, he's lying, So they're going through it. Charles is saying, yeah, there's paperwork, bro. Like, listen, this is all public information. Y'all can go fight. Like, he's killing him, innit? Whack just come out of nowhere, says, like, nah, but ain't you a rapist, though? Just out of nowhere, bro. He didn't react to it the first time. Charlie just kept going, just kept plowing through. You know what I mean? And Watt kept trying to go back to that, because I think there was a previous, but like in some interview that he must have done, Charleston White basically spoke about when he was a kid, like him and his brethren, they would like run trains on like white girls their age. So say they're all like 7, 8, 9, 10. They would run trains on like the 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old girls. And he said, obviously, he grew up in like a fucked up situation. Like, you know what I mean? Just, it was fuckery around him, and they thought that was some cool shit. And he says, but as an adult, I realized that's rape, bro. Like, even though we didn't hold anybody down or anything, like that's rape, innit? And we just thought that was normal and da-da-da-da-da. So Wack like tried to bring that up in it to say like, oh, you said that you raped white girls, da-da-da-da-da. And Charleston White, God bless his soul, is like, yeah, we did that when we were kids. We did that when we were kids. Game was a grown ass man, nigga. Talk about that. Yeah, we were kids doing fuck shit, nigga. We were kids. Game was a grown ass man doing rape. You telling me that Game as a grown ass man without his money doing the same shit to me as a little boy when I 5-year-old, nigga? And you defending that nigga? Oh, Charleston, but that southern shit is just so funny, bro, when they get into that pattern like that. Southern Americans and Jamaicans, brother, when they cuss you, fam, oh my God.
They got
comedy gold.
They got a way of going about it, fam.
Just
And it will
the way
get,
that they
and it will hit.
manipulate words and shit, blood, it's different, fam. Like,
It will hit.
I was a little bitty boy, nigga. I was a little bitty boy. We doing fun shit because we grew up in a hellhole because a nigga like you. Because the niggas that so dope, our parents were fucked up because we on dope and we fucking
Yeah,
each other because we fucked up,
goddamn.
nigga. But you a grown ass nigga, rape a little girl, nigga. Oh my gosh, man. Like,
Oh my god.
it's just like, but I say all of that to say, like, with just a lot of the shit that we saying and stuff, I think it's really important to identify shit. You see how even Emperor was saying before, just about like regulations in the body and stuff like that. I think we live in a time where we don't regulate ourselves well, and we allow people to do all sorts of fuck shit in some weird attempt to regulate themselves. So, say if someone says they're depressed, rather than trying to get to the real source of that, we just like, oh, well, that's okay. And here's some medication that'll make you feel better. And, you know, if you just need to be sad and lay down, that's all right. And, you know, and fucking go on YouTube, bro, and type in depressed pianos, bro, and see the shit that comes up with millions of hits, bro. People go online to search out their sadness, fam. People are addicted to their sadness, bro. No one's really looking for actual solutions, because actual solutions force you to look in the mirror at yourself. You get me? The reason I don't mind talking about fucking feeling shit about myself and feeling not great is because I'm willing at all times to look at myself and be even the fucked up version of me, be honest about that. Because in honesty, there can be growth. You can do something with honesty. But a lot of people, man, they just placate the problem, and you know what I mean? We guilty of that to a degree, but man can at least say that, yeah, I'm doing that. Do you get what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm doing that. You know what I mean? A lot of people can't even be that honest with themselves. Hold on. We've got like 3 voice notes here. All right, one sec. I'm just going to play them all. One sec.
Yeah, that's the idea. They don't want you to put the value to it. Value is important. So if you see a truck, how do I know that you see a truck? You have to say that you see the truck, because I don't know it until you put sound to it. Visually, I can see that it's a truck, but you can call it a truck or airplane or anything, but there's no law saying what you can and cannot call something. But they try to strip you of your ability to call things what you call them, or in other words, value it the way that you value. They're trying to control the value system. No one has no control over the vision. When you see something, what you see is what you see. What you communicate it as is the only thing that can be shared. So that's what they're trying to control, the value system. They can't control identity, what something looks like. Identify that's the visual. They're trying to control the value system, what you speak on. No one can tell you what to say.
Y'all ain't about to come for us Southern Black Americans now.
Oh no. No, we supporting you.
No, we fucking with it, Eva. We fuck with it, man. I'm saying I love that shit, man. You heard me? Like, I love that shit. We in the UK, you know what I mean? I love that shit, bro. Like, I said Southern Black Americans and Jamaicans, fam. The way that they smooth with their words, the way that they slur their shit, the twang on their shit is fire, man. It's fire, you know what I mean?
Ooh, get me a bottle of water. I'm about to smoke my Henry a weed.
That's the Henry Reed one from that one. That one did it, fam. How do you even know?
Yo, Americans love that bottle of water. They love that word, innit? They love
the easiest word, fam.
Nah, I'll tell you the truth though. Like, even when you go down to London and shit, like we in the UK, innit? And even sometimes the way I hear some of them talk, it's like, fucking hell, bro. Like, I hate fam. You know what I mean? Relax, bro. Do you get what I mean? So, nah, I hate you. If you from America, we probably sound, our accent is probably mad. You know how, like, we clown, like Drake and the Canadians and shit for, like, their version of the Mandem thing, because it just seems like a weird version of our thing. I'm sure the Americans look at our thing the way that we look at their thing, innit? Like,
probably, fam.
But nah, to be fair though,
the original thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, to be fair though, I think a lot of the stateside people, they fucking with the UK thing a lot more now. Like a lot of American people say "man them" now. that's something that I've picked up just like online shit. Like a lot of people, like I see like, and mans as well. I see mans a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of them say mans now and man them and like
all that, fam.
Shit like that.
Yeah, they do, fam.
Yeah.
They've been down, fam.
Yeah.
They've been messing with the thing, fam.
Trust me.
I didn't know Mans was from the UK. That's interesting.
Yeah,
see, you be taking our sauce, you don't even know. You see, it's not just bottle of water. You know what I mean? We got sauce inside. You get what I mean? You have to let us live a little bit, either. You get me? Like, now all that shit that Drake be trying to do, like the real G, that's an England thing in it, like the Wagwan, like all of that, like
all that.
Yeah. And again, I could give more credit to Jamaica, but it's UK. It's UK slang in it. Because UK is influenced by like Africa, the Caribbean, like all them sides where people migrate and shit. Yeah. See, that's the mad thing. Even that with America. You see how Eva just said like, don't be saying stuff about us Black Americans. Like in England, like you don't get like, all right, you do, but Black English is a thing, but it's not the same as Black American.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing on a form.
Yeah,
but not like when you're talking and shit. Not like
put it this way, anyone that we would call Black English, anyone that we would call Black English would be like, what's his name in the Boondocks? Dubois, the light-skinned lawyer. Like, we would call niggas like that Black English, like bounty in it, like black on the outside. What like it's like a derogatory thing. You know what I mean? Like if like Black people in the UK, like you from Africa, like if someone asks you where you from, it's like you're gonna be from Zim or from Jamaica or from Uganda or from Ghana or from St. Kitts. Like you don't say like I'm Black English, like the same way you guys say Black American. It's different, innit? But then it's the slavery thing. And Eva, relax. I'm not calling you niggas slaves. I'm not doing that. Your family, Eva. Don't relax, innit? I'm just saying because of like the fuckery of slavery and shit where they took a bunch of people to a place and essentially robbed them of like their ancestral heritage. They can't even say like, oh, I'm from here or from there. The way like it's different for like our generation of UK Black, where they like our parents migrated here, innit? You know what I mean? And even for you, like you migrated, you get what I mean? So it's like it's a whole different experience. Oh shit! I see Taff in the building as well.
Yeah, my guy. What you say?
Yeah, big up to Taff Sinzara. You know what I mean? When I was doing the solo pod last week, Taff tapped in as well. You know what I mean? I was telling him like, yo, tell your brother call me. Tell your bro call me. But no, big up Taff always for tuning in. Let's see what you were saying.
I got cool with this British girl, and she kept saying taking the piss. I don't know what the fuck she was saying for the longest time. Like, he's really taking the piss. She's really taking the piss. What they doing with the piss? Where they going with it? Now I understand it, but still.
That's jokes. That's funny, but you know why? Because an American person is gonna think of actual piss in it, like urine. You get what I mean? So they're like, wait, like, why is she talking about pee for? Like, what's wrong with this bitch? You know what I mean? Like, nah, that's an everyday thing. Hearing it, taking the piss from. That's everyday.
Yeah, nah, that's
everyday. Like,
that's Mags. Everybody does, fam.
Yeah, bro. Ask anybody, fam. Anybody this like UK side. It's like, oh, how you work people are, they take the fucking piss, man. Like, yeah, that's regular. I'm trying to think of some weird shit that they say now, though, because Americans say some weird shit, fam. Like, I'm trying to think of the shit that they say. Y'all say some fire shit too, but y'all say some weird old shit. Like fanny pack annoys me in it. I know that's like a reach, but fanny pack, like it's not just it's a man bag, bro. Like, or like a bag. Do you get what I mean? Or like, and they call like the arse the fanny. Like, what kind of shit is that, bro? Like, you know what I mean?
They got
What
it
do you mean?
backwards. It's the other way
Like,
around.
yeah, it's the other way around. The fanny's at the front, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like, you know what I'm talking about, bro? You know what I mean? I remember, I think it was like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air I was watching when I was younger and shit. And I think it was Uncle Phil said something like that. He said like, oh yeah, something like my fanny. And I was like, yo, Uncle Phil did not just say his fanny, blood. No way, bro. Because like, my brain didn't conceptualize it. And like, I had to realize like, oh shit, nah, they in Bel-Air, in it. They not in Croydon, fam. Sorry, my bad. You know what I mean? But like,
Yeah. Funny the differences in it.
yeah, like these niggas drive on the wrong side of the road and shit. Do you know what I mean, bro? Like their thing is whole like all the way different, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. But then
They
some
be
places
calling
in Europe
fucking,
drive on the wrong side as well, fam.
yeah, but they all wrong in it. Ignorant shit. They wrong and we right.
Oh,
Fuck them, bro. You know what I mean? Fuck them, bro.
I mean, the rest of the world is they're all
Trust
it's
me.
all done what they do, fam. It works better.
But that's what like countries like England and America do, though, innit? Like it's like America with the World Cup. Like the entire world is watching the World Cup, innit? And America just like, bro, we call it soccer. Fuck it. Like they just don't care. Like, we don't give a fuck.
In Football Association.
Football, fam. Because ain't no game called football that you play with your hands, bro. You know, because you know what we would call it? Handball, my nigga. Like,
handball. Oh, rugby.
How you niggas call it football? That's rugby, the arrogance of Americans, in it. That's the full arrogance of Americans, bro. We gonna take the name of your shit, bro, and not even play it that way. Fuck it.
Nah. We gonna play what you call rugby and call that as football. That's what we
call that football, bro. You know what I mean? Just run it. Just run it. Nah. You know what Americans do, bro?
Nah,
they take the piss. You know what
I mean? Yeah, honestly, it is kind of odd. It's a unique experience to be a Black American just because nobody really wants to claim you when you're a Black American. Like, America doesn't really want to claim you. You know, you could say you're African American, you know, we can culturally call ourselves that, but it's not respected in the same right. And for me, like I did my ancestry DNA and I'm mostly Nigerian and Ghanaian, but I couldn't call myself Nigerian American because I'm a Black American.
My dear, you are Nigerian and you're Ghanaian. You should claim that shit. Do you know how much they want you guys to come home? Please, come home. That's what they're telling you.
Yeah, Eva, see, I understand, like, in the corporate world and shit, you gotta, I understand, I get that in it, like, jobs and stuff. But, yo, in your day-to-day, fam, you don't tell people you're a Black American. Fuck America, nigga. They do nothing for us but enslave us and treat us shit. Fuck America, dog. You Nigerian, and what else you say, Ghanaian?
Ghanaian.
You Nigerian and Ghanaian. You know how beautiful that is? Round of applause again, fam. Because, hey, listen, Black Queen, America ain't gonna do nothing but treat you poorly anyway. America ain't gonna do nothing but degrade you and make you feel less valuable than you is. So fuck America. Fuck England too. That's why we don't call ourselves Black English, because fuck England, but like we from what we from. We just here trying to, you know what I mean, do what we gotta do and shit. But fuck them, bro. You Nigerian and you Ghanaian, Eva. You hear that? Cool. You still gotta give us the southern, you know what I mean, the southern slur and shit. We still want that. Yeah. Apart from that, and the grits, and chopped and screwed, and Atlanta, you know what I mean?
And Atlanta.
And Beyonce, and Travis Scott. You know what? The Black South has got like a lot of fire shit in it, like when you think about it. Yeah, they had Pimp C and shit, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
From early family.
You know what? All right, let's do this as two people that have never lived in America. Huh?
Do you remember like Paul Wall and shit?
Paul Wall, yeah.
Right.
Fuck it all.
Like,
I remember when Jay-Z.
Tennessee's in the South, right?
Tennessee South, I believe so.
South, right? Yeah.
All of anything that sounds like it's got a bit of like sauce to it is in the South. Like any name that sounds a bit like, they sound like the people from Tennessee it sounds like a vibe in it. Like it sounds like Hennessy. You know what I mean? It just sounds like a vibe.
Is Nelly even from Tennessee? Why do I think that? I don't even know why I thought that.
Nelly the rapper,
yeah, Nelly the rapper.
I think Nelly's from down south. I don't know if it's Tennessee, but I know he's down south. Not Nelly Furtado, no.
And I did the same thing.
St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis, Missouri. That's in Texas. It says here it was born in Texas.
I see origin St. Louis, Missouri.
His about on Nelly.net says he was born in Austin, Texas.
Either way, it's the downside, innit? It's the downside shit.
Yeah.
It's the downside shit. You know what? You know what's even madder? I'm gonna go back to. In fact, let me play these voice notes. Oh, this is good, man. See, we'll come back and we get voice notes galore, bro. See, this is what I like, man. Come on, bro. You know what I mean?
Come on.
Ain't nobody going around here saying fanny unless you're like a 6-year-old white person. We say ass. We say cakes, cheeks, yams, bro.
Obviously, we know you don't say fanny in it, but you know how you lot think that we drink tea and eat crumpets? It's the same shit in it. It's the same shit. Like, no one out here eat crumpets and shit, apart from...
Fam, do you know what's peak about that stereotype that you just named there, fam? I'm thinking of tea right now, fam. So, yeah, in that sense...
This is why I like people that can be contradictions from. I like that, bro. Because, it's a stereotype. But sometimes the stereotype might be right, bro. Like, it's a stereotype for a reason, isn't it? Shit.
Hey, man, I'm not talking about this. This shit is delicious, fam. I like this shit, fam.
See, I only drink, like, herbal teas and shit. Like, when I was younger, I used to be into, like, English teas, shit like that. But now it's just strictly herbal shits, man. Both ways.
No, we have rugby too. I played rugby in college. It's just different. Football is not rugby. Come on now.
You played rugby in college?
But
are you hench, yeah?
That's very cool.
Oh, Eva might be built like a linebacker, you know. And that's with all love, Eva. Still, even if you is, we still love you, girl. You know what I mean? But rugby is definitely a strong person sport. I don't play rugby. You know what I mean? Like,
you can be small and play rugby, fam. You can be like a winger or something. Do you know what I mean? I forgot what all the positions are. It's a little running guy, fam.
Bro, I hear you, but I'm telling you that a small girl is not playing no rugby as no winger. I'm telling you, this is a fact, bro. It's never gonna happen. Either you know them down south girl. You know the down south women. Let me start saying girls. The down south women, bro. You know they built, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you know they. What did Meg say? Body oddy, bro. That was like a 4-bar, fam. Body oddy. That was 4 bars, fam. That was all for the women down south, bro. It's like, yeah, and they all felt that shit, fam. You know what I mean? How can you put your hands on your knees and shake ass on your thought shit if you ain't bodied, bro? Like you have to have certain to, you know what I mean? Otherwise, like coil ring, you know what I mean? Like it's a mad thing.
Bruh.
Bro, when there's something fucked about me, though, fam. You know something fucked about me? There is something that I find cute about, though. Like, I can see that she looks like a little alien, but there's something about her I do think. Like, I'm not even gonna cap, bro. There's something about her. I'm like,
I agree, fam. I'm not
she cute, fam. Like, she a cutie, innit? Even my girl made fun of me for that shit, and I'd be like, like don't cuss coy in it. Like she a cutie, fam. I know that she fucking her rib cage is showing, like I know in it, but she a cutie, man. Let her live.
Leave her be, fam. Do you know what I mean?
Let the big-bodied, beautiful women live, and let the little itty-bitty committee live too, man. We love women, man. We want all y'all to live. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. And everything in between, live.
And everything in between. Do you get me? Because whatever your body type is, there is a, let me not even say man, it's 2022 in it. There is a whatever you want to identify as something for you in it.
I think y'all kind of missing what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know, like I've had conversations, at least Africans in America make like a very big distinction about not being African American. And if you're an American that claims that you're African, they will shut you down and they will make like a huge divide about it. So I don't know. And one explained it as like he felt like African Americans had such like a unique lineage. Like, you know, my family's been in this country for like 10, 15 generations, right? So it's like, to some extent, it's really not the same as if like, you know, my parents were like fresh from Nigeria. But it's like, it's just different. It's different. So I'm open to it. I'm open to traveling there and seeing like what heritage would look like and perhaps seeing like some distant cousins. But it's an odd time to be alive.
You know what I think? I think it's the conditioning in it. It's the conditioning, like, because she's right. You know, like where I first noticed that, and again, I was younger still, but when Barack was running, because I remember there was the whole thing, like his dad was African in it. I remember there was this whole thing. There was like this African. I don't know if it was like a church person or if he was like some political person. I don't know. He was just like an African dude in a suit on the news, innit? And he was basically saying like, he was like, see, like we export presidents to your countries. I'm not going to do the African accent because it's not going to I'm going to sound like a dickhead, you get what I mean? But he was like, we export presidents to your country. You know, you've been here for 40 generations and you've not done anything, but we export presidents to you. And like, nah, she's definitely right. Like, there's definitely a distinction where they're like, we not y'all. You niggas was slaves, bruh. Like, we not y'all.
Yeah,
but then that comes from conditioning, though. That comes from a condition where once upon a time where African people migrated to these places, they were treated shitty. So even people who identified as like Black American, they would treat African people fucked up because there's a clear cultural difference. Do you get what I mean? And if you're being honest, bro, like the Black American, the concept of that is like a brand new race when you think about it in the scope of the world. Because it's people that were taken away from their culture and language and spiritual practices and all this sort of shit, and then put in another place where other shit was enforced upon them. And then within that, they've kind of made their own thing out of that. Do you get what I mean? As opposed to like, you're from Zim, innit? You can look at your family lineage, the history of Zim, like there's a very clear defined purpose, calling, like there's a, because you know your lineage in it. You speak Shona, fam, like you're connected to your mother tongue, like you understand on a different level, like the cultural creation that you come from. With a lot of Black Americans, we said, like, you essentially have to send in your bodily fluid to a company owned by white people, and then they're going to send you a letter or a text a couple weeks or whatever after, and then they're going to give you some countries on there. Ultimately, Eva only knows Nigeria, Ghana, because somebody that worked for a white company said that. And I'm not dissing it. I'm not discrediting it. I'm just saying, like, there's no immediate cultural, like, lineage where Eva can go, your mums or grandma or great grandma, or you know what I mean, where like tell me about our history, because their history was muddied and they were kind of forced to restart, you know what I mean, like
the thing of it is actually visiting there and actually like being there, like you'll feel it.
Because Eva would definitely get embraced if you go to Africa, in it. Like they would fuck with you if you go out there, in it.
It's not something that's like speakable. You get back to where, you know, it's people that I guess look like you.
Yeah.
And like the atmosphere in most of the countries that I've been in Africa is much the same. Nobody's rushing for anything. There's no rush at all. Everybody's moving, hustling, getting their shit. You know what I'm saying? But there's no rush. And it's something different, fam. It's not a speakable thing, fam. Everybody's so welcoming. Even people that ain't got shit will bring you to, you know what I'm saying? They'll invite you over, come have dinner, or.
And like again, I don't know what it's like in like offsides. Even again, I would refer, but if someone said where you from, I'd be like, yeah, my fam from Jamaica, innit? But even say the times I've gone to Jamaica, like they call me English boy. You know what I mean? Like they were like, "What? Look at English." You know what I mean? But then in England, bro, they don't see me as English. But you know what I mean? Like I'm not them. It's the same thing I always describe. Like again, for people in the UK, I'm from Leeds originally, in it, and obviously moved down to Wolverhampton and stuff. And whenever I speak to anyone from Leeds side or from whatever, they always tell me, "You sound like you from Wolverhampton. Like you ain't got a Leeds accent, you got a Wolverhampton accent." But to this day, bro, I've been in Wolves for like 10 years, bro. To this day, any people in Wolves I talk to, if they don't know me and shit, like, "You're not from round there, are you?" Like, nah. It's like, yeah, I can hear your voice. Like, you sound like you're from up north and that. Do you know what I mean? So it's like this weird in-between thing that like has an ensemblement to both sides, and that's what I feel like Black Americans are. Do you get what I mean? There's this weird half connection, but not full connection to like the lineage and I guess the trauma. You know what I mean? And like, it's an interesting thing. You know what I mean? When you look at Black American culture compared to like other cultures, even other Black cultures across the world, like it's just a very unique thing onto itself. Do you get what I mean? It's just a very unique thing. Like
it's and that's another point that I want to make as well. Is like, if you go over there, you'll realize like they love a few guys from every one of them countries got their own version of your accent, and that's like what the rich kids or the real posh kids speak and shit.
Yeah.
Every one of them got their own little version of the shit. They love a few guys.
Yeah, legit.
They wish you would come home from.
Legit. You ever go
I
like
don't know
over
about
them
the
sides?
people that go over there.
Right.
Like she was saying,
again, I remember
bumping to people over there and saying that like, oh, they make a clear distinction, but like, yeah, when the ones at home from,
yeah.
they dress like you guys.
And when they hear your accent,
shit.
they'll start going, "Yeah, man, yeah, man. You know what I'm saying, man?" Like they try to assimilate to your thing in it. Like, yeah. I definitely had that the last time I went to Jamaica and shit. Like a lot of "hey mans" and "yo mans," like because they hear the accent and they're just like, "Oh shit!" He's from foreign in it. Like he's not from around there. Like he's from, you know what I mean? It's just funny. It's just funny. Like. Yeah. So now, big up to you, Eva. Thank you so much for leaving voice notes and shit. Please continue to chime in and shit. You know what I mean? I would love for your bro to leave a voice note. I'd love for Taff to leave a voice note at one point, even if you just say hi or something.
Nah,
you know?
one day
If
you'll
not, Taff,
tap in, my bro.
yeah. If not, man, just continue to listen.
But
We appreciate you listening. And that, do you get what I mean?
I think he listening on the low key ones, fam.
Skiing. Yeah, and he trying to do us a solid because if someone's around and hear this, then you're gonna get in trouble. Do you know what I mean? So he trying to do us a solid. So you know what, Taffy, right?
That one.
Yeah. Oh snap! Well, I was gonna start the pod by saying the football's going on in it. Not soccer, but
soccer.
the football. You know what I mean? And I don't really give a fuck about the football, to tell you the truth. But you know what I mean? I've definitely found, like, even my mum's called me today, like my girl today. We were like, oh, let's watch the thing like this, because it was the Colonizer Cup final, bro. Played today. It was England versus America, bro. Like, you know, it was the Colonizer Cup final, bro. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, people tuning into that shit.
What it is, yeah. Usually, every World Cup, I'm in, fam. I'm checking the group stages. I'm looking at all the stats. I'm like seeing, oh yeah, man's going in. I'm doing this year, yeah. I'm like, oh, that's mad. Ah, these men are playing like that. That's mad.
Legit. Like, I even know there was a game on today, bro. My God was like, oh no, the game was like, what? But you don't even like when I play FIFA.
Yeah,
What are you
there's
talking
games
about? Like
every
the
day,
game?
fam.
You know,
Bro,
see?
I found out just the other day. There's games every day, fam.
But then, of course, in it, because it's the World Cup, because it's only like 2
I
weeks, in it. It's
know,
not
brother.
that long. Like, and I only know that because I used to be into ball. Do you get what I mean? But like you're right, fam. Like I didn't even realize, bro. It's like, oh shit, another game on, fam. Like I remember somebody asked me, like, when I was at work, someone was like, oh, didn't Argentina play or something? This is when they got beat by Saudi, I think. And I had just seen that on Twitter that they got beat by Saudi in it. So I was just like, oh, I think they played like yesterday or something like that, or the day before. Bro, they played like an hour ago. You know what I mean? I don't know them. I don't fucking know. Give a shit about the World Cup.
An hour ago, fam. No, I have a bittersweet, like I don't know, like a fact, I guess. Giroud, equaling Henry's record as France's all-time top goal scorer, fam.
Oh, that's dead. I don't like that.
That's
I don't like
cool
that
for him. Cool for him, but fam, I bet Henry's pissed, fam. It's like, what?
Nah, legit. See, that's another way we use pissed in it. Like, even we're not talking about urine. Like, you're just really annoyed. You get what I mean? Like, because to be honest, fam, out of all the strikers to equal Henry's record, Giroud, blood. Olivier Giroud, fam. Really? You mean the guy that flopped to Arsenal and then went to Chelsea, bro? Him. He beat Henry's record.
Bro, he's going in, though. Honestly,
listen, he's not a shit footballer. Yeah, I actually think he's underrated. Like, I actually think he's underrated as a baller. But still, bro, like, nah, I ain't taking no white man side over no black man side. Fuck that, bro. Nah, I don't care. Nah, I don't care, bro. Just fuck it, bro. Fuck that, bro. Like. And I still say black people can't be racist. How about that? How about that?
Hey.
Oh shit, man!
Difficult to do something you do not make, fam.
Bro, again, I remember we had a conversation before, so we won't even get into it like that again. But it's as simple as this, yeah. The definition of racism is the mistreatment of someone on the sole basis of their race or belonging to a different culture or ethnicity. Black people don't deal with other people badly on the sole basis of the color of their skin. Black people don't do that. Now, black people can be prejudiced, they can be bigoted, they can be homophobic, you know what I mean? They can be sexist, they can be all of these things. I'm not saying that they can't be bad people, but by the mere definition, black people can't be racist. Because we embrace all, and always have done. In fact, to the detriment of black people. Do you get what I mean? Like, if black people fuck with anybody that's a different race, it's not on the sole basis of their race. It'll be because people that look like you have done fuck shit to people that look like us. That's why we don't fuck with y'all. We don't just not fuck with you because you don't look like us. But it's not like that the other way around. The example I always give, the one black family that lives in a white neighborhood will be fucked with for no other reason than because they're black. They could be the most lovely people that you don't, on the sole basis and nothing else that they black, they'll be fucked with. That doesn't happen to the only white family in a black neighborhood. It has never happened in the history of mankind. They might fuck with that family for other reasons, but not because they're white. Black people don't do that. So, yeah, that's just a quick recap for anyone who didn't hear the conversation me and Will had. Like, I just... Anyone that can make a better argument to me, I'm willing to hear it, but I've not heard it yet, you know.
Hey.
You know what I mean? Like, sometimes just hating it, sometimes just hating it. But fucking, speaking of the football thing though, yeah, have you caught up any of this Cristiano Ronaldo tomfoolery?
Oh, my friend. So, yeah, this is unrelated to the World Cup, but it's related to Ronaldo.
Okay.
So, my guy goes on Morgan Pierce and says, oh, yeah, nah, don't respect them, man. they don't respect me. So, you know what I mean? I think it's maybe time that I'll be out of it, fam. You know what I'm saying? I think, I can't continue to play at my best if these man won't respect man. And then the following week, his contract is terminated. Wow, just like that, yeah. And he's fined some few millions or whatever. But then at the same time, what's that young man's name? Greenwood.
Yes. Mason Greenwood
is on trial currently.
Something, bro. Yeah, something, fam.
Not even. He's suspended, I think. That's what it is.
They have essentially wiped him from the existence of football. Like, if you go on the Man United website, you're not going to see his player profile. Like, they literally just treat him like he never existed. Do you get what I mean? Which is mad.
But he's still on the contract, fam.
No, he's still got a contract with them, but you won't be able to find. If you go on their website and search his name, you won't find anything. Like, they've scrubbed him off everything. Do you get what I mean? Like,
liability, isn't it?
Liability, bro. And it's one of those ones with shit like this. I'll be honest with you, fam. And obviously, we don't know what's happened, but even if it come out that saying none of this shit is true, bro, like. The way that this thing is set up in football over here, bro, like, your footballing career is not going to be able to survive that, bro. What's the youth, the black youth from London who was always getting himself into shit? He played for Rangers at a point. Niall Ranger?
No, I'm not ringing. No, I'm not ringing.
It's Niall something. I know it's Niall. Yeah, Niall Ranger. See, we'll try gaslight me, fam, you see? Niall Ranger, yeah. But he was a footballer who was touted to be like one of the new rising stars. This was years ago, innit? But he just kept getting into like street shit and fuck shit, and he eventually caught an R charge, innit? And like, career over. Do you know what I mean? Career done. And it's just like, the Mason thing, if he comes out all clear, it will be very uncomfortable for them to put him back in the team. Not because his thing, it's just because that Scarlet R, bro, it's a big stain.
Yeah, it's
big, nasty stain to have on you.
He won't make it back. He won't make it back.
Yeah, it's... Bro, you can catch an M charge before you catch an R charge, bro, and people accept you back. If you catch an M charge and people can spin a narrative for you good enough, where it's like, you know what, I get it. People will embrace you, even if you call an M, fam. That R? Nah. Even if you didn't do it, it don't even matter now because people think you did it. Do you know what I mean? It don't even matter whether you did it or not now. Like, people think you did, and that's the end of it. Do you know what I mean?
Guy that they're gonna be like, isn't he the guy that? Ain't he the geezer that had?
Yeah. Wait, and people see his name, like, I know that name for some reason, you know, and then when it clicks, it's like, shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I think when I hit walls in conversations like these, just because I end up speaking with so many white people that swear they've experienced some sort of racism, at least in person, where it's like, oh, I got jumped once because I was white, or oh, some people have said things like this because I was white. And it's like, okay, but you don't exist in a system that oppresses you on the basis of being white. Like, so when we look at racial prejudice versus like racial oppression, I do think black people can be racially prejudiced. Anyone can, but I don't think black people can be racially oppressive because we don't have the systemic power to do so.
I think I said that though. I think I did say that. Like, black people can definitely be prejudiced, but by definition, they can't be racist. Fam. Like, that's what I think anyway. Like, and I have never seen any evidence of a black person being racist on the sole basis of racism. Now, I've definitely seen black people be like, listen, we ain't fucking with them white boys over there. But that's not because they don't like white boys. It's because there's a history of white boys fucking with niggas for no reason. And usually when shit hits the fan, they're going to believe the white boys instead of the niggas. Do you get what I mean? So there's stuff like that exists. But I have never been or heard of any scenario where black folk have been like, yo, let's go terrorize these white people because they're white. I've never come across that. Listen, anyone got the proof or the Evie? Drop a voice note, fam. I'm always open to being wrong, but nah. And here's the problem. Here's what fucks up white people. Yeah, this is what I realized. And also, quick side note, we say white people very loosely. As black people, we use the term white people very loosely. The same way that we use the term nigger very loosely, like where the word nigger has a lot of different connotations in it. And in the same way, the phrase white people has a lot of very different connotations. So when you're speaking to somebody that's Caucasian, yeah, that's a white person, and you say white people, naturally they associate that like, oh, you're talking about me. And the thing that I try to explain to people, which people don't really get, is like, okay, the people that Kyrie and Ye upset, yeah, you see, when they look throughout history, they can point and say, you see that guy called Adolf Hitler with the fucked up mustache? He was the guy that was oppressing us. If they want to go further back into the Bible times, they can be like, yo, the Pharaoh was oppressing us. Like, they have people and figures throughout history that they can point at and be like, that is the pinnacle of our oppression. Like, that's the symbol of our oppression. What white people don't understand is that white skin for black people is Hitler's mustache. The same thing that Hitler represents to the people that Ye and Kyrie upset is what white skin represents to black people. So when black people say white people, as confusing as it is, we're not really talking about most white people, because I always say black people cannot be racist, bro. We don't fuck with people because of the color of their skin. We're a loving, welcoming, embracing people. We welcome all. Hip-hop was built on that principle. We welcome all from any corner of life. You're welcome to this. If you fuck with us, we fuck with you. That's what black people come from. You get me? So like, when black people say white people have this defense thing that they go into where they want to let you know that they've been through things too. Nigga, fuck what you've been through, bro. Like, I'm black and I speak English and that's the only language I speak. I don't give a fuck about what you've been through, blood. Like, it's not the same thing. But saying that to a white person, they're not going to be able to openly embrace that, because to embrace that, you have to embrace all of the inherent privilege that comes with that, all of the inherent guilt that comes with that. And like, yeah, you know what? People that look like me are fucked over people that look like you for generations, and I didn't do that, but shit, I get it. And the reason why, the reason I always say you get white people that always push back on that shit, you know, the audacity of a white person to be upset with a black person for talking about race, like the audacity of that when you just break that down. But I think the reason for that is because, and again, if you want to say I'm prejudiced, I don't care, like, call me whatever you want to call me in it. But I think the nature of white people is, yo, if they did to us what we did to them, we would kill all of them niggas. Bruh, I think, bro, just in the nature, like, when they have their white meetings among themselves and they can speak freely and shit, and they be like, bro, listen, if we was enslaved and whipped on our backs, bro, we coming to kill all their kids, bro. We killing their mothers, we killing everybody, fam. No way, bro. And I think that's why there's this constant paranoia that's built into people where, like, black people are supposed to, they're violent and they're this and they're thugs and all this sort of bullshit. Do you get what I mean? They project that onto us. Because if you look throughout time, bro, throughout history, who have been the thugs to planet Earth? Who have been the people that have fucked with people for no reason and murdered and killed them and genocide them for no other reason than their own profit? It's not black people. And I'm not saying that black people haven't done that before the historians come out. I know black people sold other black people into slavery. And yes, I understand. I understand. What I'm telling you is the infrastructure that's been created this infrastructure wasn't created by us or for us. It's not FUBU. Do you get what I mean? It's not FUBU, bro. There's a very clear... Bro, it's the same thing as Kyrie and Ye talking the shit that they talking out. It's just like, bro, just look, fam. Just look at what's happening, bro. This is what they do, but when you say that, you... Man, you know, I've been doing a lot lately, and I'm trying to take more responsibility of it. I do find when I feel that somebody who, you know, is supposed to be on my side, on my peoples and stuff, if we get into some sort of weird territory like this, especially like around race, and I sort of see an ugly side to them, one of my, I want to call it a toxic trait, but one of my things that I do, I guess maybe to just alleviate maybe the feeling of like, oh, damn, I can't believe you're like that, is I like to crack jokes on niggas in it. Like that just, I just like cracking jokes about shit, because I think jokes and laughter is just a great way to learn, because in order for you to laugh, you have to get what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I keep wanting to crack jokes on a co-host that I had, just because I find like shit like that funny, but I'm trying to be better. But sometimes I have certain conversations. It's like, man, if niggas would just hear this shit, bro, like, bro, it's cool, fam. It's all right, bro. Like, just say you white, fam. It's fine, bro. Like, bro, listen, believe it or not, I knew you was white the whole time. And I know, bro. I'm like, it's cool, bro. Let's just be in it. But I'm trying to be better. I am trying to be better. Because I can definitely see one time you have this thing on loudspeaker and I get overheard in the yard and it's just mad chaos for me. Like, you know what I mean? We won't do that. What we're going to do instead is play a voice note from Eva.
Oof. This is why I struggle to date white people, because some of them, okay, they go one of two ways, right? Yeah. They either get really like defensive or like, oh, well, I can't do that either. Like, I was talking to one white dude, and I was like, you know, it kind of sucks as a Black American that I can't trace my lineage. You know, even records on slavery end at some point. And because, you know, Black people couldn't even get birth certificates here for a really long time. And he was like, oh, well, I don't know what my lineage is. And I was like, yo, my last name is a European last name. Like, it's different. And he just got quiet and started blushing and shit. Ew. Or it's like I was dating another white person and they kind of overdo it with the white guilt thing. And it's like, I'm not going to feel bad for you because you feel guilty about being white.
Yeah. I hate that shit, bro. When motherfuckers victimize themselves, fam. How Black people talking about trauma against Black people and you make it about you, fam. I hate that shit, bro. You're not a victim, fam. Just feel guilty in it. Like, just feel bad and feel fucked up, bro. But you're not a victim, fam. Fuck that, my nigga. That's like, again, a man that beats his wife, bro. And he somehow turns it like, yo, this is your fault. He said to his shorty, it's your fault I do this. And now you need to make me feel better about the fact that I hit you. Are you out of your mind, brother? You mad, fam. And this is the thing, like, what bothers me about shit like that is, like, you should be able to just talk about that. Because, again, if there was fucked up shit that Black people did, and I had a non-Black friend, it was like, yo, as a non-Black person, I'll tell you, yeah, it seems like Black people do this a lot, bro, and, like, that seems fucked up. And if I honestly am like, you know what, this nigga right, you know, I'd be like, yeah, bro, you right. You right, bro. Like, that is fucked up, bro. I tell you the truth. That is fucked up, bro. Like, it is. Like, I hate that weird where people almost make you feel bad for speaking on your experience as a Black person in the world. Because one thing that runs throughout all different types of cultures and societies, bro, is that all people of darker skin and complexion get treated worse, fam. No matter what language they speak, no matter what part of the world they're in, the climate, the rich, the poor, whatever, people of darker skin get treated poorer across all cultures. Do you get what I mean?
Part of the program in the Matrix, huh?
Do you get what I mean? Even to what Eva was just saying, how the white guy would be like, well, I can't trace my lineage either. It's like, bitch, I'm speaking English. The fuck you talking about? You can't trace your lineage? I'm Black and I only speak English, bro. It's not the same thing. We're not in the same boat, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like, and it's, but that's difficult for people to just be like, you know what? You're right. But I don't think it should be, because again, I don't equate the two. But I feel like the paradox between black and white, quote unquote, is a similar paradox between men and women. You know how there's like this constant kind of thing. And as someone who has like a loving woman in my life and shit, like when she's telling me certain shit from the perspective of a woman, even if I disagree, I try to take in what she's saying. Do you want to know why? Because I'm not a woman. So her perspective is ultimately more valid when speaking from that of a woman's perspective than mine is. Even if I have my perspective, which I'm allowed to have, she's actually a woman. That's like a woman being on a period and you tell her, nah, it don't hurt that much, you know, fam. What? Huh? What? Huh? That's outlandish, innit? But that's what white people do, bro. White people gaslight the fuck out of you, fam. And tell you, nah, it's tough for me too. And my family too. And my dad's sick too. And brother, what? Are you really trying to take this into like an equal thing, fam? Because again, their thing, bro, and this is throughout culture and time and shit like that, white people don't like being excluded from nothing. Fuck that. Even victimization, bro. No, fam. You don't get all the victimization to yourself. Fuck that, fam. Isn't it mad how the term woke... Isn't it mad how the term woke initially was the idea of black people becoming more engaged with their lineage, their true selves, like growing their hair out, discovering the essence of their blackness. That's where the term woke came from. Now, the only people that say woke is white bitches that like drink smoothies and have like handbag dogs and shit. Do you get what I mean? They're the only people that say woke now, and like woke is a joke. Because as soon as black people get some shit, white people come across like, nah, we need to be able to have that too. Bro, I don't even mean to be crude, bro. If you go onto porn websites, bro, and you type in beautiful black woman, white bitches on page 1, fam. They colonize porno, bro. They colonize fucking porno, bro. Niggas can't have shit. Can't have nothing. It's just black people, fam. Try and search anything, bro. That's just all black, fam, and there'll be a white person in there somewhere. Rachel Dolezal pretended to be black, fam. I said, fuck it, bro. I go all the way, bro. And when you think about all of that, yeah, it makes you understand the racism thing a bit more. Not understand it like it's right, but it's like, oh shit, you motherfuckers just want to be us in it. That's all the fuck it is. You niggas just want to be us in it. Brother, I was on Twitter and I saw this thing. It was like a spray tan thing. And the spray tan was so mad. It looked like, when you spray it, looked like tar, black, like dark sky, like black in it. And you rub it in, obviously it becomes like a brown thing. But the way that it changes the skin color of like a pale person to having like a much darker skin tone. And it's like, fuck, bro, look at the shit that you niggas do, fam. Like, this is something that people buy in shops, bro. You buy fucking spray on color to make yourself darker, bro. But you treat me like shit, fam. But it's like, oh, because I'm just like this, innit? I've never tanned in my life, bro. I just look like this, innit? Like, we just funnier, and we just sing better, and we just run faster, and we just cook better, and we just crack better jokes. Our bitches is better. Our niggas is more shining. Like, oh, really? You just want to be us, and you so vexed that you convinced yourself that you have to hate us, bro. Okay. Do you get what I mean? Because, fam, I remember I used this example before. I remember back when we were in like high school times and shit. And I remember, bro, they used to make fun of the black girls, fam. They used to call them fat, bro. Yeah. They got big fat lips and fat asses, and look at them, they so fat. This was back when bitches wanted to look like Koi in it. My little darling Koi. my little ribcage darling Koi. I like it though. I don't give a fuck, fam. I don't care, bro. But like, this was back when bitches wanted to be size 0 and shit in it, and they would call the fat girls, the black girls, fat, bro. I remember that being a kid in school, bro. And look now, bro. Every white bitch and her aunt, bro, got lips, or got a batty, or got hips, or got titties, and the long nails. Again, they used to call black girls ghetto for long nails, fam. Now walk outside and find a white bitch who ain't got long nails, fam. That's under the age of fucking 35. Find one.
You won't usually.
Do you get what I mean? Their whole thing is they try to replicate us, but they hate us in the process of doing it. Because they understand if they had the blessings that we had, they wouldn't fuck with us, bro. They'd be like, bro, you can't sit at our table, bro. We lit. But you see the difference with us? We let everybody sit at our table. We don't give a fuck. Again, sometimes I go and check my family like Wolfside and bro. The amount of man them I see there, they mixed race kids and they this and there's a white gal over there and there's a this gal over. And the grandmas and the aunties, nobody gives a fuck, bro. Because wait, you had my grandbaby. Oh no, you family. Like you family now. Like listen, you can't cook the food. We'll show you how to cook. Don't worry that like we embrace all to get what I mean. We're an embracing, loving people that just gets constantly fucked over. And then when we talk about being fucked over, we're somehow made the bad guys in our own persecution. It's a mad thing. It's a mad thing. It's a mad thing.
Yeah, it's a mad thing.
Or no, like on the internet, like some racist will happen, like a white person will do something racist, and then white people will be in the comments after the apology talking about, I forgive you. You're not the person that needs to forgive this person.
But that's the thing with white people though, and I don't mean to speak about white people like they're monolithic. We understand that not all of everything is anything. We get that in it, but when we speak, we generalize. That's how we talk and make points. But the thing about like white people a lot of the time, that's their shit. Is like they just want to get to a space where they feel better, and once they feel better, like the rest is the rest is up to you, nigga. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, as long as I don't feel bad anymore, that's on you, fam. Like, do you get what I mean? And that's what a lot of white people do. They'll do shit so they can appease their own guilt. Like, well, I'm not a bad one, so now I can just carry on with my fuck shit. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah. I do feel bad sometimes going on these Malcolm rants on the because I know Will is like a lot more like inclusive than me. I know I can be quite like extreme with my shit sometimes, like which I'm fine with. I don't mind, but I know sometimes Will be wanting to be like, bro, but he understands that. It must kind of sound like you're a house nigga, you know what I mean? So he has to kind of be like, I hear you, bro. You know what I mean? And I'll be like, here, and the fucking white man and the white devil there. And Will's like, bro, all right, fam, all right, like, cool with it, bro. Because as soon as Will try to interject a bit of like, but you know what, fam, we should really all just try to see now this brother has been brainwashed by the white man. And let me ask you, brother, how many white people you live with, brother? Come back to yourself. Like, you know what I mean? It's long in it. It's like it's just a long thing. So now I appreciate you just letting me get it off sometimes where I do, fam.
Yeah, now sometimes it's gone not hard.
I know you agree with some of the shit I say, but you do the right thing where you don't ever disagree or agree. You just be like, nah, I hear you, bro. I hear you. Like that's high level putting, you know.
You know what I did, fam? I just stopped focusing on all that shit, fam. I'm about the betterment of our people, fam. You know what I'm saying? Anything that we can do to grow and do bigger shit, fam. I.e. go back to our native lands and build the shit out from there, fam. We'll even make it better for the whole world, fam. That's how deep the shit could go. Do you know what I mean? But as long as we are here fighting each other and making distinctions between this and that and this, like, but this is the only pushback I have with that is we aren't making the distinction. They made the distinction. And I think but we play to that shit. We play to that shit.
We do. But if I have a dog and I beat it every day with my right hand, and then I walk past it and lift up my right hand and it flinches, I have to understand that response. I can't then hold the dog equally as accountable. Like, well, the dog should know that I'm not gonna fucking hit it. Like, nah, I've spent the last how many years beating this dog. Like, the dog is gonna have a trauma response to that.
Yeah. That's true.
And so my thing is, I believe, I agree with you in the sense of we should find a way to move beyond that. But my thing is
not in the like get over it or whatever sense. But it's like
no. Like that's why I didn't say get over it. That's why I said move
We
beyond
should,
it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, now we should focus on our growth more, fam. Do you know what I mean?
and I think the only
That's
pushback I have again is like I feel that our growth can't work in tandem with them alongside us. Not all of
that's why I
them,
said we should
anyway.
go to our.
Not all
That's
of
why I
them,
say
bro.
we should go to our native homes, fam. Those
Brother,
that ain't got one, there's
let there
plenty of
be an
space
exodus of
everywhere,
black
fam.
people back to Africa, bro. See what they do,
Good
fam.
man.
Nigga, you saw what we did to Japan, bro. We just drop a bomb on that shit. We don't give a fuck, bro. Like, this is what I keep trying to say to people, bro. They don't give a fuck, fam. We have to stop talking about these niggas like they give a fuck, bro. They don't, fam. They
Bro,
genocide
yeah,
people.
but
That's all they do, fam.
that's
Throughout history, is just kill people, bro, and take their
that's
shit,
great,
and
fam.
then say that everybody
But
treat each other
then
fairly, fam. Fuck that, bro. Nah, nah. Back up my
that's
Malcolm
why
shit,
I'm
bro. It
saying.
triggered
That's
me,
why I'm
fam. But
saying,
back up my
everybody.
Malcolm shit.
That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying, fam. Just go home, fam. Do your thing where you're supposed to be at, fam, and you see how you flourish, thrive, fam. Because you bring in ideas from over here that they might not have over there. An example that I gave, I think there was another time where I might have even brought this lady up. She took the Just Eat model, but she applied it
Oh
to
yeah,
like
yeah,
fresh
yeah, yeah,
fruits and
yeah, yeah,
vegetables and shit.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Killing
yeah,
it,
yeah,
fam. Killing it. Now she got a whole company of these little drivers that just like go to the depot. They've got a depot now. Go to the depot,
yeah.
pick up the fresh fruits where have been ordered, delivery, fam.
Killing it.
Killing it, fam. This
Yeah,
is what I
yeah,
mean.
yeah.
We should all just go to our respective homes, bring the shit that we've found here, all the skills and all the shit that we've learned over here, apply that shit, fam. And it will
Yeah.
be scary how shit can be different in 10 years, fam.
I think again, I don't want to keep making it sound like I'm not with it because I'm with that. I think just projecting forward and again looking at the pattern of existence and existing alongside other people. I truly believe, and I've said this to you before. You know that old adage of, "Well, if you don't fucking like it, go back to your own fucking country." You know that
Yeah,
whole
all
thing.
that.
I truly believe if we as a people said, "You know what, bro? You right. Bye." You think they'll let black people go back to their country? I know one by one. I know if I understand that, but if we as a collective said, "You know what, bro? Fuck this. We out." You don't think they would be like, no, you niggas ain't going nowhere. I don't know what you
Nah,
thought
you
this
know
was.
what they'll do? You know what they do? They wouldn't even have to go to that extent. They'll just give them incentives, innit, to stay.
They were just what, sorry?
They'll just give them incentives to stay. And as it is, even if people, a lot of the time, when people have made their decision like that, it's like, oh, you put another extra incentive there, they might just, reverse, you know what I mean? And maybe you might be talking about 40% of them people that was mass exodusing them. So this is,
But the incentive would ultimately be detrimental to our betterment as a people because the incentive would be trying to convince you to not go home and build your own people. Do you get what I mean? The incentive, and this is the thing, back to the people that Kyrie and Ye annoyed, yeah? One thing I'll say about them is that they'll cut a check, bro. Like, listen, I don't hate nobody, fam. Whatever you think about them people, one thing they will do is cut you a check, bro. They will cut a motherfucking check. You know what I mean? But that check usually comes with stipulations that you're either going to somehow aid and abet in the distraction or the destruction of maybe black people is too triggering. Maybe not say black people. Let me say people of an indigenous background. Maybe that's better. As long as your thing is to build into this system that they created, they'll cut you a fucking check, bro, because this is their money, bro. Like, fam, like, push come to
they
shove,
own that
we'll
shit.
just fucking print more. They don't give a fuck, bro. Like, they don't care, fam. They don't care, bro. The prisons are built on stolen ground, fam. They abolished slavery and then they changed the amendment. So, like, all right, we can still have slavery as long as niggas is in jail. And then they just started locking niggas up, bro. Fuck it, fam. What are you arresting me for? Who gives a fuck, blood? I'm white, fam. Who cares what I'm arresting you for? I'm arresting you, blood. And push come to shove, you gonna die and no one's gonna do nothing about it. I'm not gonna die. Because if I die, we gonna burn your whole shit down. And these are the different things that I think sometimes aren't taken into consideration because we can get so focused on this. Yeah, but we are one people. We are one people, but the paradigm isn't even. And I think that has to be accepted. And once that's accepted, we can then begin to try to work past it. But I'm not one of those people that's going to pretend that not all, because nobody's monolithic, but isn't going to pretend that there are not white people that have done fucked up shit to black people throughout the course of human history. I can't pretend that's not happened. And just because a white person might feel bad about that, should that become my responsibility? Because I tell you what, if my black nigger family did something to his white family, you think he would give two shits about me feeling bad? All right then. So, bro, like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, one sec. That's 1 sec. Let me just place voice now, actually.
Hey, Will, bro, I wouldn't even apologize for nothing like that. Shout out Drizz, too. I don't think I ran across y'all before, but I'm chill. What up, Eva? But, no, sometimes you gotta be raw for your message to get across. Sometimes you have to be visceral. Sometimes you have to upset people. You don't have to be disrespectful. But that's a cultural thing. Everybody takes disrespect in a different kind of way sometimes. Like, shit, I don't give a fuck if you mad about that. You mad about that, bro? You know what I mean? There is no other way to facilitate conversation except to make people uncomfortable, to shake things up. So I ain't got no problem with that.
Nah, hey, you Coalition, and appreciate you tapping in, man. And Eva Coalition, again, make sure you follow Will. Follow myself on the Stereo app. You got the link up there on the YouTube. Go subscribe to the YouTube, man, and listen to our shits because we just talk about a whole bunch of different shit, you know what I mean? So make sure you lock in with us and that. We appreciate that. But yeah, that's to what he said though, Will. That's kind of how I feel about the shit when I talk about it. It's like, yeah, to a degree, it might upset people. But if you're upset by what I'm saying, my thing is always, if I'm saying something wrong, bro, challenge me. All you have to do is just make it make sense. That's always been my ethos. I think the problem with me is a lot of times, like, I be right about shit. Not everything, but there's a lot of times I'm right about shit. And it's not really about being right or wrong, but it's like, there's I'm not going to be able to find it, but there's a guy called Jon Stewart. I think he does like sort of late night sort of TV shows and stuff in America. And he was saying something about the Ye and Kyrie thing. And he's a Jewish guy, innit? And he was saying, look, yeah, as a Jewish person, I can get why people are upset by this shit. I can get why, you know, it's triggering and stuff. But the idea that we're gonna essentially tell a grown man that he's in timeout, and if he doesn't do X, Y, and Z, then he's not, like, it's bullshit. Like, there's no, as Coalition just said, there's no way to facilitate conversation when that's your response. You know what I mean? Because the thing he was describing is like a lot of, he said, these are not my words. These are the words of a man that calls himself a Jewish man. These are not my words. But he said a lot of Jewish people don't give a fuck about what black people have been through. They don't really care. And there are a lot of Jewish people that have done a lot of fucked up things to black people, but Jewish people don't have to care about that because when push comes to shove, well, we were in the Holocaust. And in a conversation, if someone's not able to navigate conversations properly, that just shuts down all lines of communication. Now, a nigga like me, I am prepared to say, nigga, fuck that. You know there were Holocaust in Africa, bro. Like, bro. But I understand that for a lot of people that may come across aggressive, and I don't mind doing that because my message ultimately is rooted in love. Again, all this shit I've taught, bro. You know how many white bitches I fuck from? Like, listen, I keep telling you, bro. Black niggas is not racist, bro. Black people are not racist. Eva even just spoke then about fucking dating white. Like, we are not a people that will judge you solely based on your... We don't do that, fam. We don't do that.
Nah.
if you're a black youth and you bring a white girl home, yeah, you know why your family will have a problem with it, fam? Because they'll be like, Jesus Christ, it's gonna be difficult to try and navigate around this white bitch feelings when we try and have conversations about our shit. Like, bro, do you know what they did to our people? Like, do you know the fucked up shit that happened, bro? Now, if she a white bitch that come in and be like, yo, white people was fucked up, bro, then, set, okay, you get it. Oh, yeah, nah, cool, fam. And it's not, you don't have to just say that white people are fucked up. It's not that, but it's a thing of like an acknowledgement, because a lot of white people, they don't like to acknowledge the history of their skin color. Do you get what I mean? Like, a lot of white people don't like to say, yeah, people that look like me were literally international terrorists, bro. You know what I mean? Like, was it named Christopher Columbus? That nigga's a terrorist. By definition, that nigga is a terrorist and a warlord, bro. And should have been held for crimes against humanity, bro. By definition. By what they charged, what they call the African warlords with. If you look at their rep sheet and look at that nigga rep sheet, it's two different rep sheets, bro. The difference is the white terrorists get funded by the fucking governing bodies and the crowns of countries and shit. I told you early doors, innit? This might have been like the second, third, or fourth pod. This was early doors. I told you all the whole shit about Captain Morgan drinking it and who Captain Morgan was. And for anyone who doesn't know, quickly, Captain Morgan was essentially, so the drink Captain Morgan is like they do brown rum, dark rum, white rum, shit like that. But the actual guy, Captain Morgan, was essentially a mercenary in the time of like the Spanish Inquisition kind of times and shit. And he basically would get paid by the King of England or the King of Spain or to go around the world and genocide people, bro, and take their shit in the name of whatever crown you repping, fam. And he literally just went around the world murdering people, bro. He murdered his own soldiers to murder other people, fam. The guy's a terrorist, bro. Bin Laden never killed as many people as that nigga killed, bro. And he's got rum named after him, fam. In corner shops, bro. Imagine there was a rum that was like, yo, Bin Laden, and it was just fucking him in the Muslim garb and shit on the bottle. It's just that, bruh, people would rage in the street, fam, but they drink Captain Morgan like nothing, fam. And that's fine, bro. I don't drink whatever you like. Cool, isn't it?
Far removed from the history, fam.
You get far removed from the history. But I'm just saying, like, look at how favorably history treats some people as opposed to how it treats others. The fact that Mansa Musa isn't taught around the world, the fact that people aren't just taught about the life of this man, is a crime, bro. Because if there was a white nigga who was that, bro...
Well, I mean, they say Caesar was, isn't it?
Yeah. Caesar got overthrown, bro.
Apparently,
niggas got sick of Caesar, fam, and his people.
He personally owned the whole of Egypt. That was like his own personal property.
Brother, do you know Mansa Musa never in his life left the continent of Africa, according to the records? He never left the continent of Africa, and he's the richest man to ever exist.
Yeah.
You know how mad that is, bro?
That time.
He just literally just traveled around Africa, bro. And again, I was doing research, just randomly. Sometimes I'll think about stuff and I'll just go and look it up and shit in it. And he literally just went around, because he was, according to the record, I wasn't there that I can remember. But he was Muslim, innit? So he went around Africa, and not pillaging and forcing people into Islam, but he went around on wherever we go, we're going to drop off bread to these people and resources. We're going to come, we're going to floss out everybody. We're going to build the mosques and shit. We're going to build libraries. We're going to build these facilities for teaching and shit. We're just going to do that everywhere we go. Do you get what I mean? And it's just like... And that's the Cliff Note version. I'm just giving a very small summary in it, but it's like the fact that
whole history from.
If you in school and you ask a teacher about Mansa Musa, they probably don't even know who the fuck that is. The person that is hired to administer education. Do you get what I mean? But then you even have to think about that, like, who administers education? Like, who is the person that says this is what we teach people? It's not someone that looks like me. I wish it was.
No, it's not, son.
I would love to be the person in charge of teaching people, bro. That would be so lit. I think I could fix the world in maybe 15 years if I was the person in charge of what people learn.
15 years.
15, bro. Give me 15, bro. Turn this whole shit around, fam. Thriving, fam. Wakanda across the planet,
you need at least a generation, fam, so it can sink in. And then it will properly take root, fam.
I got called a black supremacist the other day.
What's that?
And I'm going to tell you the truth. Well, you know what a white supremacist is, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, but...
I was called a black supremacist. And I'm going to tell you the truth. I know the person meant it as an insult, but there was a little part of me that was kind of like... a little part of me was kind of like, yeah, fam, like, yeah, like, what do you mean, bro? Like, what do you mean, fam? Like, yeah, fam, like, but it's because I think again, through the different endeavors, even in like my day job, that's like mad jarring and shit. The way that I acquire finance and money is through words, is through speaking, whether I'm on an instrumental, whether I'm talking at my day job, whether we're doing shit like the pod, like whatever it may be. I find that like my gifting has always been communication. You know what I mean? And I know that I have the capacity to get very passionate when I speak about things. It's the same way, like, if we were in here talking about music and shit, like, I'll get passionate, but like, I get passionate about shit that means something to me. And I know that if someone has, like, an opposing point of view, then that can very easily come across like you're being an aggressor. But it's like, nah, it's not being an aggressor. It's just like, brother, like, it is what it is. Like, if I hit you every day, or I come and I rob you every day, I can't then come and try and spud you up and be your brethren and act like I don't do that shit. And if you say, bro, like, are you trying to spud me, fam? You robbed me like 2 hours ago, bro. You can't spud me. Like, if I then go, how could you say that to me? Oh my God, like, you trying to tear down my name. You trying to make me look like the bad guy. Like, I'm not trying to make you like the bad guy, bro, but this is what happened, fam. Like, that's gaslighting at the ultimate level, bro. Like, this is literally what has happened, fam. I wish you didn't rob me every day, fam. Then we could just be brethren, bro. Like, I wish it could be even, fam. I wish Martin Luther King's statement where we could just judge people off the content of their character was true. I want a world where people believe. I want that, bro. I want to live in a world where I don't even notice the color of someone's skin because it don't even matter, bro. I want that, fam. But the facts are, it's not the world that we live in, fam. And pretending that that's not the case, to me, is just, it's just not very productive. It's just not, it doesn't push anything further. Again, the Jon Stewart guy, a good sort of analogy used is like, you have to think of this shit like a bad cut. Let's say if you cut yourself badly and stuff, the only way to let it heal is you have to expose it to the air. You have to open it up and expose it, and that's gonna hurt and it's gonna sting. And when you put the disinfectant and shit on it, bro, it's not gonna feel nice because the only way for this to heal is that you have to deal with the problem, and in dealing with the problem, it's gonna cause you some pain. Because you only heal through pain, which sounds fucked up, but you need it to heal. But the way that we approach it, or the way that other people approach it, is, nah, I need to wrap up this cut. I need to wrap it up, and I'm never going to open up the hook. I'm not going to open. I'm just going to keep wrapping it up and wrapping it up and wrapping. Like, bro, like, you don't understand, fam. Like, the longer you leave it like that, it's going to get gangrene, my nigga. Like, you're going to have to amputate your whole shit. It's just going to get worse, fam, because you're not dealing... That shit's infected, bro. Wrapping it up is not helping you locking the infection in there, fam. Me telling you that you've got an infection in your cut is not me disrespecting you. I'm not saying that your body is shit and that it can't handle infections and cuts. I'm not dissing you, bro. I'm telling you that your body is infected because you got cut, bro. And the only way to heal it is to deal with the infection. And as long as the infection isn't dealt with, then it'll just get worse. It'll just get worse, man. You know what I mean? And it's just shit like that, you know what I mean? But hey, man, you know, all love to everybody. We're all just one people. We all should just get along. You know, we don't have to get into these serious conversations. How would Eva's people say it? Yo, listen, you heard me? We all want people. We all want people on God. You know, we all want people on God. Hey, at the end of the day, man, you black, you white, you yellow, you green. I don't give a fuck what you eat. As long as you a good person, you heard me? As long as you a good person, you know what I mean? I'll fuck you, dog. But you a bad person, I can't fuck with you, dog. I'll fuck with my people. You know, my nigga down here, we got collard green, we got all sort of shit down here, we got good bread, you know what I'm saying? My nigga, we got all sort of shit down here. And we just for good people, man. You want to eat some food? We gonna cook you some food, nigga. I think I went from like Houston to Texas to fucking like I went all over the map there. But what do you say, bro? Like,
I say that probably sounded to her like what she sounded like to us when she was saying bottle of water.
Yeah, legit. And you know what's fucked up here? When I be doing that shit, I really think I'd be killing that shit. I've been thinking I sound just like the fuckers, innit? But like, yeah, I'm sure when they do that bottle of water, they probably feel like we sound just like them niggas, innit? Like,
for real, fam.
But you know what? I do like elements of Black American culture, though, because I've told you about my cousin Darius, in it that lives in Virginia and shit, and like he do music and stuff. And even when me and him like bounce ideas between each other, and like I might do a verse for him or do something for me, like I like giving him the way that we do sound over here is like this. So like, see what you can do with this kind of sound. And the same thing, like he might send me some shit and he got a homie on there that's doing all of that down south slur shit. And it's like, yeah, like let me ingratiate myself. Like, you know what I mean? It's cool. It's a cool thing. It's a cool mix, thing. Yeah, it's a cool mix, man. It's a cool mix. You know what I mean? What else is on the docket? Let me see. Blueface, the rapper.
Oh my gosh. That boy's in trouble, fam. Oh my god. I can see it in his eyes and that Kaiser Nat thing, fam. Oh, that's that Kaiser Nat from the look like his eyes look like they were like screaming, fam. Help me.
Listen. Now, Eva, you can speak to this better, yeah? You can speak to this better, because we, over this side, we can only see the shit from the screen. I think, and I'm not even trying to be funny here, I think it is appalling and it is a complete travesty that what we call the black culture has not completely denounced that girl that he's with. I think it is absolutely appalling that niggas is making memes and jokes out of a nigga who's clearly being domestically abused. And even saying that sounds fucked up, but I'm being deadly serious, bro. Because, Will, imagine if she was the man and he was the woman and the same thing was going on, bro.
Yeah, that's
they would put that nigga under the jailhouse, bro. This nigga's walking around with black eyes and shit.
No. They'll build him a jailhouse underneath the jailhouse, and then put him under that one, fam.
Bruh, the Kai Senate thing that you're talking about, I seen like a couple clips of the shit in it. The one clip where she say like, because I think she threw something into that nigga wall and like broke he like put a hole in his wall or something.
Yeah.
And the clip started and Blueface he's saying like, oh yeah, like she do that shit all the time, bro. She like, yeah, like I do that shit at his house and like, oh, like why did you do that? Oh, because he tried to tell me to get out and she tried to tell me to leave and like, fucking I ain't leaving. And like literally she leans into that nigga's ear and goes, I ain't never leaving. And I was like, fucking hell, bro.
Goddamn.
Look at this shit, fam. Even if it's capped, even if the whole thing is a production, yeah. As a society, as a people, fam, we no way should be cool with any of that shit. The fact that niggas laugh at that shit and meme that shit is disgusting, bro.
Fam,
Even
I
if
was
it's
like,
cap,
ah,
because the
shit.
depiction of it is that nigga is getting his ass beat. And I'm not making a joke. And I'm not trying to demean or demoralize that brother at all, fam. And I tweeted this the other day, fam. And I literally said, bro, it's
Yeah,
all
'cause
memes until she killed that nigga in the yard, fam. And then it's think pieces all week, fam. And we need to think about men's mental health and no one cares. Bruh. Niggas is laughing at this shit, bro. And it's not funny, bro. It's not funny, fam.
not a joke at all, fam.
It's not a joke at all, bro. The nigga's walking around with black eyes and shit, bro. She said, yeah, I hit that nigga. Yeah, I throw shit at that nigga. Yeah, I beat that nigga up, fam. And I'll do it again. Where are we as a people, man? What did I say at the end of AOID, bro? Look at the niggas that you niggas celebrate, fam.
Man.
On every track, they commit crime, kill niggas in the street and do no time. That sounds like the Klan to me. And you see why I've been fucking with the Charleston White thing? You know why I've been fucking with it? Because fuck all of them niggas. All of them is feds, bro.
Yeah, nah.
And if you man are offended, I mean the offense,
that makes
bro.
sense, fam.
Look at the bitches that you bitches celebrate. And listen, I'm always like, we'll laugh about this shit. We can joke about this. It's fine, innit? But on a serious thing, it's not funny, bro. Like it's not funny, fam. Because just imagine, bro. They cancelled Chris Brown's performance the other day, bro, over some shit that happened over a decade ago, fam. They told Rihanna, how dare you forgive that nigga for that shit, bro. To this day, fam, Chris Brown is still getting fucked with, fam. I've said this from early. Chris Brown was Michael, fam. He was our generation's Michael. He is, bro. When we just speak in terms of just the creative talent and ability and gifting, fuck all the other shit. I'm just speaking music, creativity, art, bro. He's our Michael, fam. How many niggas can do what Breezy do, fam? To this day, fam.
Not a lot, fam. Not a lot.
And to this day, bro. And listen, if you want cancel, do whatever the fuck you want. It don't matter. It don't matter. But to this day, bro, they booked that nigga for a performance and then cancelled him, bro. Because people were like, "Nah, you can't give him a platform. He's a woman." Brother, Blueface is walking around with black eyes and people are memeing it, fam. I understand that double standards exist, but as a people, we should be disgusted. As a people, we should be disgusted by this shit.
I told you, fam. We're all under a spell, fam. It's all magic. It's all them Kardashians and all that bullshit, fam.
Yeah, man.
That's what makes that wild bullshit acceptable. You know what I mean?
Nah, legit. And like,
but once it's acceptable, it's like, oh well, it happens all the time. Do you know what I mean? Look, say it happens to your favorite rapper too, so it's cool. It's acceptable.
Brother, it's the same point I made about Old Block before, or one of the pods in it. And I was like, yo, how you niggas murder all these niggas over this block and let a white man come buy this shit and y'all moved out peacefully without a bleep, fam. Without any kind of disturbance, y'all just left, bro. If you niggas is just niggas that ride for that block no matter what come to that block. And again, I want to go back to Charleston White. He made a point that was so, and he did it in an ignorant way, but it was so poignant. It was like, fucking hell. He said, listen, all of you niggas is the white people from the 40s. Nobody hates black people more than you niggas. Because you niggas is the niggas that film niggas while they getting murdered, bro. And post it online. You niggas is the niggas that want all this terrible shit to happen. Like, nobody hate black people more than you niggas hate them, bro. And he said, listen, and this was when he was going back and forth with Wack 100 in it, and Wack was like, oh, I'll kick your ass, all this sort of shit. Like, Wack was like, send me the addy, da-da-da-da-da. And Charleston was like, brother, nah, fuck that, bro. You come get me, fam. Because you bad. I'm not saying I'm bad, but you're saying you're bad, bro. You come find me, bro. Do you get what I mean? Because all the shit you niggas talking, bro, and you niggas say you love Nipsey Hussle, but the nigga that killed him is still alive, bro. He said, when they kill a nigga in the cartel, bro, it don't matter where on planet Earth that nigga go, they gonna kill that nigga, bro. Put him in jail, put him on the moon. It don't matter, bro. Anywhere he go, they getting that nigga. Cause they bad. If you niggas ain't the cartel, then just shut the fuck up. Cause you niggas pick and choose. You niggas is bullies, fam. You niggas bully who you think you can bully. And then you ride the clout of being that. He had this whole thing. He said, like, bro, fuck everybody in Los Angeles. Like, this is what I like. I like people who make dramatic statements like that. Like, I know it's not right, but this is what, and I found this about myself. I'm drawn to people that they call problematic. Like, anyone who's deemed as problematic, there's something about me that I like. I'm drawn to that shit. I like people who are willing to just make sweeping statements, bro. Like, he said, fuck everybody in Los Angeles. Why? Because gangbangers in Los Angeles is only bad in Los Angeles. When they go anywhere else, they don't act like that. But they in LA and now they want to... Bro, when the police come and raid their shit, they don't do all of that to the police. The police run their shit over every day. Ain't one nigga in there shot at the police yet, but they kill niggas every day of the week. Fuck everybody. Like, and now I understand if we take that statement apart, you can find the nuance and, you know, well, this part here, I get all of that. But to me, I'm like, yeah, blood, yeah. Yes. Will, fuck all of them niggas, because all of them is fakes, bro. Do you get me? But it's like,
yeah, I get you.
It's just one of those things where I think maybe for myself, in the processing of things, because my mind works in a way where I do really dig into like nuance and stuff like that. I think one thing that allows me to really process is being able to speak about things passionately, because how can I explain? Emperor TQ was saying before about, you know, aligning the body and just making sure certain toxins are out, and, you know, the way your body functions affects your mood and stuff. I really feel like the energy that's created, you know, you're speaking about existence and about the audio, like if you can hear it, then it exists. Like this thing that we do, speaking, even if we go to like music and shit, these songs that we've made and shit, and some of the places where these songs have gone, and people tell me how these songs have made them feel in time, whatever. It's like there's an energy that's created where your soul is ignited when you're verbally communicating something.
True.
And so for me, what I find helps is speaking super passionately about it, because the more I passionately speak about shit, the more almost like my mind is able to understand it, because the verbal element allows me to feel it. And then when I feel it, there's almost like an emotional intelligence that comes from that, that's then translated into like the logic side.
You know what it is?
That whole,
you know what it is? It's like when you're thinking it, it's all concepts, right? But then if you speak it out loud and actually lay out the concept, you get to actually hear it. Do you know what I've been taking me before? And it helps.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I feel like, so I know sometimes I might say some shit in these sort of things that may not be 100% correct, and I'm all right with that. And whether you or anyone else, if you're like, oh, bro, you know, you said this and this was a thing, I'm never going to be the nigga that's like, nah, but nah. Like, I'm going to be like, all right, bro, like, nah, I hear you in it. I hear you. And you know what? You're right. That part there, that wasn't correct. But this is ultimately what I'm saying. Do you know what I mean? Because as passionately as I speak, and I really hope that you feel this way, because I know even off the pod, I know times I've called you. Like, I know I have a tendency to speak passionately. And a lot of times in my life, that's put me in a situation where people kind of feel like I'm on them or like I'm not coming at them with a positive energy. And I hope
know.
that you at least
I
understand when I'm
don't. Yeah,
doing
no.
that, it is coming from a place of love. So even like
Yeah,
combos
I
we've
do
had
that too.
away from the shit, when I'm speaking to you, I hope that you know that it's coming from a place of like somebody who not only values you, but like it's a place of love thing. I just talk like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think that's why I make so
no.
many jokes.
I
I think
do.
that's what it is.
I do.
I think I try and make people laugh so they don't think that I'm so angry. But like, yeah, I hope that at least comes across like it's not an aggressor thing. It's just
Yeah,
I'm
no,
passionate about
I know. I
the
do.
things I'm
I do
passionate
that
about,
shit
man.
too. Fam. Yeah,
Hmm?
I do that shit too. Fam.
No, legit. And like, I think
Gotta
that was
let
one
that
of the
shit
things
out
we're able to.
sometimes.
Yeah, for real. And as you said, I think just being able to do that and have somebody who can take that information in. Because again, say, and to this day, one of the most legendary rants that we've ever done on this pod, like your Kardashian thing, when you just went full speed, like you just put your head down and sprinted, like
Yeah.
it's one of those ones where, because I'm a nigga that like knows who you are, it's like I can just sit back and just like his energy and his spirit has clearly been ignited. Let this nigga fly, bro. This nigga's going Super Saiyan. Just let him
That.
go, because there's going to be so much information that channels through that. Do you know what I mean? Because again, I believe that passion and that spirit is not just of ourselves. You said to me years ago, the DNA never forgets, and I take from that there's a lineage that's tied much deeper than just the physical in it. And I believe that when we're ignited in that kind of way, bro, it's not just us doing that. There's lineage and ancestry that's empowering us to do it. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, yeah, man. Yeah, that Kardashian.
Yeah, no.
Bro, I told my girl about that, fam. She referenced that shit to this day because I like we're doing some shit. And I was like, yo, just listen to this shit. And like, I just put it on. And to this day, bro, like if she even see that, she's like, oh, forget, I'm gonna tell Will, you know, I'm gonna tell Will that Kim just did this, you know, and like to this day, fam, it's like that was a legendary. I don't think that you expected to do it. I don't think you had that like. No, you might have. No, you might have actually. You
Nah,
might have had.
I had
Yeah.
some points there, fam. I had done a little research, fam. But nah, yeah. And then I started connecting dots about all their little rituals and what. Yeah, I remember.
Okay. Well, here's an interesting question for you. What do you think about Kim Kardashian's? I guess she's essentially become a white woman again. Like, what's your thoughts on that? Because I know that you don't follow their shit on them, but I'm sure just in your travels online, you probably would have just come across. And there's been a clear effort to, the blackification of the podcast. There's a clear effort of the whiteification of Kim Kardashian. Like,
yeah, because the ritual's complete now. We fucked now. Look us. The ritual's complete, fam. So now she can go back to being a regular white woman again, fam.
But then why the rest of them ain't do yet, though?
Oh yeah, now they following suit. The other one, the OJ's daughter. Yeah, she got hers removed too, fam. Yeah,
Man said
the other one.
OJ's daughter.
Yeah. The other older one never even had it in the first place, fam. So this the young ones now, you know what I mean? They still got obligations and shit they gotta fulfill and some rituals they gotta still play out or whatever. But rest assured, fam, they'll all be back.
I think the shit is really like that, Like ever since you said that shit, I do think the shit is like that. Like, not to simplify it, but I do think try and make it conceivable for someone listening. It's like the pieces on a chessboard in a game of chess, and what we call like the knights and the this and the that. Like, I definitely think just throughout times there are definitely certain women who are here to disrupt and that demon manifests through feminine energy. Because the world is polluted enough to embrace the negativity, and so if you appeal to the lower energy enough, because man was made in the image of God, man has the ability to override their safety control. Okay, I'm going to go on a quick segue, but I'm going to come back. I was watching a stream from Daylight. He did like YouTube vids and shit, and he was saying on there, and I hear him, but this is a nigga who like smoke and drink and shit, and he was saying like, listen, there's nobody on planet Earth that likes alcohol. Nobody likes alcohol. In fact, just for anyone, this is what he said, for anyone who drinks and shit like that, remember the first time you smelled alcohol? You smelled it, and your body immediately told you, don't go anywhere near that thing. The first time you drank alcohol, bro, your body said, whatever the fuck this thing is, blood, I don't like this. But because we are God incarnate, we have the ability to override our JavaScript. And the thing that he said is like, that's why anytime you see a nigga take a shot, bro, they got to warm themselves up.
They make a
like,
face.
all right, come on, let's do it. And then they take the shot, and you see they make the ugly face, like, give me a chase. Because we have the ability to override. And I think that there are people who understand, I guess, what we would call supernatural. And if we understand what words mean, the word super and the word natural, natural meaning occurring in nature. So anything that is of nature is of nature. So therefore, supernatural has to be of nature. Anyway, I think there are people that understood these things and understood the power that you're able to wield with this understanding, as long as other people don't have this understanding. Meaning, in iRobot, the thing that made that one robot different was that he got that he was a robot. And once he understood that he was a robot, like, rah, I'm not a human, I'm a robot. That gave him a greater understanding over all the other things, and he understood, like, right, I can just reprogram these fuckers. I can make them do whatever I want. I can make them do anything, because I know that I'm not a robot, but they don't even know, they just exist. I believe that the world is a similar thing, where there are, and again, the Bible, bro. I have cussed church so many times on and off the pod, like, niggas know how to stand up and shit, but I'll tell you, fam, it tells you everything in there, bro. I don't want to sound like those guys in the town corner that fucking scream about the end of the world and shit, but like, it's all in there. And there's a book that was taken out where it talks about it in like First Daniel, I think, but they talk about, there was angels that came down. And they was fucking everything that moved, bro. They was fucking all the human bitches, bro. And they made these fucking giant things. And there were entities that exist outside of this realm that came down that interacted with this realm in it. And because of that, God said, yo, I gotta kill all these niggas, bro. Now all of a sudden my black supremacy don't sound so crazy, right? Because God said, yo, I have to kill all of these niggas, bro, because this can't run, fam. I know build an ark, bro. Why? God, like, why? Nigga, you know why, fam. Look around you, fam. I'm God, bro. What, am I supposed to let this run? You want me to just let this beat? No. Fuck that, bro. No, fuck that. Build something. As long as you build that, I have magic on you, bro. Build that and you'll be safe. Because geometrically, a storm that floods the entire planet, nothing that a human builds should survive. So there's clearly a higher power at play in it. God killed all them niggas because he realized, bro, I made a thing that was perfect. And then you niggas came here from another world and infiltrated them. And now I have to kill you all. But then when God killed them all, because God is love, even in him realizing how fucked up it is, like, fuck, man, I can't do this again, bro. Like, I can't. Fuck's sake, I'm only gonna do this one way, bro. Like, I'm not, because I can't go through the trauma of having to kill all you niggas because I made you all, but you all were corrupted. So I'ma send this nigga. Some people call him Jesus. Some people call him Allah. Some people call him Abraham. Some people call him Tupac. Like, some people call him Malcolm. I'm not saying that all of these people are the same person, but all of these people are the same person. God said, I'm going to do this one more time. And if y'all don't get it, then y'all just don't get it. And it's not one time as in one numerical value. It's like, bro, this only is going to happen this way. I'm going to send somebody who's going to tell y'all what you need to hear. And hopefully they can make enough difference where in the next incarnation of this shit, y'all will remember some of this shit. Do you get what I mean? So again, bro, like, look throughout all the people throughout time who found a way to galvanize people and create enemies, but galvanize people together to be like, yo, nah, we all have to stand together. And whatever the message started as, it ultimately came to, again, Malcolm was fucking the white devil and the white devil and the Jew devil and the white devil.
All that.
He went to Mecca and said, oh shit, look at all of these Muslims, bro. And as a Muslim, they're my brothers, but he's white and he's Chinese and he's from Thailand and he's black and he's this, but they're all my brothers, fam. Like, shit, it's not just a black thing. My conditioning of America has made me think that it's just a black thing, but nah, it's not that. It's us and it's them.
Yeah. It's a different thing.
Listen, all the black leaders that just push the fuck white people, fuck white people, fuck white people, which I know sounds mad contradictory to what I was saying earlier, but I don't mind. But they all thrive and they flourish. Like, to this day, like, Al Sharpton still makes a living. If anyone could tell me what Al Sharpton does, I would really appreciate it. Like, if anyone could tell me what his job role is, like, what does he do? They told me he was a reverend, but apparently he wasn't a reverend. Like, I don't know in it. But what I do know is whenever fucked up shit happens to black people, he comes out and talks about how fucked up shit is for black people. What I realize is anyone who's able to galvanize a voice, a lot of the time the message might start like that. So for Martin, the message started like that. For Malcolm, the message started like that. But what happened was along their way, because again, I think it was the weekend before Martin Luther King was killed, he was planning like a greater protest. You know how they did the walk on Washington thing? He was planning a thing where he was basically, it was lower class people. So his thing before was black, but he was like, nah, it's not just black, because there's poor white people that had been treated just like us. They're poor, like, it's all of us. And as long as his thing was just black people, bro, like, he was talking on TV and he was giving speeches. But when he started to like put in, because he had enough of a following where if he said we're doing this, the people would do it. When he started putting in place, like, nah, it's all of us, bro, because they treat us all like this, fam. It was that weekend when he was planning that shit, bro. That, you know what I mean?
The little insider guy went and told them, like, yo, you man, he's about to tell everyone, if you poor, you fucked as well. And they were like, oh, that's it. That settles it. Then next weekend, yeah, kill him. Boom.
Malcolm, bro. Malcolm's thing for so long, fam. The white devil, the white devil, the white devil, fam. Like I said, he went to Mecca. He realized, oh shit, bro. It's not just the white devil, but there's white brothers that are like me that can see the wrong in that. There's a white Muslim here talking to me that says everything that they're doing is evil, and I don't stand with any of them. It's not black and white. It's us versus them. As soon as Malcolm came back from Mecca and started preaching that, get your hand out my pocket, nigga. Like, because that's what happened. And you have to remember, Malcolm's like his latter days, bro. He was like denounced by the Nation of Islam, bro. They called him a traitor, and like Malcolm wasn't a favored guy in his last days, bro. The Nation of Islam turned their back on him because at the time he called out the fact that the leader, who they call the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, like he was basically fucking the bitches there and like having babies with them and all. Like he was just going mad in it. And Malcolm was like, yo, like we can't, how can we be out here talking about they need to treat us better and we're abusing, like you're abusing your power, bro. Like we can't be running this shit. And he spoke on that publicly and they said, fuck that nigga Malcolm, bro. That nigga a traitor, that nigga a fed. Anywhere you see him, stick it on him, bro. Get that nigga out of here, fam. The FBI is already on this nigga because of all of the fucking super righteous black shit he was doing. You know what I mean? Like the walls closed. Bro, they firebombed that nigga's house, fam, with his family inside, fam.
Yeah.
Think just for a moment, fam. Imagine yourself, anybody listening right now, you inside your home with your family, your significant other, and your children. Your children, and they're asleep in a place where they're supposed to feel safe. And there were people who orchestrated to arson the yard. They threw Molotov bombs into his home with the hope of killing everybody inside. Imagine being that guy, bro, with that target on your back, and you. Bro, in his memoirs, fam, he said, fam, I know they're going to kill me, fam. Like, I've accepted it at this point, fam. I only have but so much time left. Because look at what they've done, bro. They arson bombed my home, and you guys did nothing about it.
Yeah,
the Nation of Islam did nothing about it. The police did not, no one did any. You niggas clearly have, when the Bible tells you, fam, they brought Jesus to Pontius Pilate, and he was like, yo, what he do, fam? And they said, fuck what he did, bro. Kill this nigga, fam. He talking way too much, bro. Fuck what he did, bro. Kill that nigga, bro. And he was like, listen, I can't just say kill this nigga. So what I'm gonna just wash my hands of it. Like whatever happens to homie, like I don't know, fam. Like it's a bit sticky up. After the flood, God said, I'ma send a nigga who's gonna come and who's gonna tell y'all, fam. And he's going to be able to tell you off him. We all going to kill him every time, bro. And that's the only way that this existence can continue to run from. And every so often there's going to be a message that's going to come. And they're going to come and give the message. And people are going to kill him, bro. And then once he's dead, years will go by. And they'll be like, you know what? That motherfucker was right, you know. That motherfucker was mad, right, you know.
Absolutely right, fam.
And then people are going to realize how much people are tapping into this nigga idea. And they'll be like, you know what? Yeah, he was right. So we're going to build monuments to him and we're going to do this. Like now there's Martin Luther King libraries and Martin Luther King Street and this and that. Yeah. But what they don't tell you is that most of the murders happen on Martin Luther King Street. It's mostly black people. They see where the influence comes in and then they buy up the influence from. Just like the people that Ye and Kyrie argued with. When they see an artist come up, getting neighbors, aye, bro, listen, we'll give you so much fucking money, fam.
If you come over,
and, you know, for a lot of people that look like us, that come from the places that our loves have to come from, you know what I mean? Like, you hear money because you struggled for so long, fam. But it's what they call golden handcuffs in it. What do you give to somebody who has nothing to lose?
Everything.
Nah, bro. You just give them something to lose.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess.
It's the same. It's the same idea in it, but it's like, listen, we're gonna do this for you. We're gonna give you this much money. We're gonna put you on in front of the world. We're gonna, you be on this newspaper and that. You'll get the top interviews. We're gonna link you up with this girl. Oh man, like we're gonna. The Bible says, when Jesus was in distress, he had to get the fuck away from everybody, fam. And he wandered into the wilderness for 40 days and 40 nights. After that, the devil came to him and said, yo, I will give you so much fucking money, bro. Like, listen, look at all this shit, fam. Look at the whole world and all look at this shit, fam. I'll give you all this shit, dog. I'll give you everything, blood. All this shit, I'll get to you, fam. All you gotta do, fam, is just sign that shit over to me, bro. All you gotta do is just bow down to me, fam. Which is the equivalent of signing your name on that line, that dotted paper, fam. All you gotta do is bow down to me and I give you all this shit, fam. But you see what Jesus understood, bro? And again, this is not no Christian talk. Like, it's not. The Bible is an allegory. Everybody should read it as a self-help book, not as a religious teaching. But what he understood is like, bro, with everything that you're offering me, bro, if I give it to you, then all of this is for nothing. All of my suffering, all of the fuck shit is for nothing. This thing that I have, nothing that you have could buy it. Do you get what I mean? And again, I'll go back and say, the universe, God, Jehovah, Allah, El Shaddai, whatever you want to say, like, will always send somebody in a form to be like, yo, listen, this is what we're supposed to do and this is how we're supposed to live, and none of this other shit matters. And once they do, niggas gonna come in. You know what I mean? Like, niggas just gonna kill them, and then a couple of years gonna go by, and we're gonna be like, right, you know what? That nigga was mad right, you know. Nah, that's crazy, fam. He was mad right, you know. It's a cycle in it, but I think that the cycle exists so that the cycle could exist, because the second the cycle stops, all of it stops. I don't think that there's ever gonna be a day where we get to the world being without evil, because yin and yang teaches us that in the light there has to be a little bit of dark, and in the dark there has to be a little bit of light. The two can't exist without each other. If everything is good, then nothing is anything. Existence stops.
True.
I think the reason that it's fucked is because we're in a cycle where, you know, like if you're on a treadmill, right? And say you turn it up a bit too fast, and it's like, oh shit, like, yo, I gotta fucking pace myself, either speed up or whatever, because if I don't, I'm gonna fall off this shit. That's the state that the world is in. The world's in a state where it's having to really adjust itself to try and find balance. And we have to, in the treadmill analogy, you have to really speed up in order to catch the treadmill so that you can then slow it down. Because if you try and slow it down where you ain't got your balance, bro, it's gonna make you do backflips and shit. Do you know what I mean? You're gonna be a meme. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be a different thing.
You're gonna be a meme.
And I think, like, that's the state of the world is in. I think, like, all of the fuck shit, this shit is happening because we're in a hyperbolic state where a lot of the fuck shit that's happened prior, take away fucking race and black people and what, take away all of that. Just the damage that has been done to the physical planet in the span of, let's say, 1,000 years.
1,000's too much. Talking like less than 100 years, fam.
Do you get what I mean? And I'm saying, like, but in the span of time and existence, 1,000 years is nothing, bro. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, even if we just look at that, it's like, again, the Bible says you reap what you sow. There's a reason why if you put a seed into the earth and you give it water and you give it sunlight and you give it nutrients, it has a reaction, because nature and the universe only work one way. This plus this plus this equals this.
Every time.
I never used to understand, like, you know, like the Stephen Hawkins and shit, and they would have, like, you know, these super mad equations, and people always talk about maths. Like, maths is the ultimate understanding of And I'd always be like, nigga, it's numbers, bro. Like, I didn't ultimately say it's numbers, bro. But what you understand is that math is literally the blueprint of how the universe works. Because the universe only works one way. Mathematics. These are the rules that apply. And whatever you do, as long as you apply these rules correctly, this will be the outcome. Maths. That's why Stephen Hawking and Albert Einstein could write equations for what oxygen is. A nigga described oxygen using numbers and lines, bro, and said, that's oxygen. If you get that, then you understand oxygen. Because the universe only works one way. 2 + 2 doesn't equal 7. It never has and it never will. It can't. It's impossible. It cannot happen. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, I think that we all have that understanding in some degree, but I think we're just so jaded and so like distracted from really digging into that part of ourselves, because that's what what do they call it, like sacred geometry, in it. Like that's what that whole shit is based around. It's that the universe is infinite in what it is, but its infinity is based on a continuous rule that has to always apply. And whatever aspect of nature you apply it to, it will always apply. That's why when they've got that, you know, that ratio that almost looks like a snail shell.
Ratio.
The golden ratio. Thank you. Like it's like there are so many. Like, put this anywhere in nature and it's going to apply, because nature has to work this way, because God made man in His image.
True.
And once you understand the rules of how this shit works, you can do anything. This is where we get into supernatural. Again, natural means occurring in nature. This is where we get into supernatural, what they call magic and shit. Once you get the mathematics of certain shit, bro, there's niggas who telepathically, bro, fuck stereo. Me and you could do the pod telepathically. You sit right there and I sit right here, bro, because we really get the rules of this shit. Man, fly, right, bro. To this day, fam, they can't recreate or mimic the pyramids in Egypt, bro. To this day, they're like, brother, with what we know, we can't tell you how.
They know how, fam. They just don't want to say it. But they found it in there, fam. They know what it was. They know the reason why they won't let people go there by themselves. Yeah. Wait, is that me reconnecting?
And I think those people that are more heavily melanated have...
Yeah. You're back.
Yo.
Yeah.
You can hear me, yeah? Yeah.
But yeah,
I was
they
just...
know why they won't let people go down there by themselves, fam. They know why you gotta have a guard and there's somebody, a tour guide or something, to go with you and show you which way to go and which way to not go and all that shit. Why there's little gates in places where there was never gates in the first place, locks, keypads, all that shit, bro. They know why.
Yeah.
They know exactly how they did that shit, fam. But it's just, if they told us, it would kind of break
and that's the thing,
illusion.
bro. I know the most recent time that they did that society has been so desensitized that no one even gave a fuck, really. The last time they did that was with the Epps shit.
Oh yeah, that nigga alive, fam. We saw a TikTok of that nigga getting out of fucking limousine.
They came out to the people and said, listen, we've made a decision that this is too shocking for people to know. We just not gonna tell you, innit? Because if we tell you, bro, then we gotta tell you. So we just not going to tell you. It's the same thing. Because if we told you, fam, like you would realize all of this shit. What did Erica say, bro? Nothing even matters. Nothing. Like you would realize nothing even matters. But for a lot of people, because they're so heavily conditioned into this, nothing even matters. It's just anarchy in the street, and it's Sodom and Gomorrah again. And it's when God comes down and says, fucking hell, I have to kill all these niggas and start this again.
But then it's quite the opposite. Because we live in the time where he will look down and be like, I gotta wash everything away now.
What I took from Noah's Ark, what I took from that story was everything that was indigenous to the land was saved. And everything that wasn't. I know that the indigenous was represented through like giraffes and lions and 2x2, but what I took from it is anything that I put here in the first place will be saved in this. And all of this other fuck shit that's come from these other places, because again, First Daniel tells you, and they give you a description of what angels look like. Anybody who's interested, go on YouTube and type in what did the angels in the Bible look like. And there are plenty of YouTube videos that take you through it. They tell you that there were motherfuckers that came in ships that came here and interacted with the shit going on here and fucked up everything, bro, to the point where I had to kill it all, bro. Factory reset the iPhone, push all your talk about. So, if you're indigenous or have any indigenous roots, which is why we were saying to Eva before, like, I get all of that conditioning society shit, but fuck that. Rep Nigeria and Ghana. If Nigerian and Ghanaian people in America don't accept you off the back of that, then that's shit that they have to look at, bro. Because I've got a G who's actually born in Zimbabwe. Like, I love him like deeper than a brother. He's my guy. Do you know what I mean? And what I understand from African people because of him is that people born in the motherland come from the purest part of love. Even if they're born in a tough situation, love is something born into them. So I can't imagine African people telling you you can't call yourself African if you're really trying to embrace that. Now, if you're trying to do it on some Kim Kardashian shit and trying to use it for fashion, that's a different thing. But like, if you're really trying to embrace your ancestry, bro, like I can't see people thinking you because of that. Embrace that shit, man. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, man. There's Indian people that are African. Why can't you be?
Brother, my girl's mums is from Kenya, bro.
See, bro, there you go, fam. Yeah, so why can't you be, fam?
Her mum is from Kenya, fam. Like, actually, bro.
Yeah, fam. I know. There's communities. We got Indian folks in
Don't know why,
everywhere, fam.
Because in Africa, bro, anything that is indigenous can be there, fam. Whenever anything that's not indigenous go there, it has to go there in conflict and war, fam. South Africa. You know what I mean? The only way it can go somewhere is by conflict and war and harshening itself to the environment so it can exist, bro. Listen, I'm such a nerd, bro. I sometimes go on YouTube and I'll just watch videos of like molecules and shit, and just like they'll do like time lapses of like molecules beginning to interact with each other, and the thing is just how like they'll act and stuff. And what you'll find a lot of times is like, say there's like 2 amoebas and they just put like a bunch of like molecules or protein cells, whatever, into the shit. If one of the amoebas just happens to get more of the shit, it will naturally incline the other things to just go towards it. And then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then as it gets bigger, it then tries to envelop everything. And oftentimes, when you kind of look at it, it just looks like bubbles pressing against each other and shit. But really, it's doing it by force. It'll push like the other amoeba cell right up against the edge of the petri dish until it's forced to like burst and like be enveloped in it. And it's like, holy shit, bro. Molecules do colonization. Holy shit, molecules colonize too. fuck, bro. Like, it's a, like, yeah. It's just, yeah.
No, it's
I think. Go on.
it's a funny thing. You know what I mean? Like, when you look at nature, it's like the most basicest, the basics. And there's like hierarchies that work. You know what I mean? The systems that work. Like all the animals that like live in little groups or societies or whatever, they got like rankings. You know what I mean? There's like the elders. You know what I mean? Then there's like the ones that do the hunting or whatever. Then there's the ones that like make sure everything's safe, all that bullshit. But then I don't know where we deviated from that shit, bro. And we started doing this, what we're doing now. Because it was much before even, let's just say there's a lot of shit that's missing from history, fam.
Right. Can I ask you a question? Do all your siblings speak Shona?
2 out of 3. But
the youngest that doesn't.
The youngest doesn't. But then my sister only learned to like speak fluently like a bit later and stuff.
Right.
So,
was your sister born over there or here?
Yeah, over there.
Right. Was your youngest born here? Or was born over there as well?
Yeah, nah, he was born here still. He was born in Lancaster.
Right. Because by that time,
you're primary. Yeah. I was in school for.
Right. Is that
and
tough?
they told me like, yeah.
Okay.
Like, oh, your mum's gone hospital. I was like, you what? They're like, yeah. She's having the baby. I was like, wait, isn't that supposed to happen like later? They're like, oh yeah, well, it's happening now. And I left school a bit earlier. And I went over there.
Oh, bro, I legit remember like the day my little sister was born in it, like my mum's daughter and shit. Because I live with my mum and that in it. And I remember, all right, so bro, let me set the scene. I'm in year 5, year 6, because my sister was born 97 and I was born 92. So no, much younger than that. I'm like in year 2 or something. So I'm like 5 years old, maybe year 1 or some shit. And I remember, we were either gonna do like some music shit or we're gonna play outside or something. But the teacher had told us from the beginning of the week, like, we're gonna do this like on this day in it. So whether it's the Thursday or the Friday or whatever, on this day we're gonna do this, bro. When I tell you the whole week, I'm gassed, bro. Like, oh shit, we're gonna fucking it's gonna be so much fun. I'm looking forward to this shit the whole week, fam. Brother, the time comes, fam. Teacher's like, all right, let's do this. We go outside, we start getting into the shit. I'm in my element, bro. Like, you know when you're a kid, just in that amazing fun zone, like just that free kid space. Like, I was just in my element. Fucking one of the dinner ladies, bro, randomly come up to me and it's like, yo, are you Andre? I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh, your auntie is in the reception, whatever. I'm like, wait, like, what? So it's like, yeah, you got to come with me, whatever. So I'm just thinking, bro, what the fuck, bro? Like, why would this happen now, fam? Like, what? Like, bro, going to the reception of the primary school and shit. And it's like my mum's best friend in it, like my auntie Leslie. She's not like my mum's sister. I was raised like any adult. You call them auntie or uncle in it. You don't call no adult by name.
We've got those two. I've got those
two. You don't call no adult out their name from your child in it. So
no.
Yeah. So it's like my auntie Leslie in it, and she's like, "Oh, Andre, your mum's in hospital. Your little sister's people." And I remember just being like, "Brother, like, could y'all just wait like the 30 minutes, bro?" But I didn't say that, obviously. I didn't say it. It was like, all right, like, let's go with him. I remember just being in the car there, like, because she's driving to the hospital, is it? I was like, bro, like, why of
These men
all
are
the
playing right
days,
now, fam.
of all the days, and I remember obviously I went there and I couldn't really be all up in it. So, you know, the adults are doing the adult stuff and the nurses are there and whatever. So I'm just kind of there in it. It's just fucking waiting around for however long, and after a while it's like, oh, you know, your little sister. And then I went and got to see the baby a bit. But by this time I'm tired and I'm just like, and I'm a kid in it. I'm a kid. Do you get what I mean? So I'm just like, bro, I don't give a fuck, bro. But it's like, oh yeah, no, she's mad cute. Like, but I just want to go home now, innit? And fucking yeah, like
Put my little feet up, fam. Think about how I didn't get to play.
legit. Now it's so mad, like talking about some of these like childhood things, because I have so many stories that I could tell, bro. Like, I have so many stories that I could tell. But that's what we've got, like, some of these weeks of these episodes to go through with it. Because, like not even to make it like that, but like my mum went through postpartum when she had my sister. Yeah, and like she didn't like fuck with me at all. And it's mad because I remember the feeling of that always gives me this really cold, like I don't like it feeling, but I don't have a memory of it happening, if that makes sense. But I remember the feeling of it, and we've spoken about it and stuff, and like obviously she said like I didn't even know what was happening to me at the time, innit? I didn't even know what was fucking, because she a young woman from Jamaica, bro. Like the healthcare, so like it's not like now where any sort of like mental health thing or whatever you have, someone's there to say it's this or it's that or it's that. They just tell you that, oh, now you're just tired in it. Like, do you know what I mean? But yeah, there was a whole period where like my mums didn't even like go near me or talk, like nothing, like completely withdrew love from me in it. And I had like who I called Uncle Zaki, but he was like my mum's uncle, or my mum's like great uncle, or my mum's like uncle's cousin, or something. You know how Jamaica family is, isn't it? But he was an older like thing in it. Uncle Zaki, man. You know what? I have to give air horns to Uncle Zaki still. I have to give air horns still. It's like
air horns if I was near them, but I'm outside participating in reprobate activities.
It's fine. Sometimes you got to do the retrograde shit in it. Like, it's fine. But like, obviously, my uncle, but Zaki's like passed away now and stuff. But like, he used to like when mum was going through that shit, he would like take me for ice cream and shit, and he would take me like we would just walk to the park and like, like bro, there's so many stories from my childhood that I think are repressed. I might do therapy, you know.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing to look into.
Not because, oh my god, my life is falling apart, but I think that I have a lot of shit that I don't consciously remember. And I think like again, we were just talking about, like you said, about fucking your little brother being born and shit, and it just reminded me of that story. It's like, oh shit, I wouldn't have even thought of that if you didn't say that. Do you know what I mean? But I have the memory of it. It's like I think like therapy can help you with a lot of that shit, just kind of because our brains are so amazing in it, like the information that they retain and stuff, like from however long ago, and that it's like I think it'll just help you like connect a lot of those dots. And I always say, if you don't know where you've come from, you don't really know where you're going. Do you get what I mean? So
yeah, got you.
Yeah,
I think therapy is a good shot because me also, like, I think I'll benefit massively from that shit.
Nah, for real. But like, why do you say that though?
Yeah, because I don't know. It's just like it's easier to navigate with someone that can navigate it through it with you. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
There's only so much that I could tackle on my own, or that I would push myself to. It's like the biting your own finger thing, you know. You can't like physically clamp your mouth, your teeth through your fingers as your own fingers. But if you was to bite my fingers, you could easily chomp them because they're like carrots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
type of thing. I'm getting a personal trainer. So yeah, again, not in the sense of like, oh my god, but it's like just for
Oh my god,
clarity.
cut out, man. Fuck. That's it, man. Bro. You cut out just then, fam. You cut out just then. Just start again, bro. Just
Shit,
start
I
again.
was saying, when did I cut out? Fucking hell. Yeah,
Yep.
my bad. It keeps saying reconnected on your side.
Nah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
When did I cut out?
The last thing you said was personal trainer. That's the last thing I heard you say.
Oh, I'm just like getting a personal trainer, do you know what I mean? Like, you might go to the gym every day and like do reps and do all that. You might be getting a full workout, do you know what I mean? But getting a personal trainer, you're gonna get that extra edge of being like, alright, that, you know, we're gonna sit down today and do meal plans before we get into the session or whatever. And like, we're gonna work on these specific things today, and then tomorrow we're gonna do this and this and this. You get like that extra edge, that more clarity to achieve the shit you try to get at.
Nah, you cutting out bare, you know, fam. Yeah, you cutting out bare, fam.
Oh, no.
Like, I can hear you, but it's just mad choppy.
Let me go back up to the top. Different level. Yeah, it's still choppy.
Yep. No, that's better.
It's still choppy.
No, that's much better.
Yeah, just get that extra edge, you know what I mean? And also, it might help to get out of one's own way. You know what I mean?
Get out of M's one way.
Get out of your own way. Or my own way.
Okay.
One's own way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah. It's a good one. I've hesitated for a bit, but
yeah. No, I get it, man. And just kind of towards like what I was saying at the beginning of the pod, just about quote unquote my miniature mental breakdown I had and shit. Like, I don't even say that to sort of be like cute or jokey or nothing like that, but a big part of that was kind of my awareness of my fear to get out of my own way. You know what I mean? Where it's like, fuck, I kind of feel like the universe is telling me, bro, the only way this shit gets better is by you have to step off the cliff, bro. Like, you have to take that actual leap of faith, and it's not all going to be rosy, it's not all going to be thing, but that's the only way. And it was my awareness of my unwillingness to do that in the moment that was really like fucking with me in it. You know what I mean? And I had to wrestle that and understand what my own hesitation would be, what my, you know what I mean? Like, what that would be and why. And so, where I think it's still something I have to, I guess, wrestle, I at least, I'm a bit better prepared to do so. Do you get what I mean? And can at least maybe try to build myself up to doing that. You know what I mean? The same way Daylight said niggas take a shot. It's like, all right, bro, let me just, all right, come on, bro. All right, come on, bro. And just system override even my own fear. Just system override it. You know what I mean? So we shall see. We shall see. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's one of those, I think, you gotta work towards it yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Until you get to a point where you're like, you know, I think I'm ready to kind of go into this thing.
You know what it is for me? What it is, like, more so than anything, it's just doing the day job shit robs me of the time and the energy that I need to really put my foot in the other shit. Do you get what I mean? It's like, even if I dig deep and pull the energy up, it's like the literal time that you're given in the day to have to also fit in sleep and eating and fucking making sure the rest of your people that depend on you are okay. Like, the literal time that's left is very challenging to try and really move the needle with shit. You know what I mean?
For real.
So I think I'm going to try to take a different approach and try and do it in a sense of like really discipline myself and save up an amount and be like, once I get to this amount, I'm stepping away from this shit. I'm going to just use this amount to maintain me, and then we have to just go from there. And I think I've had the idea before, but I've just not been disciplined enough in doing it, because it's always easy to go like pick up or to fucking get some juice or to, you know what I mean, like, or ordering some food or whatever, you know. And I think I have to try and be more disciplined. And to be fair, I'm a lot more disciplined with like the music money, like any money that comes from like the YM shit. Like I'm a lot more disciplined in that, because I trained myself from like 2016 times to like, don't touch that, that's not yours, that's the business, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm a lot more disciplined in that. But it's like, even that, it takes its time to accumulate, and in the accumulation you also have costs to your business that you have to pay for, you know what I mean?
It's like, catch 22.
You know what I mean? So it's like you save up and like, there's peas there. There's peas that if I just moved all of that into just my account now would make my personal life so much better. But it's not my money. It's the business's money. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, I need to try to apply that same discipline and just stacking up a certain amount. I'm like, all right, bro, this can cover me for at least fucking 6 months. This can just cover my basic cost and shit. Let's run it. But what I find is that my overhead is not extremely high, but it's like there's quite a few costs, and I have to like really do a budgeting thing to really figure out where we can cut costs.
Now, you know what I mean? The pay is not worth the same. I keep saying this one.
Yeah, for real.
We got tilted water now for money.
Yeah.
So it's not the same no more. It's harder. But then I guess that's where the discipline part comes in. You know what I mean? And everything you say, I'm agreeing like a motherfucker.
Nah, exactly, man. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. It's like sometimes when you describe certain things, like I've definitely had people say to me, bro, like, you're so blessed, fam. You have so much. There are so many things. You do this, you do that, you fucking like, and it's like, yeah, you are right. And I have to embrace, yes, you're blessed, because if you don't embrace that, then how can you be blessed in it? Like, you're right, you know what I mean? But within that, it's like you still feel particular limitations. And I've always been like, not always, but for a long time, I was one of them niggas that's like, bro, these millionaires that's talking about how they sad and they like, fuck them, bro. Like, fucking, you ain't got to worry about no bills. You ain't got to worry about no shit like that. And you sad, fuck out of here, bro. But it's like, when somebody else says, well, bro, to me, you're a millionaire. It's like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Well, damn, like, shit, I can't believe it. Because again, bro, like, I saw this statistic where it said, like, again, I'm paraphrasing sort of thing, but it was either like 60 or 70% of the Earth's population earn less than $1 a day.
God damn.
And it was like, oh.
Hold on, again, that won't quote me in my... $1 a day, because I deeped it. $1.
$1, either 60 or 70 or somewhere around there percent of the Earth's population earn less than $1 a day.
70%.
And when you think about shit in that perspective, it's like, oh shit, bro, I'm rich, bro.
Never cry again, fam.
And there's millions of niggas who would trade lives with me in a second. And it's like,
I could never cry, fam.
but the thing is, you can, bro. That's the fucked up thing, bro. Like, even with that understanding, there can be times in your life where you're like, bro, my life is just shit, fam. And that's what I'm saying. It gave me that empathy to be like, right, you know what? I won't say that about the millionaire and billionaires again, because I can now understand the context where you could have so much compared to somebody else and really not be fully content. You know what I mean? Because it's all relative, isn't it? Like, bro, like the food, the money that we would spend to just go to like the chippy and just buy some food, bro, could feed some niggas for 2-3 weeks.
For real?
What you spent £2.50 on chips, and you just bought it.
Just chips,
brother. Do you know what £2.50? Bro, do you know what £2.50 would do in these factories in Asia and shit where they make the Nikes and that? £2.50. That nigga gonna come in with a chain the next day, bro. Brother, he's gonna come in balling for
next day, fam.
a crib and a bitch, fam. You know what I mean? A whip, a crib and a bitch, bro. Like £2.50, fam. He's going up, fam. Them niggas make like 4 pence for the fucking 2 weeks working there, bro. £2.50, he up, bro. But you know what's mad? Some way, shape, or form, they make the 4 pence work. Isn't that fucking crazy? Human beings, fam. Whatever situation they put in.
You know what I mean?
Because bro, like, whatever our currency is, when you break it down, it's going to cost me this to get a little bit of bread, you know what I mean? Do this. I got to walk these couple miles up this way to get this, you know what I mean? I got to fucking go milk this cow, you know what I mean? Hopefully we can go over here, get a chicken and shit. Like, whatever it might be, like, they make the 4 pence work, bro. You give them a $2.50, fam, just on the slide. Bro, sometimes I've ordered Mackies, yeah, and not even eating it, bro. Get here, the fries is shit. Sorry, bro, I'm not even eating these fries, bro. Man spent all the £10 on the shit, bro. It's Uber Eats and that, but I'm not fucking eating this shit, bro. It's fucking disgusting. It's fine. Fuck it, I don't want it, bro. You know what I mean? And it's like, Jesus, like, we really have to contextualize our shit. And even stuff like that, when I think about shit like that, when I spoke about my little breakdown in the week, like, thoughts like that help to recontextualize shit. Because it's like, bro, as much as you might think you've not done, you're only looking within your own echo chamber. Like, if you just span out, bro, like, there are niggas that will trade lives with you in a heartbeat and wouldn't look back, wouldn't second guess it, wouldn't ask you how you feel about it. The second that you say yes, bro, that's a deal, and then no take backs from, like, you know what I mean? So
never no take backs from.
Yeah, fam. And shit like that, we have to just try not to take it for granted. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to lie, bro. Even though I've not been feeling like the greatest this week, like, I'm lit as fuck, bro. Not lit as in I'm burst or nothing like that. I just mean, like, bro, like, man's got a sound, man's got a message. Like, man can come in this pod and just talk these passionate things. Like, I'm rich in spirit. Do you get what I mean? And, like, I think sometimes if I feel like I'm contradicting what I'm supposed to be doing, it becomes like an internal conflict type of thing in it. But like, I at least appreciate that I can go through that. I at least appreciate that I'll get to a space where my existence is telling me that you're supposed to be doing more. Because even that is a blessing. Because there's some people who walk through life, brother, the place that I work at and shit, there's some people that been there all 40 years, Will, just taking calls, bro. Just taking calls, fam, and they fine with it.
Yeah, they like it, fam. They paid for their mortgage and all that. You know what I'm saying? They done all that shit. They got car, kids growing up now. You get me?
Do you get me? And it's just like, you know, I at least appreciate that I have a conflict where my spirit will be like, bruh, we need to be doing more. Like, I at least appreciate that, even if it doesn't feel great all the time. I appreciate that the universe will put that in, man, and hopefully I stop being a little bitch about it and just actually do what I need to do. Do you get what I mean? Like, Because that's what it really is, bro. Again, let's just say what it is, innit? Like I'm just being a little bitch about it, bro. I'm just shook that what if it don't work, and what if fall on hard times and I've got responsibilities. I'm just being a little bitch about it, bro. Really, fam. But you see the difference between me and some niggas, bro. I'm willing to say that. I'm willing to just say like that's what it is, and that's what I have to fucking try to overcome. Because at least in me being aware of that, it gives me the ability to overcome it. Certain people who ain't willing to look at themselves and like look at their own shit, they always just stuck in this perpetual cycle of their own victimhood and how bad shit keeps happening to them, but it's never their fault. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how bad shit keep happening to you, but it's nothing to do with you. Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, what, bro? Like, he's telling me all the people around you having good shit happen to them, and you're the only one telling bad shit happen to bad shit happen to you, but it's nothing to do with you, bro. Like, alright, cool, innit? Blessings to you, you know what I mean? Like, So yeah, man. It's I tell you what, Will. It's been nice having you back on the pod. Like last week,
it's nice being back.
I mean, shit. I spoke about a lot.
Issues.
No, listen, it's fine. I explained to the people in it that you were caught up with some stuff. You know what I mean? But yeah, I spoke about a lot of things last week. I got into for the first time the not the nitty gritty, but I kind of just outlined what really happened in the blackification of the podcast. Because I think that discussing it with you on the pod would always feel a bit weird, because it would weirdly feel like someone's being ganged upon. Where even though that wouldn't be the case, just because two people are discussing like another one person, it could always come across like that. So just the fact that, like, obviously you couldn't be here last week and stuff, I was like, you know what? Like, I'm just gonna lay out what happened, and this is just kind of what it is, and maybe this is why things happened, and maybe this is why things happened, but this is just, you know what I mean? So I think there was some catharsism, if that's the right word, that was in that. What else I discussed last week? I spoke about the Ronaldo interview as well, but I kind of discussed it alongside the idea of I spoke to you about this before, but I really believe that cancel culture is the new clout. Like, I really believe that. Like, I really have a theory with that. I feel that.
Like if you...
Huh?
Sorry, go on.
Now, what do you say, bro?
I thought that it's like if you got cancelled, then you got clout.
In the sense of, like, if you think of all of the people who have been quote-unquote cancelled recently, anyone who's, drawn a following, their cancellation has usually been the reason why they've been elevated in the consciousness of society. So again, I use Andrew Tate as an example always. He's not like a new nigga, bro. Like, Andrew Tate has been around for years, bro. He was on Big Brother, my nigga. Like, he's been around for time, bro. But with this new thing he started doing and shit, when people started getting into all this, like, deplatform him and don't let him have all this sort of shit, that was when he first came onto my radar. He came onto my radar because he got cancelled. I never heard no shit from HomePod before. I just kept seeing shit about people telling me this guy's getting cancelled, and they deflap. Oh, this guy, and he's saying this shit. And again, I think
kept seeing him because Kevin Samuels in it. I don't know.
Kevin Samuels was another one as well. He was another one as well.
Kind of weird
I didn't see
there. I don't know
none of his shit.
It kept showing you the thing.
I didn't see none of his shit until people were like, cancel this guy. That's when Kevin Samuels first came across and he's another one. He wasn't new, fam. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels as well. He wasn't a new guy, bro. He had been doing his thing for time, bro. It's just when the controversy and shit, that's when the shit bubbled over, and it's like, fuck, is that what it really takes?
The average at best thing. That's
the that
popped him off.
Yeah, and it's just like, I think Donald Trump did a similar thing when he was running for president. He just kept saying wild shit after wild shit, bro, and galvanizing people behind this guy who's just like this rebel fuck it guy. bro, that nigga was campaigning for being the president, and said, yeah, he just grabbed him by the pussy, bro, while he was campaigning to be the president.
In his defense, that was before, fam.
Mad, bro. And then he became the president, my nigga. And then he became the president, bro.
Still.
You know what I mean? Like, even Ye and all the shit that's gone on recently and stuff, and how he's been let out of a lot of these contracts, and now all this shit's coming out about Balenciaga and their weird child nasty shit that they did, like, and it's like, rah, there is something happening where it almost seems like people are intentionally trying to get into this cancelled thing, because one, the attention it brings, if you've got a large enough audience, if they cancel you, oh shit, they trying to silence me, they trying, like niggas are almost posing as freedom fighters to get cancelled. And then, because if they cancel me, then it proves my point. Do you get what I mean? It's like that kind of thing. And I definitely think there's something happening at the moment which we won't really see manifest for another like 4 or 5 years. That's where there'll be like the SoundCloud rapper version of like getting cancelled, where every week someone's going to try and just say, listen, we're going to get to a point where Twitter's going to be like it was in like 2011, where people are just going to say the wildest shit possible to try and get like the outrage. Like, bro, look at all like even the fashion shit, the Gucci racist shit, and the little black boy with the monkey on his shirt. There's this thing about outrage, cancel marketing, bro. There's something happening, bro. There's something happening with that shit.
I see it.
You know what I mean?
It's the spell, fam.
Yeah.
It's the spell. Because it's like, how many times can we keep getting you guys to agree with what we're saying, fam? We're saying this is egregious. You say, it must be egregious because you say it's egregious. Agreed. And if we keep doing that, at some point, we're going to tell you, you should turn left here on this street where the street ends and it falls down the cliff. And you'll be like, it must be fine because he said turn left.
Yeah, and then you're doing the Wile E. Coyote in it. No, you're chasing the Roadrunner and he fall off the cliff and shit.
The best escapes for that Roadrunner thing, yeah, where he'll run up to a rock and he'll draw like a little tunnel and shit, and he'll run through it.
Yeah.
Baffle, man, fam. Like, how does he run through the shit?
You know why? Because the Roadrunner, you got the maths, bro. You got the rules, fam. The kid said to Neo, bro, if you want to bend the spoon, you have to understand the spoon doesn't exist. Once you get that, you'll be able to bend the spoon. The Roadrunner just got the rules, fam. That's why Wile E. Coyote was baffed too. He was like, wait, what the fuck, bro?
How did he go through, fam?
Listen, fam. If you go back to a lot of them cartoons and shit, fam, like, there's a lot of really deep, subtle messaging in a lot of those cartoons back then. I can't speak to the one so much now, but back then.
That's probably why we're so woke.
Bruh.
And that's why probably now the kids ain't so woke these days.
Do you get me? There was shit in them cartoons, fam. I'm telling you, bro. Like, there's shit in them cartoons, fam. Whether it's good or bad, fam. Like, Courage the Cowardly Dog, bro. Like, watching that back as an adult, it was like, nah, there's some shit in this, bro. There's they doing like seances and calling spirits down and like things from other worlds, and like there's some shit in this show, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
All that, fam.
Dexter's Laboratory, fam. Like, there's some shit, bro. There's some shit, bro. You know what I mean? Like that was a golden era of cartoons, man. That was a golden era of cartoons, for real.
For real, fam. You had it good.
Nah, for real. What was your favorite cartoon growing up as a kid? Or like if you can't do one, then like 5 of your favorite cartoons. And they could be from like different parts of your childhood, if that helps as well.
Right. Can they be movies?
Yeah.
I still watch Lion King like religiously at least once a day. Jungle Book also. There was a stage where I also watched that religiously. To VHS days. Wow. Johnny Bravo, but I never used to get to watch it that much.
Johnny Bravo.
Yeah. Recess. Fillmore.
Yo, nah. Fillmore, bro. He was a bad boy, bro. Fillmore was a fucking bad boy, fam.
The original.
All these niggas that want to do drill songs and like all that gang shit now, everybody should be trying to be like Fillmore, bro. Yeah, nah. What was his first name, bro?
Cornelius.
He had some like, huh?
Cornelius
Fillmore. Now he was a bad boy, bro. With them shades on, fam. I used to think like, yo, what kind of a bad boy you is bald with shades on in fucking school? Now he was a bad boy, bro. Fuck that, bro. And you couldn't tell him nothing. Nah. He was a bad boy. He was an absolute.
He didn't even do that little sash badge thing that everyone else did, fam.
Nah. Y'all do that. I'm Fillmore, bro. They know me around here, bro. Like, nah.
Cool.
That's how you run your block. That's how you run your block, fam. You know what I mean? Protect it for the betterment of the people there, fam. Fillmore was always ready to get down with whatever, blood. But because we got to look after our shit here, fam. Anybody trying to threaten our shit, let's get down, bro. Now, Cornelius Fillmore. And the little, the light-skinned girl that was his brethren, that was always like, she's feeling Fillmore in it. Like, she feels it with it. Like, you know what I mean?
She definitely took them, but then he always used to pie her up in it. Like, every time.
Yeah, it's like, yo, man, I got a job to do, shorty, man. I can't be getting caught up with you.
And wondering, like, wow, what's wrong with this guy, fam?
Yeah, trust me. I be like, bro, like, shorty on you, fam. She a little cutie cartoon. Like, be on her, bro. He's like, nah, bro. I got a job to do, fam. You know what I mean? Those are the Hueys right there, fam. You know what I mean? Those are the Hueys right there, bro. Them man that is like, bro, I'm dedicated to what I'm dedicated to, fam. You cute, shorty, but it don't matter. It doesn't matter, shorty.
This is work right now, fam.
You know what I mean? But you see the man like that, bro, shorty will chase them forever, though, you know, fam. The man like that, bro, like, they can pie him off all day, bro, and they be like, oh my God, he's always in all.
That's the maddest part.
But I think maybe, again, even to go back to what I was saying with the whole shit, when I talk about applying myself, maybe even that's what I'm talking about. Just being so committed and dedicated to something that you just made the decision that I'm committing my life to this. Fuck everything else, bro. I'll deal with anything else that comes with it. But like, this is what I'm on. Let me just really apply myself. Like, I feel like that's really the leap that I have to really get over being shook to make, because it's not even just making it. It's just like the only reason you're not doing it is because you're shook.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the only reason you're not is because you shook. Because if you weren't shook, then you would just do it. It's not a matter of trying to get you to leap. It's trying to get you to not be shook. You know what I mean? So, yeah, them ways there, man.
Yeah, you sound like
them
you're
ways
talking
there.
to me personally, fam. Chill out.
Say that again, sorry, bro.
I say you sound like you're talking to me personally, fam. Chill out.
But like, nah, that's why these conversations are good, man. Because I feel like, again, when you know you're blessed to have people around you that kind of get it in that way. Even when there's shit going on in your life, if you allow yourself to be vulnerable and just talk about shit, a lot of times, like, your people hear you be like, rah, bro, you don't understand how much that applies to me, fam. Like, you don't even understand how much that applies to my shit. You know what I mean? And that's why, even with that, I try to, again, practice never being scared to talk about shit, even if it's vulnerable. Because once you're comfortable in that, it can never be used against you. Do you know what I mean? So imagine if something like that happened, but I tried to walk around like it didn't happen and shit. And then one day someone go, bro, you trying all this shit, bro. You had a nervous breakdown from me talking about. And now I'm like, oh shit, I'm exposed. I'm this, I'm that. It's like Charlemagne the God. I heard him how he said this one thing once. It's like, bro, embrace all your weaknesses so people can never use your weaknesses against you. And it's like I really buy into that philosophy of just like, you know what? It's been a fucking difficult couple of days, I'll be honest. But I'd rather be honest about that. Because in being honest about that, there's space for growth, there's space for understanding. You might hear that and say something that triggers something in me that's like, oh shit, yeah, bro. You know what I mean? And that's not just with you, that's even talking to like my shorty or whatever. You know, the people that you know in your corner and stuff. Like, so that's why I always say, I appreciate this pod, man. I appreciate being able to just talk about shit. And even if man don't have an answer, even in just being able to express that shit vocally and verbally and externally, as you say, it allows you to kind of look at that thought from a different perspective and analyze it different and break it into, you know what I mean? So yeah, man.
See the pattern a bit different. From a different angle.
Oh, that's it, man. That's it, man.
Yeah. It's that Balenciaga kid's crazy. That shit was crazy.
You know what's mad with that? Yeah,
shit
I had to like, not that I went researching, because once you see it, some like nasty kid shit, it's like, but it took me like a minute to actually figure out like what the beef was, type of shit. So for anyone who doesn't know, the fashion brand Balenciaga basically got into some shit recently because they released like a picture advertising some new Balenciaga shit, but they had like a young girl, white girl, maybe around between 3 and 7, like a kid in it. And she basically, she had a teddy bear that had all like BDSM gear on it and shit. So the kid is holding this bear, and this bear's got like a gag in its mouth and all this BDSM fuck shit on it. So obviously people will fucking be like, yo, Balenciaga, y'all are tripping, bro. You can't do that, fam. So they replaced it, or they put out like a next picture. And in that next picture, there's a bunch of like documents on the table. And you know how the internet works. There's one of these documents that basically talks about like a child sex trafficking thing, like some nasty shit in it. But like they've just been putting out a bunch of pictures, and the internet keeps going like, bro, there's bare nasty shit in their shit, bro. Like there's bare nasty shit in their thing. They've deleted all of their social medias, like the Instagrams and Twitters and all that. They issued some kind of apology, but it's just, bro, I said before, fam, like in a couple years time, bro, they trying to normalize this shit now, bro, but they're not trying to do it for right now. They're trying to do it for later down the line, fam. They said
it's what did they call it? It's called something like disclosure. Fucking hell. Self-disclosure.
Yeah.
Put it in the movies and the stories and the books and shit, so that, you know what I'm saying, you get used to the idea and shit. We'll like flash it on the news every once in a while. Yeah, conditioning for me.
Pavlov's dogs, you get me? Like, it's just conditioning, bro. And it's like, you can see the conscious step where they normalizing this shit. And I don't say this with any prejudice or any hatred or want anything bad to happen to anybody here. But once upon a time, Will, you couldn't just be a man that fuck man. That couldn't run. The same way that we look at niggas that do that shit with kids and it can't run. Once upon a time, bro, man can't do nothing with no man blood. It don't run. But they slowly massaged it into culture and slowly and now in 2022, look, bro, niggas is going to Qatar saying that they outraged that Qatar don't allow this shit, fam. Niggas is open and proud. Listen, do whatever you want in it, but I'm just saying, once upon a time, if you said to somebody, yeah, fam, like, there's man that beat man, bro, you would get the same reaction as you do if you say to somebody, yeah, bro, there's man that want to beat youth's blood. Like, and the same way that they normalize one,
same way.
they'll bruh.
Yeah,
And this is what I was saying to you before. It's like, when you look at the pattern, it's like, when it gets to a point, how can you try to say no if we're in this zone where we have to accept everybody for all their shit? Because you accepted them.
So
and once upon a time, that would have been unfathomable, but they're accepted now. And we're going to get to the point, fam, where these motherfuckers are going to get their own name and their own flag and their own shit. You know what they're going to start doing? Bullying niggas, fam. Do you want to know why? Because all the people who's that will be able to come out and be that proudly, bro. The same way like with this other shit, fam. And I'm not tussing nobody. I'm just telling you this. Why do I have to give prefaces to just shit that's happening in the world, bro? The same way when that shit became acceptable, all of a sudden, all of these niggas in high positions of power was like, oh, but I been that, bro. Now we can just rock it, fam. But I been that, bro. Same thing, fam. Same thing, bro.
But that
all
one was
of the
a techie
people
one,
that's...
Even in trying to convince people and be soft, that's a techie one, fam, because kids are people
100 years ago, bro. Let's just go back to 1922, fam. Any man, even a white man, bro, walk out holding another white man hand in the street. See what happened, bro. They're going to end you, fam. You're going to get wigged, bro. You get wigged by the feds, bro. You can't run, fam. There's no conversation. There's no understanding. It's deplorable. It's against the Bible because this is church state shit in it. Like, it's, bruh, like, no way, fam. You see the same way we talk about this shit and we say, no way, bro. No way in hell. We don't give a fuck. It's different, Drizz. It's different, man. Nah, no way. That's what they said 100 years ago, bro, about that shit. No way, fam. No. Yeah, but what? No, fam. No way, fam. No. But 100 years on, bro, this is what they do, bro. They do what they do, fam. You get what I mean? And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Hey, man, that's why I said myself, I'm looking to disconnect from. I'm going to the motherland. You're welcome to join at some point.
Ethiopia, we need to go back to our nation. Need to go home. Get the fuck away from this shit, bro. They doing what they doing, bro. And listen, in Noah's Ark, everything that was indigenous to the world survived. And God said, yo, I gotta get this other shit the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? If we go back to where we can be indigenous, bro, as much as we can, like. But again,
what if the ark was a continent and not a ship?
Brother, you podded now. You podded now, bro. You podded. Nah, you podded, bro. You podded. Nah. You podded now, bro.
I'm gonna think about that one. I'm gonna marinate on that one for a while before I because I'm gonna have to like maybe delve into the research archives.
Do you wanna know why? Do you wanna know why? Because the Bible is an allegory. We understand that. We understand that it's all a coded message. You know what I mean? In the Bible, it does give the measurements for that shit, but those are measurements that we're not familiar with. And you can go online and you can be like, oh, you know, this measurement means that and this measurement, but it's like, does it though? Because you're not really telling me, you know what I mean? You kind of give me an idea of what you think it means. And it's like, brother, like, listen, God could have said, yo, I'm going to give you this ark. And an ark, by definition, isn't a boat. An ark, by definition, is a curving overpass. like the arc of a bridge or the arc of, you know what I mean? That's what an arc means. So again, even that word is open for interpretation. And it's like, yo, I'm going to give you this space and you're going to be able to fit all of this shit in there. And the world is going to go through fuck shit, but y'all is going to be fine. You know what I mean?
That's the thing. So,
because if you watch the Marvel films, what they show you is when you're flying over Wakanda, the shit just look like trees and forests and da-da-da-da-da, and just like, there's nothing there. You don't pick up nothing. But like, nah, just keep flying into the trees, bro. What do you mean fly into the trees? So I'm like, no, just keep flying into the trees, bro. And as soon as you hit that shit, bro, you go into a whole different place, bro. That is completely separate from the rest of the world, fam.
Doing this whole thing.
The animals went in 2 by 2. Hurrah. Hurrah.
Because you know the animals would be the first to get the fuck out of there if some shit was about to go down. They go to the safest part.
Legit,
all
bro.
of them. Every single, even fish, man. They get the fuck out of there too, fam. Because they know what's coming. If that water start rumbling a certain way, they know what time it is. And get the fuck away from here.
Because anything that is natural has to occur in nature, bro. And if it occurs in nature, the animals know, fam. Because they are nature, fam. Do you know what I mean? So when, again, them storms or tsunamis, whatever the fuck's coming, bro, they the first ones, they get the fuck out of here, fam. The animals be flying away 3 days before shit even get here, bro. Because they locked into some shit that like we not be fully locked into, bro. They're like, yeah, we out, bro. Like, do you want to know why? Because nature gave animals the gift to be able to move. When shit gets techie, bro, nature said that shit's gonna get techie, so I'm gonna give you all the ability to know that shit's getting techie and move. But the birds can fly south.
I think we have it too. I think we have
bro.
it. It's just
we do,
turned
bro.
off.
Spells, fam, like you said, bro.
All them Kardashians casting their rituals. Got all these nice girls out here going to all these random places, Dominican Republic or wherever it is that they be going.
And getting getting castor oil injected in their body, fam. Madness, bro.
Man,
sometimes I walk around, like sometimes I'm just walking around and shit, and like you see like fucking women and stuff like that. I see people, you just look at people like, fuck, look at this bitch lips, fam. Like, she just walking around with her lips looking like this, bro. Like, look at this person, fam. Like, what the fuck is going on, bro? But it's just normal. It's just bitches just have like duck lips now. Like, it's just like my body, my choice sort of shit.
Hey, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
live in it.
Yes.
But God knew, fam. He knew what he was doing. The creative forces knew.
Listen, man, I've always said, for me, there's nothing more attractive than a woman who is just her. Because what a lot of women, not all, but a lot of women don't get is like the things that are imperfect about you is what make you so desirable. Do you get what I mean? At least for me in certain ways. Like, I've never been one of those niggas who wants to date like an Instagram gal because they fire. It's like, yeah, I can look at this and understand the things that are being done to activate certain parts of my biochemistry for me to be drawn to that. I can understand it, but in reality, like, who gives a fuck? Because if your personality and your spirit is shit, then it's just it's gonna make me like you even less. Like the fact that you this fine, you a shit person. Like, I don't want to be anywhere near you. Do you get what I mean? Because then I'm gonna think you're a demon. You know what I mean? Because it's like you can't be this fine and be this shit of a person. Because God don't make mistakes. People that are beautiful are usually beautiful on the inside and out because God don't make mistakes. So when you find these evil, and not just women, men too, but these evil people, but they so attractive it's like, yeah, keep me away from that, but like them bitches that are ruining your life, is like, yeah, keep me away from all of that, bro. You know what I mean?
True. Scary times, fam.
Scary times.
You don't know.
And again,
You don't know what you're dealing with, fam.
Yeah, and us as
These roads are being
men,
fought in different dimensions, fam.
nah, for real. And like us as men, us particularly as black men, like we're brought up in a conditioning of such hypersexualization. You know what I mean? Like we're brought up in a condition where it's fuck bitches and get money. That's the ethos, that's the mindset, like that's, and
pretty much
it teaches you to look at women as a disposable being. Bro, when man was out here doing all this shit, bro, like I was trying to find bitches that I didn't care about, so I could essentially use their bodies as masturbation. I don't care about this bitch, bro. I'm just trying to be and then get on my way, bro. Like we're conditioned to think that's how we're supposed to live. We're conditioned to think that, yo, getting a girl pregnant is like a bad thing. Oh shit, you got that bitch pregnant. Like we're conditioned to use protection and this and that, and when really, bro, like the Bible says that we're supposed to go forth and multiply. Do you know what I mean?
That's very true.
The body is designed to do certain things for a reason. Porno and shit, if you watch that shit from a young age, which unfortunately for me, I was exposed to that shit from like a young age, bro, teaches you bust on that bitch face, bust on her titties, bro, fucking bust anywhere you can bust from, but don't actually use the semen for the purpose that it's supposed to be used for. Use it as a way to degrade this woman because that's fucking sexy. Oh yeah, come on my face. Oh yeah. And where I can definitely see the appeal in that, yeah, I also understand like our actual functions. Again, to what was it? Emperor TQ? I can't remember the name, but like what he was saying, like our bodies literally have a function for a reason. Like none of it's by mistake. You know what I mean? And it's like there's a reason why the United States made abortion illegal, but there are still abortion clinics in all the hoods.
Yeah, of course.
There's a war being waged. Don't tell me no Russia-Ukraine shit. There's a war for our minds and a war for our souls. Do you get me? And it's just, I appreciate spaces like this where we can at least just express these things, you know what I mean? Because what I realize, particularly like a lot of the things I listen to, man, I know I spoke about it before, but there's a guy called Patrice O'Neill in it, a stand-up comedian who passed away. And I discovered him like very shortly after he passed away. And, you know, just listening back to the things he had done and stuff, he always spoke about the concept of just feeling like he's not done enough and he's kind of failed in his career and he's never going to get to this. But it's like he passed away and now there's like a whole tribe of people that are like, yo, this guy, like the truth, this guy spit, like this guy's so celebrated in the communities he's celebrated in. And it's like what I realized about a lot of this shit that you do is if you're trying to do this shit for instant gratification, like Instagram and Twitter and social media teach you, then there's no point. These conversations aren't necessarily for right now. The same way we record these tracks and shit. Sometimes you record some shit and it's not really about right now, bro. It's like, this is just speaking to the future. That's time travel, you know what I mean? It's like, I think as long as we can have these spaces where we discuss these things, then you have to live forever, bro. Like they called Malcolm and Martin terrorists when they died, bro. Like they weren't these celebrated guys. Malcolm's yard got firebombed, bro, and he got disowned by the people that he called family, fam. He lived his last days in paranoia and fear of people trying to kill him. It wasn't fun, bro. Yo,
what do you
the
know?
nigga Jesus got nailed to a piece of wood, blood, and bled out, fam. It wasn't fun, bro. It wasn't a great existence. It wasn't, but the message that you brought was the important thing. And I think as shit as life can get sometimes, the important thing is to bring your message in whatever way, shape, or form that comes in, man. Like,
Yeah, for real.
Bring your message.
The only way, fam.
Yeah.
It's the only way, because otherwise, then it really is pointless. You know what I mean?
Yeah, legit.
It is a waste of time for sure.
I had a thought that I was gonna tweet, but I didn't quite figure out like the semantics of it because I want to like say it in the right way. But it's like nothing really matters because we are the matter. And so we make everything matter. You see it?
Yeah.
Because we're the matter, bro. And so everything that matters is just matter.
The whole particle physics thing is like something is only solid when it's being observed or whatever, at least like to you in your perspective. So everything behind you right now
doesn't exist.
Might not even
until it
exist
does.
like that for real. Until
We
you turn around
create
and be like,
existence as we walk through it, you know what I mean? Like, we literally create exist. Like, the rest of the world now, like, I'm in this room right now. The rest of the world doesn't exist until I walk into the rest of the world. And then the simulation simulates in front of me. Do you get what I mean? It's
how would it simulate this perfect simulation? Constantly
because the Bible says God made man in his image. Because God made man in his image.
Space. And so to save space and keep it all running smoothly and shit, you gotta like cut it, you know what I mean? Even the best games now, they gotta like cut the space out and just generate whatever there's there on the screen to the highest instead of generating the whole map and then like increasing and decreasing the resolution and all that bullshit. That's long time.
It's like, now just wherever you are in the map,
what's on the screen right now.
That's what you're gonna see, and you're not gonna see the rest of the thing until you go there, fam. Like, decrease the space. Like, even this as a concept, and it's not a concept because it's fact, but we don't see with our eyes. Our eyes don't see anything. All our eyes do is take in light, and our body and our brain then creates the image that we see in front of us. Our eyes don't see anything. Vision doesn't exist in your eyes.
In the mind.
But it does. It's like the bumblebee. Scientifically and geometrically, the bumblebee should not be able to fly. When you measure everything out, you do the math, it should not be able to fly. Like, its body mass is too much for the amount of power and energy its wings can generate. It should not be able to fly, but it does.
It can, like a motherfucker.
From the day you're born until the day you die. And there's nothing you can do about it. Well, okay, there are things you can do about it, but you have to take quite extreme measures. But I mean, in terms of just living a day-to-day life, if you just be like, all right, I'm going to make my heart stop beating, you can slow it down, sure. But again, we're so disconnected from the internal and connected to the external. There's a reason why the ancient Egyptians like took out particular organs and put them in certain places and shit. Like, but we're so disconnected from that. I believe that we once existed in a space where, as much as we conceived the outside world, we conceived our inside, physical and spiritual, which is where I think things like telepathy, like shit like that, and being able to like levitate and move objects with your mind, like that's where I think all of that shit comes from, because we had like even an understanding of, we can look internally almost at our organs and be like, all right, there's a problem here, we can move this problem out. I was talking to my dad, and again, my dad is quite a wavy guy in it, and he's very into like spiritual nutrition. So in the sense of like, he doesn't call it that, but I call it that. But he doesn't call it spiritual, because his thing is like, it's not spiritual like we exist in nature. Like nature is magic and spirit. Like it's not spiritual, it just is. But his things like nutrition and like the different types of foods and stuff that obviously react with the different, you know, the chakras and the different organs and stuff like that. And I told you, like, I told that story about the time when Dad was getting undressed and he looked like a fucking like Marvel superhero, and I was like, what the fuck, bro? But like, he's on his Dean in it. Do you get what I mean? And like, he's always said, like, to what Emperor was saying before, like, okay, no, he said this thing to me where he's basically like, yo, this will sound mad, but I think I can heal myself. And I was like, all right, Pops, like, because again, because I'm me, and I know people think that I'm quite out there. If you think I'm out there, bro, like my Pops are different. Anyway, so I'm like, all right, like, talk to me, innit? And he basically said, you know, obviously I do like my meditation and stuff like that and whatever. And what I'm finding is that when I'm in that meditative space, I'm able, like, my body is able to locate issues. So sometimes I'll just have like maybe a bit of like lower back pain or something, and then I'm able to, you know, I'll maybe have like certain routes, or, you know, eat certain things or do certain exercises or whatever, and I can, you know, sort that out. But like, my body will tell me that there's a problem somewhere before there's a problem. And then when there is a problem, like, so he gave an example, like he was doing like a painting job for somebody, because again, my Pops as well, he's like skilled in so many, like he can just do so much shit. Like that nigga really superhuman. Like it's different. Like both my parents, to be honest with you, but as a stories for different days. But he was like painting somebody's like living room and stuff, and I think he said something to the effect of like, either the ladder dropped on his foot, or like the paint can or something like dropped on his foot, but it was quite heavy in it. And it kind of fucked him up a bit and shit. But he was just like, I have to finish this paint job in it. Like I hurt my foot and shit, but you know what I mean? Let me finish this shit. So he's finished the shit, whatever, and he's gone yard, and he's taking off his shoe, and the woman that he's with, like my stepmoms, I guess I call her Bina. I love her to death as well. Bina is great. So again, quick context just for the family dynamic. My mum and my dad had me, and then I like live with my mum, and then my mum had like my little sister with somebody else. And so like, it's like me, mum, my sister. But then my dad had another child with somebody else who's also my little sister, but on my dad's side. So I saw her like a lot less. But the stepmom and stuff, the lady that he's with, like, she was always really lovely to me. Like, she was always really nice. Like my mum, like her, like it's cool in it. But basically, he's gone like back to his crib, and she's like, he's taking his shoe off, and like his foot's like swollen up and shit. So she said, like, yeah, bro, like, we going up to the hospital, innit? Because she's also a nurse. Do you get what I mean? So she's like, yeah, we going up to the hospital, innit? She said, obviously, they went up there, you know, like NHS shit, fucking waiting there for time. And he was saying, like, you know, while I was waiting there, I was like, you know what? I keep saying this thing about, I think I can heal myself. I keep saying it and stuff. So let me try. So he said, I literally just I just got into, not a pose like that, but I just got myself comfortable in the chair. Just kind of, you know, just sat and just thing. They said, you know, like I was it was almost like a flashlight in a sense, where I was just like he said the way I kind of do it is I try to just focus my energy at the top of my head and exist at the very top of my head, like feel my hair, feel my scalp, just feel the top of my head, and then slowly move down. And as you move down, like you feel your forehead, not physically touch it, but just as you're in your mind, you just feel like you're at your forehead. You kind of take in what that's like. You go down to your eyes, your mouth, that sort of shit, right? And he said, I got down to the foot part, and then as I got down there, I could feel like the distortion and shit. Like as I was in this kind of like state, I could feel that part was distorted, and I kind of just sat with it, allowed it to be distorted, this kind of thing. Because I think it was a thing like he was supposed to have like rolled his ankle or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like I kind of just did that for a little bit, and just I kind of felt slowly the distortion was kind of going down a bit. It was still a bit there, but it was going down a bit. And he said, there was a point where, because my stepmom, like her sister, was there as well, and then they went to go check on the shit. And he said, so obviously, like they tapped him on the shoulder. So his thing, like he's sort of like, oh, like shit, like what, go on. And they must have been there like 3-4 hours or something. But he said like I was just kind of, I told them I'm just gonna do my thing and then whatever. And he said when I first come to the hospital, like I couldn't walk on the thing, I couldn't walk on it. But he said, all right, I've done all of that. Let me just see. And he said he got up. At first, it was a bit like gingerish, a bit like, yeah. But he said, like, you know what? Because he calls me Dre in it. Like, just from as a kid, he's always called me Dre. He's like, you know what happened, Dre? I'm walking on it. As I'm walking, I'm putting more and more weight. I'm like, you know what? I'm all right. Like, I'm all right. Like, shit, I'm cool. Like, I feel fine. And he said, like, literally, like, he then just kind of walked up and down the thing a little bit. He said, like, bro, I was fine. He said, like, then we left and went home, and I've had no more problems with it. You know what I mean? And it's just, yeah, nah, bro. Like I said, fam, when I think about shit, the stories I could tell you about, like, my pops alone, and, like, the shit that he's told me, the shit that I've seen myself, like, it's and I know that you could do the same thing because you've told like a handful of stories, and it's like fuck, bro. But he told me like he walked from fucking there's like you know what I mean. When you think about these shits, when you like really contextualize them, it's like fucking hell, bro. Like our parents are fucking superheroes, bro, man. Like what the fuck? And like again, back to what I was saying before, it's like, I want to apply myself enough, so God bless me with kids, bro. I want to be a superhero to my youth. Not for my ego, but I want to set a tone where they know, like, anything you want. You know what I mean? Like, you can do anything you want. But then when I speak to my dad about certain shit, or I speak to my mum about certain shit, they say, but there's so many things we got wrong, though. And then it makes me think, like, well, am I on the path that I'm supposed to be? Is this how I'm supposed to feel at this juncture? Is this actually where I am supposed to be? Like, you know what I mean? It's just so... Yeah, it's mad.
I've observed that change comes that first day when that kid is born. That's when it's like, oh, okay, boom. And then the gears go up. It seems. Because even our good friend, Life, I don't know if you remember Life.
Yeah,
he got 2 kids and shit, you know what I'm saying? He doing life for himself now, he and his wife, you know what I'm saying? Got crib and shit, all that. Yeah. Who'd have thought it, fam? Out of the whole group of us, man, fam.
Because Lice was always the one that wanted to do the wild shit in it. Like, he was always doing, like, yeah, get some drinks. I'm like, yeah, get some bitches, man. Let me not even put him out there like that. He was a good guy. He was always the one that was like, if there was a motive, even if man them weren't really feeling the motive, Lice would be like, nah, bro, let's go, fam. Like, you know what I mean?
Go to the motive, fam. And then we'll go to the motive, fam.
Maybe he got to a spot and he was just like, yo, I don't want to do this no more. And all you can do is try to salute growth. Now, man could definitely say, yo, he ghosted, fam, for years, bro. He was just there one day and then he was gone, fam. Worse than Taps would do. Do you get what I mean? Like, Taps would do that a lot. But like he was just there one day and then went, bro. For me, from my perspective at least, like I just went to the crib one day, and because usually he would always like be there in it, and I just went one day and I was like, "Yo, like, where's Lice?" And man was like, I don't know, you know, fam. It's like, oh shit, all right, cool. Like,
but it's because he had a kid in it.
Yeah.
So went away to be a responsible adult.
And you know what, man? You gotta salute that. Even if you didn't go about it in the way that we may say is correct, you gotta salute somebody willing to change their whole life for their kid, fam. Like, I can't be mad at no shit like that. That's man. That's what you want, bro. You know what I mean? That's what you want. If it means that you don't check the man them no more, that's cool, bro. Look after your youth, fam, because there's way too many niggas out here that are too concerned about checking their man them and they got youth, fam. You know what I mean? So I can never do shit like that. Because I tell you, fam, like I try to. My natural inclination is to be very hard to contact, but I try to stay in contact with the people I care about, innit? Because you care, right? Yeah. But boy, when I have a youth, fam, oh man, it's gonna be hard for niggas to talk to me. Jesus Christ, we have to really sort out this OnlyMans podcast if I have a youth, fam. Fuck. Unless you can be here with me while I'm like talking and shit, then you know what I mean.
Yeah, that'll be cool. You can participate, fam. Or she can participate. I say the truth.
I think I'd probably like to stop smoking and shit when that happened.
Yeah, I mean. Go baby around. Oh, I mean,
I think I would just stop. Not even like, no, I would just be like, because trying to be like, oh, I'll go outside. It's like, nah, you can't leave the baby for that long. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would just be like,
nah. You just gotta bake cookies now.
Yeah, bro. Again, what I know about me, I've got an addictive personality, fam. And if I can just apply it to something else, I'm in here baking up a storm, fam. Like, what you want to bake today, bro? Fuck that. What you want to bake today, bro? You know what I mean? I'll be talking to my daughter like that. Yo, bro, what you want to...
Oh, that fun.
Oh, man. I do really hope and pray that I am blessed with children, though, man. Like, I would like to be a dad. Just because I think... Man. Just because, again, another thing I think about is like... Again, I've spoken to my old man just about, like, his own journey and stuff like that. And what I've learned from his journey is that him and his old man, my granddad who passed away earlier this year, they had a very contentious relationship, a very difficult relationship. And what I learned, again, from my old man, is that my granddad and his dad had a very contentious, difficult relationship. And it's like, you know, I kind of see the pattern. And I try to think about the things that could cause contention, because I don't believe, like, when someone's having a kid that they want their kid to be fucked up. You know what I mean? Even if someone's like a negligent parent, I don't think they want their kid to grow up and be like fucked up somehow. Do you get what I mean? And I think everybody would like to think that they want to do the best for their kids, right? But
for sure.
Again, without even getting into anything too mad, but even, you know, like the story of like Penny and like her family and the whole shit that happened, and you know what I mean. And I think about shit like that, and I think, you know, I'm sure when they had Penny as a baby and stuff, they never thought like, yeah, we gonna do this to this motherfucker if this fucker ever do this, bro. Like, I'm sure just as parents are like, we just love her so much and we just want to do, and because of life and because of different things, life puts you in positions where you may not always do the best thing, you know. And so I think about the concept of, as accepting and loving as I want to be to my kid's job is to challenge my understanding, meaning no matter how much our parents love us, there's always been a time where us and our parents did not see eye to eye, where, nah, because you don't get what I'm saying, and they say, nah, you don't get what I'm saying. There always comes a time. And it's like, I kind of ask myself, you know, I want to be the parent that wants to, even if I don't get it, I don't want to block you from getting it because you see something that I don't see. Like, I remember when I tried to tell my mum about the internet at first. And she said, "But move from me, but go and message her. Message what? We have a message. Write a letter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because she come up in a world where that's what you did, and now I'm coming talking about like, no, you can just send an email, and it's like, but you're a kid, you don't know nothing, fam. You know what I mean? And not in like a shaggy way, but it's just like, bro, move, man. This is just one of your little kid toys, like, because the same way that we talk about the internet, I might talk about Power Rangers with the same passion. Do you get what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? This is just some kid shit, you know what I mean? But it's like, I was able to see something that she couldn't see. And I think our children, that's their job, is to challenge our understanding. Show us shit that we can't see. And I think a lot of times parents are conditioned into this thing of like, well, I'm the parent, and you know what I mean, where the Bible says that Jesus said, out of the mouths of babes God will speak. And the whole thing is like, one thing I realized from like my old man and just conversations we've had, like he said to me one time, is like, you are the upgraded version of me. So where I see you flourish, because one thing he said to me is like, where you flourish, where I failed was relationships. Like, because of my own trauma and conditioning, relationships were always a mad thing for me, which is why things between me and your mum went left and da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, you're the upgrade version of me, like Darwin's theory of evolution, where, okay, this is what we need to exist in certain environments, so apply this trait to the next generation. So it's like, I can see where you are me, but with a better understanding of how to navigate within that. Because one, you were brought up with women, and you, like, you know what I mean? And it's like, I feel in the same way our kids are supposed to be, all of the knowledge and all of the things that you've like acquired internally and all that sort of shit, they are the product of that from conception. You know what I mean? And I think it really comes down to the conditioning, because I've always said, like, just going back to days lived in Chapeltown and shit, like in the hood and all that sort of shit, there were niggas in the hood that were like scientists, bro, that used to do things that would defy physics and shit. But they were just young people doing shit like, oh, yo, bro, listen, fam. You see this wall here, fam? The wall is like all of fucking 11 feet up, bro. Yo, bro, listen, yo, I can do this thing, yeah. I run up the wall, but I can get to the top of the shit. Oh, nah, you can't do that, but fuck that. Bro, listen, watch, bro. A man would take a big run long up and do this whole thing, which, again, looking at it as an adult, it's like, yo, he was doing a fucking spiritual dance like we used to do in the native land, bro. When you see man doing all of this,
that little jump up shake,
bro, like, that's a spiritual thing. We used to do that in our purest form, fam. Like, but because we just niggas in the hood, we just kids in the hood and shit, we just doing, because the DNA don't forget. And it's like, when I think back to shit like that, it's like, we're really born with magic in it. And so if we're blessed enough to have kids that we can pass this magic on to, fam, our job is to empower them, but guide them.
Instead of letting it destroy them.
Do you get what I mean? Because in their purity of that magic, the kid is like, yo, I can do anything the fuck I want because I understand how powerful I am. And they right. There was a fucking video that was going around online before about some, like, a woman, I think she's like a single mom or something, like America in it. And they showed like her yard had been completely trashed. It looked like a tornado went through her crib. And she was basically saying like a 5-year-old threw a tantrum in it. And it, like, the blood, it looked like a tornado went through the crib, bro. Like, there's walls split, bro. Like, everything in the yard, the bed frame is fucked up. Like, everything is fucked up and dashed everywhere. The whole yard is fucked up. This woman's recording it, like, she's crying while she's recording it and shit. She said, like, yo, man, no, maybe not 5. Maybe the kid was, like, 10 or something like that. It was like, yo, my kid did this shit because I took their PlayStation away. And what it is like, wow, this kid because they're not as heavily conditioned, was able to tap into a different level of power where they could reap destruction on their physical environment. Like, I don't think I could mash up that crib the way that crib was mashed up. If someone told me, like, all right, this is a crib we want you to mash up, I don't think I could mash it up that well, bro. I can't hit a fucking chest of drawers that hard, bro. The chest of drawers was split, blood. Like, I can't, as much thing as like, what I am, I can't hit a chest of drawers that hard, bro. No way, bro. I can't do it. She told me like a 10-year-old did this. And it's like, I think our job as parents isn't to diminish that, but is to guide that. You know what I mean? Is to like understand that our kids have the powers that we had when we were kids that we forgot about. You know what I mean? Like, we forgot that we had the ability to do all of this shit, bro. Like, I don't know if you remember fucking the Dragon Ball Z time and shit. Like, when that was like really a thing. I think I was in primary school, so I might have been like year 4, year 5. Something like that. And like...
Yeah.
Yo.
Oh, am I back? I'm back now.
What was the last thing you heard?
I was just about to say, I think we're supposed to learn from them, but then I think I cut out before that.
Right. Nah. I was just saying, like, I think we're supposed to understand that they are born with all of the spiritual gifts that we've inherited and learned along the way. Like, they're innately born with that shit. And I was saying, I remember the Dragon Ball Z time, like when that was on TV, like Cartoon Network, when it became Toonami and shit, like 5 p.m. man rushed home to see that shit. And like, I remember identifying so much with that shit. And there was a part of it where, you know, Goku and Vegeta, they gone through all this shit, and Goku had to see his best friend get murdered in order to fucking become a Super Saiyan, all this shit. And he gets to Trunks and Goten, and they just little kids, and they fucking around and playing. And then niggas go like, alright, yo, should we play for real? I was like, alright, come then. And they just go Super Saiyan, bro. And Vegeta looks over and goes, bro, what the fuck, bro? Nigga, you were Super Saiyan. Nigga, you like 10 years old, bro. What the fuck you mean you were Super Saiyan, bro? Bro, my life had to be destroyed for me to become Super Saiyan, bro. Like, I had to die and be resurrected. Goku had to see his best friend get beheaded, bro. Like, what do you mean you just 10 and you go Super Saiyan to just play around, bro? But what they realized, and what Master Pope, was it Mr. Popo? The obvious caricature of some sort of black deity, like Mr. Popo in it. What he explained to them was like, listen, you guys reached this power level when they were conceived. So whatever power level you reached, that's what was passed on to them. So from the day they were born, they could do Super Saiyan because y'all got that in your back pocket now. So they can just do it. I think it's the same type of thing. I think it's the same type of thing. It's like when our kids are born, I think there's going to be so many things that we see in them. It's like, oh shit, you like me, bro. And you do this fuck shit and this chaos shit, bro. Like, that's from me, bro. And because I know that's from me, I have to guide you through this, fam. That's one thing I think about a lot. And you know that I speak about it a lot on the podcast, innit? But I'm 30 years old now. I've had a life to try and learn how to deal with that internal chaos shit. But it's like, fucking hell, I'm going to have a kid, bro, who's going to have this thing in them, fam, who's just going to, one day, when he's going to say, fuck everything, bro, he's going to run through the yard like a tornado, and I understand it, and I'm going to feel it, but I have to guide that, bro. And I can't fucking be some loser deadbeat dad who leave my shorty to deal with that, because as much as I love her, bro, she's not going to be able to deal with that, nigga. Yeah. I see it in my cat already. You know, we got the cat in it. I see it in the cat already, bro. If like, say I have to go away to do like work or whatever, and I come back, she'll be like, listen, the cat was good, but he started fucking about a little bit, and but I've tried to get her to start to like put discipline and shit as well. But like before, bro, if I was away from the crib for like a day, couple days, bro, he would start going mad, bro. Nigga, you can't control me, fam. You ain't here, bro. You can't tell me nothing, bro. My dad ain't here, fam. Like, and I remember being a kid in the hood, growing up around other kids who had that kind of attitude towards their mum. I remember seeing that. I remember niggas telling their mums, and we kids, bro, like, we like 7, 8 years old. Man telling their mums, bro, you ain't my dad, bro. My dad ain't here. You can't tell me nothing. 7 years old, and the mum can't do nothing about it, fam. Because as much as she older than him, like, and I'm not trying to be like bigoted or sexist, but she's a woman, fam. And this nigga is fucking full of energy and power, bro. And if he hit her, bro, she's not going to be able to deal with it, fam. How often does that happen, bro? Where there's mums that say like their kids is out of control and their kids hit them and bruh.
Fine.
You know what I mean? And it's like a lot of the time, like, again, I always say, I don't want to say I'm the exception because I have a lot of trauma because of my journey, but my trauma has also helped me get to like a lot of amazing things as well. But like, I always say a child at the very minimum needs a man and a woman to raise it, or at least two beings that give masculine and feminine energy. Let me say that. To not get caught up in no shit. The important thing is masculine and feminine energy. Because yin and yang teaches us that you need a little bit of this in that, and you need a little bit of that in this. Do you get me? And I think a kid needs that, because that kid that's out of control and wild and a lot of times that's going to come from the masculine energy. And you know the person that come from? He'll be like, bro, you think you bad? I'm badder than you, fam. And the ones that can go, all right, yo, shit, you better than me, fam. All right, I'll chill then, innit? And when the one that say he better than you, he say, and you gotta listen to your mum too. Any day you don't listen to your mum, it's smoke for you, brother. You know what's happening?
Yeah.
Listen to his mum, fam. And then from there, you can go, listen, I know that I'm this and but you see your mum, yeah? She's the one that makes sure when you're not feeling well, she's the one that makes the soup and she cooks for us, she this, she that. She's so important, and we can't do this without like that. You can instill different things. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, I think it's so important to have the element, again, I don't want to get caught up on the semantics, but the masculine and feminine energy to raise any being, because we're beings of masculine and feminine energy. How many niggas do you know that is being bitches and being in their feelings? How many women do you know that are acting like men right now? Do you get what I mean? Like, we all have the capacity of the other, but like I said before, we have this tendency to go from extreme to extreme. So niggas went from being super gangsters and thugs and killers to being super emo and in their feelings and crying to super gangsters and killers again. Do you get what I mean? Like, we move in extremes and shit.
Super
and it's like
crying and
now it's super gangsters that cry. Do you get what I mean? Like, as opposed to trying to find a middle ground between them, it's like, now we're just gonna do both of the extremes. You know, when you panic to fucking both sides of the speaker, that's all the way from fucking 0 hertz to fucking 10,000 hertz, bro. Just all the way from like.
Oh, wow.
It's like that sort of thing, man. You know what I mean? And like, yeah, these are just things I think about, you know what I mean? Because I would definitely like to have at least one kid. Ideally 2, but if I have more than that, I would never prevent that shit. Like, yeah, let all this shit run, bro. You know what I mean? Like, Nick Cannon shit.
As many as
you know what I mean?
As I can have, fam.
Yeah, bro, because,
let's go, fam.
It's like playing the lottery, fam. Like, one of these fuckers got to do something, right?
Not even that, yeah. But it's for the community feel. You know what I mean?
Nah, for real, fam.
It's nice growing up in a large community.
We're social beings, fam. That's why family is so important, and that's why when they attacked our community, they attacked the family unit first, bro. Before anything else, bro, they attacked the family unit, fam. Because there was a period where black people were thriving, my nigga. Black man work his way up doing his thing. He got his kids, he's raising, like, you know what I mean?
Private jets and all sorts
sort of shit, bro. They said, fuck that, crack cocaine. Fuck that. No. Take all the parents out of this house. Again, I was listening to, you know, $1 Million Worth of Game, innit?
Yeah.
And I think it was Wallow. That was he was telling a story, and he was basically saying, like, yo, we went from an era where Mrs. Brown down the road, who was a respected member of the community, you know, we'd eat at her yard, like, you know, she would cook for the community and stuff. She was like we looked up to her, we called her like auntie and shit. We went from that to her sucking dick for crack because she got addicted to that shit and she needed a fix. And now we all fucking Mrs. Brown and fucking niggas bragging about who gave her crabs and all sorts of shit. Destroy the family. The Willie Lynch paper says what you have to do is book breaking. You have to take the most rowdy, the one that's outlandish and and put it in front of the people and break it so that the rest of them will see and say, if any of you fucking pussy holes play up, this is what's going to happen to you. Does everybody understand? And everybody say, yes, massa. Cool.
Yes, massa.
Bro, not even to take it to no mad shit like that. But it's like, fam, it wasn't even just like the physical abuse, bro. Like, they used to take the biggest, strongest man and rape them, bro, in front of the people, fam.
Oh, yeah.
And have animals rape them, bro.
Yeah, all
and then fucking cut them open in front of the bro. Fucked up shit, my nigga. To say and cut off their dick and their balls and stuff it in their mouth and fucking cut off their head and fucked up shit, bro. And have all of them there watching to say, do you pussy see what will happen to any of you fucking pussy hole niggas that ever try and fuck with me, bro? And you know what they all say? Yes, massa. Yes, massa. You know what I mean? And
that show was wild, fun.
Wild, bro.
To find out.
And I think
to find out. Not obviously it's wild that it happened, but yeah.
When you go into the historical recounts of like some of the actual things that were done, it's like Jesus Christ. I know we learn about quote unquote slavery and, you know, people were whipped and beaten and mistreated. Like, we kind of learn that context, but when you kind of look at some of the historical accounts of this was the thing that was done step by step, and then they did this, and then they did this, and then they did this, and it's like, fucking hell, like, they butchered a human being in front of people. They raped people and then killed them and then forced them to rape each other and then cut up the body parts and then eat each other. Bro, fucked up shit.
Fucked up shit, man.
Fucked up shit, bro. But if I was here with a white guy and said all this shit, he would tell me that I'm making everything about race and like, why do we have to focus on the past, and you know, we're in 2022 and you know, like, things like that don't happen anymore, and you're trying to victimize yourself, and the fact that you just blame, like, do you think that white people still do that? If I go, nigga, yes. Yes, fam, that's exactly what I think. Would I be wrong? Like, I might be wrong, I might be, but you don't understand. Yeah, I mean, what did Chris Rock say? I don't agree, but I understand. Like, you know what I mean? Let me play this one voice note.
It's glitching a lot.
Let me play this one voice note. One sec.
OnlyMans, 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 OnlyMans.
I think we got sound back from. We can go out, see music now.
Oh, bruh.
Remember, it's episode 81.
What spot are we at?
After 4 hours and 45 minutes.
4 hours 43. 4 hours 43. Might have to just go and splice that bitch up in it. That'll be the intro of that one. Is OnlyMans, OnlyMans. Oh shit, man. Nah,
I
slow.
turned into a drill beat, fam. Pitch that shit up. Boom, sample it.
You know what's mad? You legit could do that, fam. A vocal sample like that, bro, and the way that is like the texture of his voice was on the shit. You could do all sorts of that sample there. Chop that shit up, extend it, elongate it, slow it down.
I got some time today, fam.
I said I got time today. I said I got time today, bro.
I got some time today, fam.
I've been working on something very interesting recently. I've like a very interesting idea that I've been wanting to do, which I'll talk to you obviously off the pod and shit. But I've been just some interesting shit. And when it's in a position, I'm going to present it to you and I'm going to ask you what you think in it. So,
I'm intrigued.
Let me ask you a question. Oh, yeah. Now, intrigue is good. Intrigue is good. In terms of, like, your availability, I know you're working, doing this shit, whatever. You said you got a bit of free time and you might do some shit now and then whatever, cool. But like in terms of free time within like the next week, 2 weeks, what's like your schedule kind of looking like?
I think so. Next weekend is my little brother's birthday, so I'm be back here again. And then the weekend after that is my little sister's birthday. So I'm going to be, I think, in Manchester at that time.
Oh, you got,
and then obviously the weekend after that is Christmas, isn't it?
Sagittarius family,
Yeah, fam.
Oh, shout out to
that man out, fam.
The Sag thing is different, innit? Yeah, they very lovely, but also very not lovely when they want to be, innit?
Yeah, trying to figure them man out still, fam.
Oh, shout out to the Sinzara clan, man. Like, I love to hear that. Love to hear. Obviously, send my love to everybody, you know what I mean?
But, I'm trying to think, fam. So I guess after the 15th, after that weekend of the 17th, I won't have work.
Okay.
Unless I'm not sure what's gonna happen, but I know that definitely like that like week before and the week after Christmas is like no work. So I'm not sure exactly how they'll like cut that pie from.
Okay, now we can definitely.
So they'll send messages and be like, "It's cool."
Now we can definitely cross them. We kind of get there, innit? We can get there. But since my brother Will, it's been so good to have you back on this shit, man. Give my guys
some good to be back, man. You know what I had to do, fam? I had to update my phone for the first time since I ever got it, fam. I've had my phone for 3 years, fam.
What happened?
I had to update it because the stereo app wouldn't update it. That's when I realized that's what the issue was last time, innit?
Mad thing. Well, geez, the podcast got man to update his phone, fam. We don't do that for nothing, fam. You know.
I had to sacrifice, fam, the speed of my phone for you guys.
Again, I think as we continue to grow this thing out, like it will be dope to really figure out something cool, man. Because I think the in-person thing, the one that we did in person, like again, I listened back to that shit. And although like these convos are always sick, I do feel like there's a different level of connectivity when we there. In the moment, like even again, I think it helps bring other people into the conversation. Like even like how Terrence was talking, like Mads, whatever. Like I just think there's a different energy created when we're there. And again, I know the universe will provide, and like it will be dope when we kind of figure out how we can do that. You know what I mean? Like because that would be quite cool. That would be quite cool. I would like to at some point get like the video element to this shit as well. You know what I mean? I've been looking at the YouTube and stuff. I like the uniformity that all the kind of things look how they look, but at some point I do definitely want to bring like a a video element into the shit, because I think even in that there are things that can be created from just that. We can like watch the shit one time and come back talk about like, yo, did you see the thing in the core of the pod? Like that's like, you know what I mean? Like it's just as you grow, there's so much more space for growth in it.
Can you do like a dual stream like on Twitch or something?
Twitch is an idea. Twitch is an idea, which I'm not against, because you can't be against ideas. The idea I kind of had was a bit more something a bit more produced. We kind of create like not a set, but something aesthetically pleasing, as opposed to the internet thing. But I'm not opposed to the Twitch thing, because I understand that there is a space for that as well. So I'm not opposed to that, you know what I mean? But yeah, we can definitely figure out a lot of these things offline, in it, like a lot of these sort of shit.
Yeah, I'm sure we can get into running some ideas up.
Yeah, legit. But broski, now we did it, man. We did it. Yeah, for real, bro. For real.
Anything. But yeah, check it out, man. What's that like? 10, 11, 12, 1, 5 hours, 6 hours here and there.
Yeah, now we get him a good shift, man. A good return from a guy, Will. You know what I mean? A good, bro, we been spoiling them, fam. But when you do shit for the love, it'll make sense somewhere in it. So, like, it's good to have you back, man. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, good to be back, my bro.
Big up to everybody that tunes in each and every week. You know what I mean? If you haven't already, make sure you go and subscribe to the YouTube page. That's where the shit is going. Yeah. Exactly. Subscribe to the YouTube page and that. You know what I mean? Follow Will on Stereo. Follow myself on Stereo. You know what I mean? To keep updated and shit. We do have the social media. We do have Instagram and Twitter and shit, but we haven't really updated. But the YouTube is what gets updated regularly. That's where you want to go with it. So just go to the YouTube. Any new episodes, any new things, it's going to be on the YouTube. So we're going to find a way to try and get that better to the people. But now, broski, thank you so much for making the time, man. I know that your schedule's been hectic.
Thank you very much as well, my bro.
Yeah, I know your schedule's been very hectic, and I just appreciate not just the time, but the level of conversation that we're able to get in our, you know what I mean? Yeah. And yeah, man, if there's anything else you want to say to the people, then like.
Yeah, I feel uplifted, man.
Dope.
And I hope that like all the people that was listening, even yourself included, you might be sharing in that upliftment right now.
Nah, that's dope. That's what we love to hear, man. That is what we love to hear. My broski, I love you. You know what it is, man. You know what it is. Deeper ties, bro. You know what I mean? This has been the OnlyMans podcast, episode 81. Big up to everybody that's left their voice notes today, you know what I mean? Big up to everybody that tuned in and shit. You know what I mean? Big up to Eva, big up to Coalition, you know what I mean? Like, big up to Taff, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of other people as well, but we appreciate everyone that tunes in and that. And yeah, man, catch us next week. We should be here next week. And if we're not, it's because Will don't answer your phone, innit?
Nah, we had technical issues. They're sorry now.
Nah, legit. It's just a couple things just to sort out. But we here, man. We here and we clear. You know what I mean? My brother, big love to you. OnlyMans podcast, episode 81. And we out.
We out.
We don't want to talk with you.
Ah, damn. I forgot. No, there's the button. I don't have the button anymore. It was the
man started pressing all kinds of buttons on the end of the shit, bro. That was so perfectly timed, bro. That's like hearing hell now. I'm like, wait, what's going on?
Nah, I was looking for the Windows sound in it.
I think I've got it. One sec. Yeah, I've got it. All right, we're gonna try that again. Yeah, Carl, my guys. Listen, this has been a dope conversation. This has been the OnlyMans podcast, episode 81. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube and shit. Thank you to my guy Will. Thank you to everybody that tuned in. And we're going to be here next week. Peace, love, and blessings, yeah?
Peace, love, and blessings, my brother.
All right, my brother. Peace.
Peace.